Hey everyone, and welcome to the best of June 2022. This month we had horror stories of all kinds, and I would dare say this was one of the best months we've ever had as far as the quality of the stories go. If you do enjoy this video, please be sure to drop a like rating. It helps so much in the algorithm. Let's see if we can reach 1,500 likes on this one. Subscribing if you're new is also very much appreciated. I post horror stories all of the time, and I'm always aiming to post the best content possible. Enjoy the video, and as always, I hope you all have a great night. The firefighting squad I am a part of began our 96-hour break. We did one of two things after a 5-day tour. The responsible ones went home to be with their families. The rest of us made our way to a bar called Aisling's, the hangout spot for my department. We all deserved to decompress. I did not feel guilty about it. I knew the rest of my free time would focus on my wife, Grace, and child, Anna. Grace made plans for us to go to the aquarium before May was over. We went there every other month, and while I found the trip boring, they always seemed to find it fun. Although some of the guys did get drunk within a half hour of us being at Aisling's, most were too tired to party till dawn. Instead, we played darts, watched a fight on ESPN, ate some greasy food, and enjoyed pints of Guinness. I was ready to crawl into bed and go to sleep after 3 ales. I ordered an Uber and stepped out to wait for it. I peered up the road to look for my ride home. A woman in a sleek beige jacket walked by, and she was 19 or 20 years of age. She had earbuds in, kept her head down, and seemed to mind her own business. A silver Camry skidded around the corner and onto the sidewalk. It headed for us. I pushed her into the doorway of the pub. We fell together into the front hallways. The car missed us by millimeters. The Camry crashed into a parked vehicle outside. The next door coffee shop's windows shattered. Yells and frantic voices speaking into their cell phones bombarded the streets. I stood and brushed the top of my pant legs. I helped the young lady stand. The rest of the crew swarmed outside to see if there were any victims of the accident they could assist. It turned out the only person injured was the driver. The airbag rendered him unconscious upon impact and left his nose broken. He was about to get charged with his 3rd DUI in under 2 years once the police arrived. As the sirens blared out into the boulevard, I turned to the lady and asked her if she was all right. "I'm fine," she said before her eyes locked onto mine. "I owe you everything. What you've done needs my devotion." "No," I said with a nervous laugh. "I did what was right. I'm thankful I saw the lunatic barreling towards us." She did not take her gaze off me as she said, "I can't repay you enough. You've become the best part of my life. You saved me." "You should sit down. The cops will want witness statements from us." "The name's Vivian." "Nice to meet you. My name's..." "I'll find out when they call you," she said as she seated herself at one of the tables. Vivian refused to fill out a voluntary form. The lead investigator saw how I was still a little tipsy. He stated my having drunk would render my recounting inadmissible in court. It didn't matter. A nearby gas station's camera on the street corner captured everything. The effect of the alcohol wore off the longer I talked with the first responders. My Uber ditched me after the driver saw reams of caution tape and emergency uniforms. I chose to drove home after a stretch of time. As I walked towards the adjacent parking lot, I heard Vivian's voice behind me. "I'll see you around," she said. "You're my savior." I gave a nod of awkward, tacit approval. I was not sure how to take her compliment. I was back at the job. I forgot about the young woman. Even an incident like that gets shoved into the back of your mind. The inevitable desensitization one experiences in the field makes it so. What is chaotic to the average person becomes normal to individuals in my industry. We all left it as an unspoken memory. In fact, we encouraged each other not to discuss it. Many of us had boozing habits and did not want the top brass to find out how we celebrated our Fridays. The truck needed cleaning. I used a squeegee on the windshield as one of my coworkers mopped the floor. It was 9 a.m. and our garage door was open. The highway next to us bathed in sunlight. I saw someone approach the station. I looked to my left and took notice of Vivian. She walked towards me. She wore a yellow sundress and had a golden bow in her hair. She held something in her arms. As she got closer, I saw it was a box of chocolates. Vivian handed them to me as I gazed at her with disbelief. She smiled. "This is for what you did 4 days ago," she said. "Thank you. You didn't have to." "Yes, I did." "Well, it's nice when a civilian reaches out. I'm sure the boys will appreciate the treats as well." "We should meet up for dinner on Tuesday at 4 o'clock," she said with a wink. "Aisling's will be a good place, zany. I know you won't be working then. I'll buy you beer and dinner. There's also a movie I've been wanting to see. I rented it on Amazon Prime a while ago, but I haven't had anyone to watch it with. My place is near the college." "Listen, miss," I said as I took a step back. "I'm flattered. I'm also married with a kid. My woman wouldn't like the idea. Even if I was single, I'm a decade older than you." "I'm divorced and all alone," my buddy said with the mop still in hand as he flashed a grin at her. I turned around and shushed him before I refocused my attention on her. "I'm grateful you weren't hurt that night," I said. "Plus, thank you for paying your taxes and making my job possible. We can't see each other though." Her expression changed. She stuck out her bottom lip and tilted her head to the side. She turned her back to me for a few seconds. She turned my direction again as her entire demeanor shifted into a sulking one. "You don't want to spend time with me?" Vivian said with a tremble in her voice. "No offense," I said as I raised my ring-adorned hand. "But no. I figured since Grace is gone in the evenings for her job at the clinic, it wouldn't be a problem for us to be together that day. You will change your mind." Vivian whipped around and made her way up to the road. She disappeared around the corner. "You need to tell me about your side pieces," my coworker said with a nudge. I punched him in the arm and told him to get back to his tasks. As I brushed aside his bad comment, his concern lingered in my head. How did she know my wife's schedule, let alone her name? "You need a restraining order ASAP," Detective Palmer told me over the phone. I was in my living room. The man on the other end had been a friend of mine since the fire academy. Contrary to popular belief, cops and firefighters can help one another. Of course, we still insulted each other with reckless abandon. My 16-month-year-old child, Anna, was asleep upstairs. Grace left for the medical facility minutes before to clock in. I did not tell her about my encounter because I did not want her to worry. "Why?" I asked. I looked up her name. I pulled the report submitted from the night you prevented her from becoming roadkill. Vivian De Luca. She has broken the stalking statute twice. She made 2 different grown men fear for their safety to the point where they reported her. She had brandished sharp objects at them and threatened injury. She has broken and entered into their homes. One of the craziest parts is, none of the guys she's done this to have even been romantic with her. They were all unrequited, since they did not speak with her for any length of time. One was a professor at the community college who taught a medieval studies class. She was one of his students. The second was a grocery store clerk she became enamored with. A clinical physician diagnosed her with something called OLD. It stands for Obsessive Love Disorder. "That's a real thing?" I asked. "Bet your money it is. Fuse that with a side of crazy and a propensity towards violence, and you get someone like her." She was charged with attempted arson in the first guy's apartment. She went into his place with a gasoline canister as he was sleeping. A public defender made a successful argument in her defense, so it never stuck. It helped her that the judge was on the brink of retirement and senile. Anyways, if you get a restraining order, they'll issue a 3rd strike against her. She'll be off the streets for a while, so you and yours won't have to worry. Thanks for the help, I said. Always. Oh, and Ben, I hope you didn't eat any of those truffles. I know firefighters don't do anything except get fat at the station. Have a good night. Grace, Anna, and I were at the aquarium. We walked through the lobby and made our way to the main hall with changing ecosystems. We passed an artificial estuary filled with stingrays. Makeshift habitats with invertebrates, amphibians, and reptiles were everywhere. Anna, cradled in my arms, seemed to love the river otters the most. She giggled at them as we strolled by. We marveled at a variety of sunfish. For a few minutes, my mind was off getting the paperwork ready for the restraining order. I had not even explained the situation to my wife yet. Grace wanted to be a marine biologist when we first met as teenagers. I liked how the trips to the aquarium brought out her younger self. No matter how many times we came here, her eyes lit up with wonderment at the ocean life. It was a deep-seated appreciation for the environment she made a point of bestowing on Anna. We stopped and marveled at a tiger shark. It was at least 18 feet long in its 500-gallon tank. I overheard a tourist read from a Google search and say how the predator had 24 upper and lower teeth. Each one was sharper than a saw blade. Its jaw could apply 6,000 pounds of pressure on who or whatever it clamped down on. I need to use the bathroom, Gracie told me. I'll swing by the gift shop after and get some Gatorade. I'm parched. Stay here, okay? We won't go anywhere, I said as I kissed Anna on the forehead and lifted her hand to wave at her mother. We waited for 10 minutes. I pulled out my phone and texted her. Another 5 minutes passed without a response. I sent another quick few messages with nothing in return. Worry filled me as I looked around for Grace. I felt a hot breath on the back of my neck. I turned around and saw Vivian. She wore rubbery-looking overalls. A blue undershirt with the aquarium's business logo was visible. A name badge attached to a lanyard was around her neck. When I squinted at it, I saw it was credentials with someone else's name on it. She had somehow stolen it from another employee and used it to get by security. Master keys dangled from her belt. You shouldn't be near me, I said as I felt a lump form in the back of my throat. The words came out louder than I had realized. A few people stopped and stared. Who did you steal from to impersonate a worker here? Get away from me and my kid right now, you psycho. Oh, hush. We're meant to be together. The inconvenient circumstances which stop you from being with me are about to fade away. You'll thank me, Ben. We're going to be so happy together. All you needed was a push in the right direction. A cutting of old habits. There's no place in our future for an unnecessary second woman. You might want to look behind you. The big boy is about to eat. In Aquarius' favorite part of the day is feeding time. Vivian laughed as she pointed at the glass. I will never forget the way she cackled. I turned around and saw Grace. My wife was inside of the tank. She floated at peace, inert. Those once pristine emerald eyes were empty. The tiger shark bit her arm off. Streaks of crimson filled the water. This happened in the summer of 2017. My girlfriend and I are from St. Catharines, Ontario, Canada. We both attended university there and decided to take a road trip through the United States to celebrate our graduation. Our destination was Miami, Florida. Her family owns a condo near the beach, so we had a free place to stay. We decided to drive instead of fly because we wanted to see a bit of the country on the way down and visit a few friends. The trip usually takes about 20 to 24 hours by car non-stop, and we were planning on making multiple stops. The first part of the road trip was a wonderful experience. We went shopping in Buffalo, then made our way down to Pittsburgh and managed to catch a Pirates game. However, once we hit West Virginia, things changed. It was nothing but endless wilderness and a few small towns sprinkled in between. We had plans to meet up with some friends for dinner in Charlotte, North Carolina, so we wanted to get through West Virginia ASAP. We only made stops when we absolutely had to. We ended up stopping for gas at a pretty remote spot. My girlfriend and I got out of the car. I started pumping gas and she went inside to use the washroom and pick up some snacks. My tank was about half full when I heard a voice behind me ask, "Y'all lost?" I looked behind me and saw a middle-aged white man with long, messy brown hair that reached down to his shoulders, and an unkempt beard with dashes of grays and what looked to be drops of dried-up mucus. His clothes were torn up and dirty, and he smelled like a mixture of beer, sweat, pee, and feces. He was a little overweight, but pretty tall. I'm 6 foot, and he was about 4 inches taller than me. The teeth he still had left were a yellowish brown. On his right cheek, just under his eye, was a tattoo of some kind of pentagram. I'm pretty into YouTube videos about true crime and cults, so I was able to recognize what it was pretty quickly. He was standing very close to my face, to the point where the smell of his breath was making me dizzy, so I backed up. "No, sir, just passing through," I said nervously. "Not too often we see tourists passing through these parts," he responded. "Where are you headed?" As he said this, he moved even closer than he was before. I had my back up against my car and I couldn't move any farther. I wanted to get away from this guy as quickly as possible, but the car was still filling up with gas and my girlfriend was still inside the gas station. I didn't want this dude to know where we were really going, so I told him I was visiting family in Kentucky, and they were expecting us. After I said this, he cracked a weird half smile, opening his mouth just wide enough for me to get a look at his teeth again. I'll never forget that face. His bloodshot eyes were staring deep into my soul. He let out a weird and sinister laugh. "How lovely," he said. "I'll see you kids around." Then he walked away. I was very relieved that he walked away, but also terrified by his last remarks. I didn't even see him when we pulled into the gas station. So how did he know I wasn't alone? I figured he must have been watching my girlfriend and I when we arrived. The car was finally filled up and I saw my girlfriend walking toward the car with bags full of snacks for the road. I noticed the weird guy was still at the gas station. He was a few pumps away from us, leaning up against an old wreck pickup truck. But to my utter discomfort, he wasn't alone. There were 2 other men and 1 woman with him, making the group 4 in total. The 2 men were just as big as he was, but they had shaved heads. One of them was wearing a dirty white tank top, and the other had no shirt on at all. The woman was shorter, about 5'5". She was very skinny with heavy bags under her eyes and long blonde hair. They all looked like they had been living in the woods for the past 10 years. They were staring and pointing at us, talking amongst themselves. As soon as my girlfriend got to the car, I urgently told her to get in. I'm usually a pretty calm guy, so when my girlfriend noticed I was kind of freaking out, she knew something was up. We quickly entered the car. I locked the doors and I began hauling ass out of the gas station. As we pulled around their red truck to the exit, I noticed there was another pentagram painted in the hood. I also noticed the skull of a goat or ram on their windshield. The 4 people began getting into their truck as they saw us leaving. I knew they were going to follow us as soon as we left. I explained the situation to my girlfriend as we were speeding away from the gas station. We were zooming down the road and I looked in the rearview mirror. As I expected, the red truck was right behind us. I sped up even more, and they did too. I made a left, they did too. I made a full U-turn and they did as well. My girlfriend managed to get reception and dialed 911. We gave the operator our location and they gave us directions to the nearest police station. The operator also asked for the license plate, but the truck didn't have any. Once we were off the phone with them, my girlfriend stuck her cell phone outside of the window and started pointing to it, letting the creeps know we called the police. They finally got the message and stopped following us. We arrived to the police station and filed a report. We gave them the description of the truck and suspects. The investigators said they would call us if they had any more information. We were extremely shaken but also relieved. All we wanted to do at that point was get the hell out of West Virginia. We thought we had shaken the group for good, but unfortunately, we were wrong. We decided to drive through the night to cover as much ground as possible. The area of Appalachia we were in had no streetlights, and I could only see what my headlights allowed me to see. Everything was fine until I noticed two headlights in my rearview mirror. At first, I didn't think anything of it, but I kept an eye on them. The headlights got closer and closer until they were tailgating us. To my complete shock and horror, it was the same red truck from the gas station. These people had somehow found us again, and were right behind us. "It's them," I yelled. My girlfriend began to freak out and dial 911. I floored the gas pedal, not even knowing what was 10 meters in front of me. All we cared about was escaping. We got a mile up the road until my girlfriend yelled, "Watch out." There were 3 dead calves blocking the narrow road. I slammed on the brakes. The red truck was right behind us and we couldn't go forward. We knew we fell into a trap. All of a sudden, a naked man wearing a goat mask darted out from the woods and began hitting our car with what looked like a large axe. The naked man got on the hood of our car and started making sheep noises. My girlfriend was still on the phone with 911, but all she could do was scream. The people behind us got out of the red truck and began walking toward our car. 2 of them had rifles, and 1 of them had a large machete. I knew what I had to do. I put the car into reverse and floored it. The naked man fell off of our car. We smashed into the truck and I managed to knock it into a ditch. After the truck was out of the way, I pulled the fastest U-turn of my life and we got out of there. The people were yelling all kinds of obscenities at us as we drove away. I drove as fast as I could away from these people until we finally arrived in a town and filed another police report. My girlfriend and I were uninjured, thankfully, but we were extremely traumatized. The car was still drivable after that, so we were able to get out of West Virginia the next morning. This entire experience made my girlfriend and I scared to do any more road trips. I still call the police department in West Virginia once in a while to see if they have any leads on these people, but so far, they have not found anything. The fact that these people were able to find us after we went to the police station and drove away still scares and baffles me to this day. Who knows what kind of sick and twisted things this cult had planned if they managed to catch us. Stay safe out there, everyone. My wife locked me in the basement. My wife loves me. I remind myself of this as I stare at the steel door at the top of the stairs. I don't try to open it. I know that it is locked. I can't remember how I know that. I can't remember a lot of things. Or, that's not right. I do sometimes. Time is just slippery. Present devouring the past in an endless Ouroboros. The memories slither in the surface before they wriggle away again. Too fast for me to grasp. I can feel them wriggling. I feel them in my ears, behind my eyes, in the throbbing in my temples. A handful of memories, slimy and squirming and just out of reach. Once upon a time, last week, or now, or yesterday, or last year, I woke up on a soft twin mattress on the concrete floor, behind metal shelves holding old cans of paint and forgotten household projects. The bed was warm, piled with soft gray blankets, but I was cold. I've been in this basement 100 times, but this time, it felt wrong. Strange, like I wasn't supposed to be here. That's it. I'm not supposed to be here. Christ, how am I here? My love, what did you do? How am I here? Now this is wrong. Writhing, pounding, squirming. I lost my train of thought. Where was I? Right. Here. The basement. I woke up and I was scared, alone, cold. At some point I called for my wife, but she didn't answer. My legs felt like jelly when I tried to climb the stairs. I had to give up and crawl. I banged on the door until the skin of my palm split, leaving wide chasms of flesh, blue-gray and fish belly pale. My hands did not bleed. Pink liquid oozed down my arms, sharp-smelling, astringent. My wife looked sad as she stitched the skin back together. You must take better care of yourself, darling, she said. That was yesterday. Or last year. Maybe 5 minutes ago. I don't know, but I know that I miss her. Thinking about her makes me sad and a little frightened, but I can't remember why. I can't remember a lot of things. She must have been here recently. The stitches are still there. Tidy, neat lines holding the flesh together. The wound isn't healing. She told me that's normal for someone in my condition. She kissed the wounds gently, tears in her eyes. You promised me forever, Leah, she whispered. Rosy lips pink and lively and warm, brushing over torn skin. Pressed tenderly to the shiny black thread weaving in and out of stark white flesh. We promised each other. You can't break that vow. I won't let you. I would never, I said, or I tried to. My jaw was locked up tight, almost like it was wired shut. My tongue was a dry, useless husk in my mouth. You did, though. Tears spilled down her cheeks. She smoothed the hand over my thin, brittle hair. A few wisps caught in her wedding band. But it's okay. I brought you back. I'll keep you safe. Safe is good, I mumbled. I leaned into her touch. Her body was warm. She smiled at me, but her eyes were sad. I didn't mean to make her sad. I think I might be sick, but I don't feel ill. I don't really feel anything. Just the writhing in my head, the slithering. My wife left me this phone to call her if I need her. The screen is crushed in one corner. Thick glass, nearly shattered. Cracks, spider webbing, and thin slivers across the surface. There's a faint brown-red stain on the case. I think it's my phone, but my wife's number is the only one saved in the contacts. Sometimes I press the button and it rings, rings, rings. Have I called her yet today? I don't know the password for any of the apps. This one is logged in. I remember I liked coming on here, reading stories. I can't remember if I ever told any of my own. I can't remember a lot of things. When I try, the writhing intensifies. Entire brain squirming in my skull, gray matter thrashing against bone. It doesn't hurt, at least. Nothing hurts. I think that's a good thing. I remember pain in that elusive before. There was so much hurt, and there was shattered glass and the thick, sickly sweet scent of gasoline. It might have been a dream. It feels distant, a blurry watercolor of fear and pain. A nightmare. It's already wriggling away. I know I wasn't always in this basement. I remember a garden draped in fairy lights and my wife in a white dress smiling at me. I remember her smiling at me from across the kitchen counter, laughing when I accidentally dropped a whole egg into the frying pan. White shell stark in the running yellow yolk. White like her wedding dress. White like the weather-worn boards of our front porch. White like a silk coffin liner. White like high beams barreling down the road, coming at you fast. White like maggots squirming in flesh. White like my wife's teeth when she smiles at me. She smiles at me a lot. She loves me. Her smiles are always sad now. I can't remember why she's so sad. I can't remember a lot of things. Maybe it's because of the dog. There is... No. There was a dog in the road. I like dogs. I pulled the steering wheel to the right, and then... Stop. It's wriggling again. I wanted to stop. I shouldn't be here. It's so quiet in the basement. How long have I been down here? Why is the door locked? My fingernails are black. I don't remember painting them. I tried to chip off the polish and the whole nail slid off, thick and cracked down the middle. The skin underneath is a bluish, mottled gray. There is no blood, just that pink, sharp liquid, cool to the touch. Blood is red, not pink. It's warm and thick. It gets in your eyes and your head hurts and the lights are too bright and it drips and flows and slithers and writhes and... It doesn't hurt now. Not my palms. Not my fingernail. Not my head. Nothing hurts. I think that's a good thing. It doesn't feel good. My brain is squirming again. I think I should lie down until my wife gets back. She should get back soon. She promised. She can explain everything. Maybe she can make the slithering stop. She's keeping me safe. That must be why the door is locked. Why I can't leave. I should keep her safe too. When she comes back, I'll make sure she stays with me. Safe. Here. Forever. I can't remember a lot of things, but I do remember this. My wife loves me. And I love her. We promised each other forever. And we don't break our promises. How much longer, Mommy? Elizabeth asked her mother. My wife turned around in her seat. Not too much longer, honey. Try to go back to sleep, Liv told her. I can't, Mommy. I'm too dizzy, Elizabeth told her. Honey, pull over when you see an opportunity. We've been in the car for 2 days, Liv told me. She was sure to use her polite, loving tone, but it did little to conceal the icy daggers she had been staring into me for the last 3 days. It's about lunchtime anyway. I'll stop at the next diner I see. Yay! Elizabeth exclaimed weakly from her booster seat. We had eaten every breakfast, lunch, and dinner at roadside diners for the last 2 days. The novelty was wearing off for me. But for a 4-year-old, every stop was an adventure. She hadn't done much but sleep and vomit for the entire trip. But the diners made her smile, watching her light up with excitement when she talked to the waitresses at each one. She would scan the walls of each small-town restaurant, each with a different theme of old tin signs or paintings. Even old newspaper clippings from old papers. I must have acquired a dozen stuffed animals from various claw machines. Liv was irritated at the frivolous expense, but said nothing because we both enjoyed the amusement it provided Elizabeth. Even a little smile on her face was all we could hope for these days. Just a tiny break for all of us from the 2 years of pain, vomiting, and tears that had been cursed with. As a parent, seeing your child in pain gives you a sense of agony, but knowing your child is going to die and there is nothing you can do gives you a deep, profound sense of failure and emptiness. That feeling has stricken Liv in me. I have felt guilty for the last 6 months. This deep pain that we have both felt, the stress of cross-country trips to see specialists, the disappointment each time we returned home with no help from anyone, and the impending doom of staring down complete financial ruin with the stacks of medical bills. I knew on some level that somehow there had been some way for Liv and me to share this burden, to be stronger for facing it together, but I had shut her out somehow, and likewise, she had shut me out. Daddy, can I have ice cream for dinner? Elizabeth asked. I glanced up to the rearview mirror to see her smile. Her eyes met mine in the mirror. You can have anything you want, honey, I told her. No, Liv said firmly. You have been eating junk food for the last 2 days. The doctors say you need to eat more vegetables. They'll make you better, Liv said. Elizabeth groaned in disappointment and Liv sighed. She hated being the bad guy, always trying to enforce the doctor's orders, even when she knew substituting broccoli for chocolate ice cream wasn't likely to give us another day with our baby. I pulled off the highway in a town Google didn't bother to name. Kelly's Diner was hand-painted on a sign over a little truck stop restaurant. We walked in the door and were greeted by an older blonde waitress. Y'all sit wherever you like. Except for a couple of truckers eating at the bar, the place was empty. Liv went over and took a seat at the booth. Elizabeth and I watched as her mother took a leather bag from her purse. Liv began removing bottles of prescription pills from the bag and lining them up on the table. Elizabeth looked up at me with a frown. I hate taking those pills every time we eat. They make me sick, Daddy, she groaned. I know, honey, but they're going to make you better. And soon you won't have to take them anymore, I told her. She wasn't looking up at me anymore. Her attention had drifted off towards something behind me. I turned to see what she was looking at. In the corner at the entrance to the hall, leading toward the restrooms, was a claw machine full of stuffed animals. I looked back down to see Elizabeth giving me her big puppy dog eyes. I looked back toward the table to see that Liv was still lining up bottles. Okay, but only one try, I told her. And sat down at the table just as the waitress arrived with glasses of water for each of us. Looks like we have a winner, the waitress said to Elizabeth with a kind smile. Elizabeth held up her stuffed alligator over her head like a trophy. Look, alligator, she yelled excitedly to our waitress. Great, another toy, Liv said. Put it down for now. It's time to take your medicines, honey. My daughter tucked the alligator next to her booster seat and removed her baseball cap from her head. As she removed her head, I watched our waitress's smile turn into a thin grimace. She stared at her for a minute, and as if she was suddenly aware of my wife and I watching her, she offered us both a look of pity and cleared her throat. Then she began to read us the daily specials. I'll have a cheeseburger and fries, I told her, glancing at her name tag, Kelly. All of the same, Liv said. Mac and cheese, Elizabeth said, pointing at the picture of her kids' menu. Honey, why don't you... Liv started and stopped. Can we get a side of broccoli with that? She asked Kelly, unable to deprive her daughter of yet another treat. Kelly went to the back and hung our order up for the cook. Elizabeth took her glass of water and began to swallow her pills one at a time. She didn't fuss or complain once. In a weird way, that saddened me. She had become so accustomed to taking her poison that she didn't even complain anymore. I spotted Kelly sneaking glances as she bussed tables across the restaurant. We ate our meal, and with little conversation except for the 20 questions about each knick-knack within eyesight of Elizabeth. She had become so inquisitive lately, as if she sensed the gravity of her illness and wanted to learn as much about the world as she could, while she had time. Mommy, I have to go to the bathroom, she said. Liv stood and took her back to the restroom. Kelly came and handed me the check. I pulled my wallet out and fumbled through credit cards. I didn't mean to stare, Kelly said apologetically. It's okay, she's used to it by now, I said. When people see a person with no hair, no eyebrows, and sunken eyes, they know what it means. I lost my husband to cancer a few years back, but a child. I'm so sorry. Kelly added. I said nothing. She took my card and the check and went back to her kiosk. Liv and Elizabeth returned shortly and Kelly brought my card back. I'm sorry, sir. Your card was declined, Kelly told me. The tone of pity she had previously now 2 notches deeper. I pulled my wallet out and began to pull another credit card out. No, that's fine. It's on the house. I began to protest. Free meals for anyone who wins alligators from the claw game. It's a very strict policy. Kelly said and winked at Elizabeth. Elizabeth giggled and, as if she had forgotten all about it, then picked up her alligator and held it back up with a roar. An hour down the road, Elizabeth was sound asleep. I thought you had caught up on the credit card debts, Liv said quietly in an icy tone. I did. I canceled each one as I paid them off. I guess I just mixed them up, I said. She nodded, not taking her eyes off the road. She knew I was lying. Welcome to Oak Hill, population 312. The sign read as we pulled into town. I'll have to come out here with some paint tomorrow and change that to 315. I told Liv. She ignored me. 10 minutes later, we pulled off the paved road and up a steep driveway. This will be great in the winter, Liv said. When we pulled up to the house, though, her eyes widened. It was huge. Even I was surprised. I had only seen pictures on the website, but they didn't do it justice. Smith Manor could more easily pass for a hotel than a house. Oh my god. Liv mumbled as she stepped out of the car. It was built at the top of a hill, so in each direction, we could see trees for miles and miles, and the house was enormous. The paint was dark green with white trim. The realtor said the key would be under the mat. If you unlock the door, I'll get Elizabeth. Liv nodded and began to head toward the house. I opened the back door and unbuckled the car seat. I did my best to make sure I didn't wake her as I pulled her out of the car and carried her up to the house. Honestly, I knew there was very little chance I would wake her. The medication made her so tired. The inside of the house was even more impressive. The foyer had a 15-foot ceiling that had a large crystal chandelier hanging in the middle. 2 staircases mirrored each other as they led up to the left and right sides of the second floor. I looked to my right and saw a room that appeared to be lined with bookshelves. To my left, I was in a room with a couch in it. I laid Elizabeth on the couch and set off to find Liv. I went back across the foyer to the other room I had to see. There was a large, old oak desk and leather-bound books stacked on top of it. There were hundreds of other books on the shelves. I left the room and walked down the hallway into a very large kitchen. I didn't see Liv in there either. Something called to me from further down the hall. It called softly and solemnly in an invisible voice. I walked down the hallway and found a door. It had a latch on it. There was a place to put a padlock, but at the moment, there wasn't one. I opened the door. There was a long row of wooden stairs that led down into what I imagined was the basement. It was dark and eerily silent. Liv? I called out. Is there anyone down there? I didn't hear a response. And for a long while, I just stood there and stared into the darkness. And the darkness stared back. You were right, Liv said from the kitchen. Her voice startled me. I slammed the door shut. This house is amazing. It's the perfect place for us to just relax and enjoy our time with Elizabeth, Liv told me. I said nothing. I just held my wife for a minute. The smell of her shampoo filled my nostrils. It brought back a flood of memories. Couldn't remember the last time I had been so close to my wife. I'm sorry about everything. I was pissed about the move, and the way you went about it was all wrong. We have been under so much stress with everything, Liv told me. I know I should have talked to you before I sold our house, and I know I shouldn't have quit my job. We really couldn't afford it, and even if my family owns this house, I knew at the time if I would have come home and told you this was my plan, you would have freaked out. You would have thought I lost my mind. Liv gently placed one finger over my mouth. Shh. I was mad. and I have no idea what we will do when we run out of money, and there is no way we can afford the mortgage on this house. But you were right. We have seen a dozen doctors and tried every treatment offered, and still, the most optimistic medical opinion is 3 to 6 months. We will settle in here and make the most of our time as a family. We will do everything we can to keep her comfortable and as happy as we can. And when it's done, we will figure out the finances. I just held her. I held her tight. I was happy that she had started to come around. I knew she didn't know exactly what she was really in for, but in the end, she would know that this was the right thing to do for all of us. Why don't you pick out a room for Elizabeth? The realtor said the entire house was left completely furnished. I'll get started on dinner. We have a box of snacks and ramen in the trunk. I figured that would work for tonight. Tomorrow we can go to town, check things out, and pick up some groceries. The movers will be here day after tomorrow. Liv kissed me and held me again. I love you, she said softly into my ear, and for the first time in a year, I knew she meant it. I went out to the car. It was dark now and cold, much colder than I had expected for spring. I pulled the key fob out of my pocket and unlocked the car. The wind howled through the woods. As I lifted the box of snacks out the trunk, I froze. The wind had been howling with 1,000 voices as it passed through the trees, but for a second, I could swear I heard one of those voices yell, "Leave now." I stood straight up and looked out into the woods. There was a faint glimmer of moonlight off the river that I hadn't noticed earlier, but I couldn't see anyone. I looked back to the house. It felt somehow larger now, stronger, with the lit up against the night. Elizabeth woke up just as I started filling bowls with ramen noodles. We ate our first meal in the house in the dining room, sitting around a table much too large for us. There were 15 chairs at the table. We ate quietly. The room was dimly lit with 2 chandeliers hanging over the table. As large as they looked, they did little to drive the darkness from the room. "Well, Elizabeth, what do you think of the house?" Liv asked. I waited patiently for a long string of questions from Elizabeth as she finished her soup, but instead, without looking up, she just shrugged. "It feels dark, Mommy." Liv and I exchanged disappointed glances. "Well, tomorrow night we will light a fire, and maybe the candles too," I said, pointing at the large fireplace on the wall. This place was built by my great-great-grandparents a very long time ago, and back then they didn't have electricity. There are several fireplaces, and the walls are lined with candles and oil lamps. That's what they used to use at night. Elizabeth finished slurping her soup, and then stumbled slightly in her chair. "I don't feel good. I think I just want to go to bed," she told us. "Of course, honey. It's been a long trip. We could all use some rest." I awoke in the middle of the night. I heard voices in the darkness. I got out of bed and slowly crept towards the hallway. In the moonlight that streaked across the floor, I could see Elizabeth standing there. She giggled and played with her stuffed animals. I just stood there for a moment and watched her play. She hadn't had too many opportunities to play as a child should. Liv placed her hand on my shoulder, startling me. I jumped a little, but was careful not to make a noise. I didn't want to interrupt my daughter playing. "She looks happy. I haven't seen her smile this much since she got sick," Liv whispered to me. "Should we put her back to bed?" she asked me. "No, she knows where we are if she needs us. Let's just let her play and get to know the house." Elizabeth took one of her Hot Wheels and rolled it down the hallway. It made little clicks as it rolled over the floorboards, and a clunk as it hit the wall and came to a stop in the dark corner of the hallway. "Okay, let's go to bed then," Liv said. She walked away and crawled back into bed. My heart skipped a beat as the Hot Wheel rolled back from the darkness to land at my daughter's feet. Elizabeth giggled and I went back to bed. The next morning, we had a breakfast that consisted of muffins, chips, and honey buns. Leftover snacks were acquired from truck stops and gas stations along the way. A meal that Liv would hardly have approved of a couple of days ago, but much to my surprise, she didn't complain at all. "How was your first night in the new house?" Liv asked Elizabeth. "It was great. At first, I was scared, but then I met my friends. They're nice," Elizabeth answered and took another bite of her chips. Liv looked at me quizzically. "Your friends, honey?" Elizabeth chomped another chip and nodded matter-of-factly. "How about you run upstairs and get dressed, and then we will go to town and get groceries?" Liv said. "Okay, Mommy. Can we get ice cream?" "Maybe," Liv said. Once we heard the pitter-patter of Elizabeth's footsteps running up the stairs, Liv shook her head. "What friends? Who is she talking about?" "It's been a long time since she had anyone to play with. I'm not surprised that she has imaginary friends," I said. "She has never had imaginary friends before. What if she is hallucinating again?" Liv asked. Tears began to well in her eyes. "Last time was different. She wasn't playing with people. She was in a hospital bed and the doctors said it was a side effect of the drugs they had her on. Look, Liv, it's a big house and she has a great imagination. I don't think there is anything for us to worry about." Liv started to say something, but was silent by the sound of little footsteps charging down the stairs. "Okay, Mommy, let's go, let's go, let's go," Elizabeth said as she rushed to the door. The trip to town was about 20 minutes. It wasn't town as much as it was a street with a grocery store, a post office, and a doctor's office all between two gas stations. We walked the aisles, grabbing the basic grocery items we needed. Elizabeth sat in the cart. I knew she was a little too old to ride in the cart, but I knew walking the store would take too much out of her. "Can we get tea, Mommy?" Elizabeth asked. "Tea? Why do you want tea?" Liv asked. "For Tiffany, Earl Grey. It's her favorite," Elizabeth explained. Liv shot me a concerned look. I saw that Elizabeth had noticed the concerned look and gone quiet, something she had unfortunately seen too many times, and had come to associate with being sick and us traveling to a new city and seeing new doctors. "You know what? I think I saw tea on that last aisle," I said and gave Elizabeth my best smile. "You want to go look?" Elizabeth smiled back and nodded excitedly. As we checked out, the clerk scanned the items and chuckled. "I figured you guys were passing through on a road trip. Never seen you in here before. Guess I was wrong. It'd be pretty hard to cook frozen pizzas on the road." "No, we just moved here," Liv said. "Oh, what brought you to our little corner of the world?" he asked. Liv sighed, obviously not wanting to tell the whole story. "We needed a break from the city, and my husband's family had an old house here. It's been on the market for years and hasn't sold, so they are letting us stay there for a while." "Is that right?" the clerk asked as he continued scanning groceries. "I can't blame you for getting out of the city, but where's the house? I don't think I've seen a for sale sign here my entire life." "It's the Smith Manor." The clerk stopped scanning. "Oh, I see," he said. The clerk gave me a hard look up and down, and then looked cautiously at my daughter. I cleared my throat. He began scanning groceries again. "What's wrong with Smith Manor?" Liv asked. The cashier looked at me, and I gave him a keep your mouth shut look. "Just old rumors," the clerk said. I thought that was the end of it, but then the bagger, a heavy-set woman in her 50s, said, "Oh, it's the old cult story." "What cult?" my wife asked, turning her attention to the bagger. Years ago, even before I was born, there was a cult up there. Supposedly they practiced some sort of old Phoenician rituals. And the story goes that children started going missing. Then one day, the townspeople went up there and found proof that the Smith family was sacrificing children to some old god. The townspeople killed the Smith family, and that house has been vacant on and off my whole life. Now and then, someone comes out and fixes the house up, but I can't say I've ever seen anyone live there. It's just an old urban legend, I said, cutting her off. I looked my wife in the eyes. An old legend carried on by people that have nothing better to do than gossip and defame my family. I looked back at the beggar, and she put her head down and quietly finished filling my cart with groceries. It was a long ride back to the house, and I thought about what I could say to comfort my wife when she brought up the story, but the words escaped me. We brought the groceries inside and put them away. "Can I have my tea, Daddy?" Elizabeth asked. I made a cup of tea, checked to make sure it wasn't too hot, and handed it to her. "2 cups, Daddy. 1 for me and 1 for Tiffany." Liv glared at me. I poured another cup and handed it to her. We both watched as Elizabeth walked as carefully as she could out of the kitchen, spilling a little with each step. I smirked at this and looked back to see Liv staring at me. Her icy tone had returned. "What the fuck?" she asked. "I don't think a couple of cups of tea will hurt her," I said defensively. "I'm not worried about the tea. I'm worried about the fact that you brought us here. I'm worried about what happened here. You never told me about any of this." Liv yelled at me as quietly as she could. "I've heard the rumors. My grandparents told me about them years ago. According to them, that's why they left town after having lived here for 5 generations. I don't know exactly what happened, but they said rumors started, and before long it had become unbearable to live in a small town with such a horrible reputation. Honestly, if it was true, my grandparents would be in prison, right?" I asked. Liv sighed. "Yeah, yes, I guess so. It's a small backwoods town. Half of the people here never made it to high school. I wouldn't put much stock into what they say. And besides, the house is amazing. You said so yourself. And most importantly, Elizabeth loves it here. She's happy here," I pleaded. Liv sighed again. She looked out the window at the view over the valley. I moved closer to her. I placed my hands on her shoulders. "We can't go back. The house sold quicker than I expected, and I don't have a job to go back to anyways. There isn't anything waiting for us there but a mountain of debt. When I reached out to my grandparents and told them the situation, they agreed to let us stay here for free as long as we want. We talked about this." Liv began to cry. I wiped a tear from her cheek. "We have tried everything. We agreed we could take the money from the sale of our home, come out here and spend as much time as we can with Elizabeth," I said softly. Liv began to cry harder. I wrapped my arms around her and held her tight. She nodded yes into my shoulder. "Yes, we'll stay here as long as we can. Elizabeth is happy here. We can stay." She squeezed me tightly. Behind her, I could see the door to the basement open slightly. The darkness called to me. Liv made a frozen pizza for dinner. We waited until it was about 7:30 to start cooking to let Elizabeth rest. She had been sleeping for several hours now. We could hear her running back and forth, playing in the hallway upstairs. When we called Elizabeth down to eat, she didn't reply. Worried, we both walked to the bottom of the stairwell. It was dark up there. The hallway she had been running in just seconds ago was pitch black. Liv and I both walked up the side of the stairs side by side. We reached the top of the stairs and turned into the hallway. It was pitch black, with just a thin line of moonlight streaming across the far end of the hall. It led in from one of the guest bedrooms. Elizabeth stepped out of the room and turned towards us. Liv and I both let out a breath of relief, and then after a second look, I realized that the little girl wasn't Elizabeth. My daughter was much thinner. and bald, but this girl had long blonde hair and was wearing a dress I had never seen. An old dress that looked like something a girl would have worn 100 years ago. I turned to my wife, who was breathing heavily. Her eyes locked on the stranger at the end of the hallway. I was even more worried now that I knew I wasn't the only one seeing this. I looked back to see the girl was staring straight at us. She had one hand raised over her head. It was as if she were trying to wave but had forgotten how. And when we heard Elizabeth talking in her room, I looked at the room to our right. It was halfway between us and the little girl at the end of the hall. I began to run toward the door. Liv right behind me. The little girl lowered her hand and watched us without moving. When we entered the room, I flipped the light switch on. I caught a glimpse of at least a dozen more little girls in the room with my daughter, and in a flash, they disappeared, leaving only a trail of smoke where each one had stood. It looked like a dozen small campfires had been extinguished all at once. A thick smell of smoke filled my nostrils. I rushed in and picked up my daughter, holding her as close as I could. "Daddy, that hurts." I loosened my grip only slightly. I shot panicked glances at every corner of the room. Liv stood next to us and placed her hand on Elizabeth's head. She looked around the hall and then looked at her in the eyes. "Honey, who were those girls?" she asked Elizabeth. "Those are my friends. They told me they want me to stay with them forever. That you and Daddy had brought me here to be with them," Elizabeth said. Liv took Elizabeth from my arms. I went to the hall and looked left and right. Not a sign of them there. "Honey, did they hurt you?" Liv asked. "No, Mommy. They are nice. Tiffany is my favorite. She likes to play tea parties. She says that Marty will come tonight and make it so I can stay here forever and ever," Elizabeth said. She had a happy, upbeat tone that I found particularly discomforting at this particular moment. "Who's Marty?" I asked Elizabeth. "I don't know, Daddy," she answered. "You're sleeping with us tonight, Elizabeth," Liv said. I woke up about 3 in the morning alone in bed. The lights were on, just the way we left them. I hadn't slept with the lights on since I was a little kid, but I had never seen a ghost either. I got up and walked downstairs. I could see a light on in the office near the foyer. I crept down slowly, scanning the room for my family, or those girls. As I approached the office door, I saw Liv at the desk. She was reading through an old leather journal. She looked up as I entered. "Look at this," she commanded. I walked over slowly. She seemed frantic and jittery as she turned the journal toward me. There was a sketch of a man with a bull's head. I looked closer and saw that it was some kind of statue made of wooden sticks. "Where's Elizabeth?" I asked. Liv didn't answer me. She just picked up the journal and pointed at it. "They figured it out. Your great-grandparents traveled the world studying old religions. They found out why the Phoenicians sacrificed children. It says that their cult recreated the rituals here in this house and sacrificed children to Marduk. But it didn't kill them. The souls stayed here in this house." Liv continued to ramble. I could tell she was having some kind of psychotic break. I tried to raise my voice and speak over her. "Liv, where is Elizabeth?" She continued talking and pointing at the journal and books she had open on the desk. Everything seemed muted. I could see her lips moving, but everything sounded like I was underwater. I felt my heart beating against my ribs as if it were trying to escape. And when I saw the same bull-headed statue in a picture in one of the open books, it was on fire. And when I looked closer, I saw something unthinkable. There was a child in his outstretched arms. Liv slapped my shoulder to get my attention and snapped me out of my fog. I heard the first thing I heard her say in 10 minutes. "Don't you get it? Elizabeth said Marty was coming to see her tonight. Marty is Marduk," she yelled. I looked back at the picture of the wooden bull on the page. I looked at the agony on the face of the child in the flames. Over my dead body, I thought to myself. I ran out of the room and into the dining room. I froze with terror as I saw the table. The dozen ghost girls all sat at the table and turned their heads toward me in unison. It's almost time. He will be here any minute, and we can all be together. They said at the same time in an eerie cacophony that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. I forced myself to look at every kid at the table. None of them were Elizabeth. I still had time. I had to find my daughter and get her out of here before it was too late. I ran out of the room and it hit me. I knew where my baby was. She was in the darkness, in the basement. I ran as fast as I could through the kitchen. The door to the basement was open. I stood at the top of the steps and saw lights flickering across the floor. I rushed down the steps, wood creaking beneath my feet. When I reached the bottom, I saw it. A giant fireplace at least 15 feet high and 10 feet across. There were torches lit at each side, and there in the center, to my horror, was a 10-foot statue of a man with a bull's head. Sections of tree limbs or small trees made up the body, while bundles of smaller sticks formed his head and arms. And there in his arms was Elizabeth. She was asleep or unconscious, and her wrists were tied to one arm, and her ankles at the other arm of the statue. I began to run to untie her when I was hit. I heard the clank of the shovel against my head before I felt it. I landed on my face on the concrete floor. I rolled over and saw Liv standing there with the shovel. You'll see in the morning. I know this is why we are here now. We can finally save our daughter and we can be together forever. You'll understand, she said. She hit me in the head again, and then again. I began to black out. Last thing I heard before I passed out was my wife saying, "All of us, together forever." It's been almost a year now, and I still sit down to dinner every night with my daughter and the other souls trapped in this house. Liv is one of them. I didn't realize her plan, but she sacrificed herself as well. I will be joining them after I post this, and we will be together forever. I don't have much time left. He'll return any moment. It's beyond me how I'm still conscious, let alone alive. Even the smallest movement causes indescribable, excruciating pain. However, I feel it necessary to push through this agony because everyone desperately needs to be warned of him. It's far too late to save myself. Anyone who attempted to try would be embarking on a death mission. This is simply a warning I hope could save others. The fate of meeting this man, this demon, isn't something I would even wish on my worst enemy. My name is Casey O'Sullivan. The events that lead to my predicament began a long, long time ago. My youngest days, actually. Maybe even before my birth. This fate had been determined for me. The more I think about it, yes, it was inevitable I'd meet my maker at the hands of Julius Dougherty. Hopefully this will make sense to you by the time you're done reading. I don't know if I'll be able to even finish telling my story before my imminent death. Forgive my rambling. I'm very foggy in the head. I've gotten ahead of myself. Let me get back to where I started. Ever since I was a little girl, I'd dreamed about my wedding day. In fact, I actually began planning it as a child, going so far as to have my gown picked out by the time I was 8. After seeing a photo of my great-great-grandmother on her wedding day, I knew I wanted a replica of the gown. As expected from a photo of 1890, it was rather low quality and unfortunately deteriorating. Every time I touched the image, another bit of ink seemed to fade or blur into nothingness. Despite this, I could still make out most of the details on the gorgeous dress. Given my determination to preserve the treasured image, I didn't look at it all too often. I had made a great effort to keep the grainy photo from further eroding. Sealing the photo airtight in a Ziploc bag, I'd tucked it into a labeled envelope and kept it locked in my nightstand drawer. Logan was my high school sweetheart. We've been together ever since he asked me to junior year prom. He's the first and only boyfriend I had. In fact, we'd been close friends since childhood, so much so that both our parents joked about us marrying when we grew up. It was a lovely day when Logan proposed to me. The location may not have seemed anything special to your average person, simply the gardens of our neighborhood park. However, for us, it was the park we'd played as children where we'd met nearly 2 decades ago. Logan sat me on the age swings that hung on the faded red set, the same swings that were nearly as old as we were. He'd gotten down on a knee in front of me and asked me to marry him. Right there in the wood chips, being the sentimental person I am, and how much thought he'd clearly put into the proposal, had me in tears of happiness. Of course, I said yes without hesitation. It was our engagement party when a tall, strawberry-haired, well-dressed man approached me. I felt like I knew him, but couldn't quite place the name to his face, which was obscured by a pair of mirrored sunglasses despite being indoors. The scar on his neck stood out though, and I racked my brain attempting to remember where I recognized him from. Clack, clack, clack. Interrupting my thoughts, and before I even could open my mouth, the man spoke quickly but confidently in a hushed tone. I heard through the grapevine you wanted an authentic Victorian wedding dress. I know where you'll be able to get the perfect, handmade dress better than you could dream. I was sent by the owner to extend this offer. He says to consider it a personal invitation. He took my hand in his own, pressing a slip of paper into my palm before letting go. Taken aback by the unexpected and sudden encounter with the stranger, I wasn't sure how to immediately respond. For a moment, I just stared at him and blinked, then glanced down at the paper he'd given to me. On what appeared to be torn from a notebook page, the words Doherty's Dress Shop had been scrawled, accompanied by what I assumed was the address, along with the date and time. It was only a few blocks away from my apartment, yet initially, I couldn't recall ever seeing it. The man startled me as he suddenly spoke again. It's the Victorian-era styled boutique store, he told me, as if he'd read my thoughts. Hearing that from him was all it took for me to suddenly remember the place. Oh yes, I've always been curious to pop in there and have a look, actually. Unfortunately, the place has always either been closed or I was too in much of a hurry when it was open. The man smiled widely. Well, you'll definitely get the chance to do so. Simply show up on the time I wrote. The owner has it scheduled as a personal appointment for you. That night, I debated whether to go to the shop, ultimately deciding to. Despite the odd invitation, it easily could be explained. Likely one of my sisters or close girlfriends, all of whom would be bridesmaids, had gone to the shop to surprise me. Yes, that had to be it. Given how many times I remembered bringing up the place and my curiosity of it, as for the unnamed stranger who'd given me the invite, I gave up trying to remember where I recognized him. Reason being, he obviously was an employee of the shop he'd invited me to. Upon entering the store the following Saturday, I was greeted by a tall, flamboyant man who I assumed to be the owner. Clack, clack, clack. The heels of leather boots he wore clacked loudly, giving audio to his already striking appearance. Dressed in a button-down shirt with shiny gold and blue stripes, it had an oddly pleasing clash with the dark yet bright purplish hair that framed his face, which reminded me of a porcelain doll. On his right cheekbone, a small black heart had been tattooed beneath his eye. With a soft, almost harmonic voice he spoke to me. I see you accepted my invitation. How wonderful to meet you, ma'am. The man smiled gently. And congratulations as well, on the engagement. Offering my hand out to shake. Nice to meet you. I've been looking forward to our appointment. He didn't take my hand, instead crossing his arms in a manner that felt a bit intimidating. However, the relaxed smile on his dollish face kept me at ease. As have I. Your sister is acquainted with an employee of mine and happened to mention your wedding to him. Oh yeah, that would explain how you knew. Though it hadn't been exactly what I'd assumed previously, it made even more sense and calmed the bit of remaining anxiety I held. Mm-hmm. The purple-haired man nodded at me. I heard you had something specific in mind. Yes, my great-great-grandmother's dress. I reached into my purse to get the treasured photo. I have a picture I brought with, in fact. The tall male wordlessly uncrossed his arms and held out a rather delicate hand. His long, slender fingers were manicured better than my own. I hesitated upon noticing how sharp his glossy, black nails appeared to be. Well, he raised an eyebrow. I can't read minds, you know. The tone of the man's voice was playful and friendly. Once again, my worries were put at rest, and I proceeded to hand him the photo. Snatching it out my hand, the man studied the photo in silence with a blank face for well over a minute. I figured the faded and smudged ink of it was causing him to struggle to figure out whether he'd be able to replicate it accurately. When he finally looked up at me again, the soft smile had returned to his face. I can most certainly do that for you. The man spoke enthusiastically. We'll make sure this dress both meets and exceeds your expectations. You must have a perfect dress for the big day, after all. Weddings are always something to celebrate to the fullest extent. How about a lovely pair of white, leather ankle boots to match? I beamed, the idea sounding perfect. Yes, absolutely. Thank you so much. I had agreed without a second thought. The photograph was handed back to me. I looked down to inspect the old picture in my hand, expecting to see another mark of wear. Oddly enough, not only was it in the condition it had been previously, the ink actually appeared less faded than before, and wrinkles not as noticeable. I would have thought more about the weird predicament of the photo, if it hadn't only then occurred. What's your name? I don't think I caught it. However, by the time I looked back, the dark-haired male had disappeared. Shuffling through my bag, I took out the appointment card which I'd received at the engagement shower. Though I didn't remember any name being on it before, I was surprised to find it had been scrawled on the bottom. Julius Doherty. The name rang a distant bell in my mind, though I couldn't place it. Tilting my head back up to look for the man who had seemed to vanish in thin air, I was startled to find he now stood directly in front of me. Do you believe in God, Casey? Julius asked softly. His icy blue eyes locked on my own, catching me in a stare down I couldn't escape from. I blinked at the question, confused at not only the seemingly instantaneous, silent way he'd moved, but also baffled at the sudden curiosity in my faith. Yes, I answered carefully. You believe in heaven and hell? Julius asked in a manner that felt a bit more like an interrogation. Nodding, I answered, Of course. Where would you rather go? The man asked in a tone that filled me with dread despite the gentleness of his voice. Heaven, of course, I told him. Julius chuckled, shaking his head to himself as if I'd said some joke, and motioned me to follow. Very well. Let's go measure you for your gown now, dear. We must make sure it's just perfect. As odd as that man's behavior was, I foolishly wrote it off. Chalked it all up to his obvious eccentric and rather quirky personality. Julius was odd, certainly, but as he began to casually chat with me about life and latest celebrity gossip, the strange aspects of him were forgotten. As our light-hearted conversation flowed while he'd taken my measurements, he began to feel like an old friend. Julius was friendly, sweet, and kind even. He decided to make the veil for my wedding gown free of charge, and when I pushed back, he insisted. Once we'd finished covering all the bases for my wedding attire and scheduled my next appointment, Julius saw me out. He walked me to the door and held it for me, a real gentleman. You get home safe now, Casey, he told me, opening the door into what I only now realized was early night. I could have sworn I'd been there no longer than 2 hours at most. I will. Thank you again, really. Just gotta give Logan a call and let him know I'm alright. He must be worried. I reached to take my phone out. 8:30 p.m. How the heck had it been over 8 hours? You can just blame me. Julius chuckled lightheartedly. I shouldn't have kept you so long chatting. Time is an odd thing. I didn't understand exactly what he meant by the last part, so I just agreed, as I was running late already, and didn't have the time to ask for an explanation. It is. Alright, I must be going now. I'll see you in a month for the fitting appointment, Julius. I smiled and gave a wave goodbye. Julius returned the gesture before disappearing into the shop while I began my trip home. The appointment for the fitting of my gown had been scheduled for exactly 1 month later. Today. I woke up this morning thrilled, clueless to the hell, quite literally, I would be walking into. It was raining, and despite leaving a bit early, the weather caused me to run late, albeit only by a few minutes. I was half soaked once I made it into the shop, which seemed to be scented by fresh roses. You're late. Julius's voice alerted me to his presence. His tone was flat, and he appeared to be rather unpleasant by my tardiness. My apologies, Mr. Doherty. I left early, actually. I'm excited for today. I held my hand out to shake with an apologetic smile. Upon hearing me, a small smile spread across Julius's face, though it appeared very forced. Rather than returning the offered handshake, the tall male simply crossed his arms across his chest as he'd done our previous meeting. I, as well, have been looking forward to showing you the dress I've made for you. He turned on the heel of his boot, walking towards the back of his shop and motioning me to follow. No need for such formalities between us, yes? It's just fine for you to address me as Julius. Alright then, Julius. I agreed, following along, admiring the dresses and various accessories that the shop was packed with. Every customer of mine is special to me and means a great deal, he told me as he walked over to a curtain hung in a circle, obscuring whatever was behind it from view. You're a kind man. I chuckled. Oh, you're far too sweet, my dear. He laughed lightly. For some reason, his reaction made a pit of dread form in my stomach. However, I didn't have more than a second to register it. At the same moment, he whipped open the curtain to reveal the mannequin that modeled what would be my wedding wear. What immediately caught my attention was how lifelike the mannequin appeared to be. A woman, strikingly similar to Julius's own appearance, down to the doll-like face. However, her eyes were ocean blue instead of the near white, icy blue of the dressmakers. Do you like it? Julius's voice cut through my distraction. I looked at the gown finally, and was taken aback by just how perfect it was. The attention to detail was stunning. Each bead and sequin was placed flawlessly in a manner that could have only been done by hand. The dress successfully made me forget about the oddness of the mannequin that wore it. Yes. I nodded, blinking back tears of joy. I love it. It's perfection. Julius cut me off, finishing my sentence for me. The man smiled proudly at my reaction to his hard work. Beyond perfection. Thank you, Julius. I beamed at him. Shall we get you in the gown to make sure it fits properly, then? Julius began unbuttoning the gown to remove it from the mannequin, leaving it in a plain, underdress slip. That sounds wonderful. I agreed. Julius showed me over to the dressing room. I changed into the dress in privacy, emerging only once I was ready for him to help button up the back and tie the corset for me. Clack, clack, clack. Bringing me over to a mirror, Julius helped me on a small platform. You remind me so much of my sister. Julius hummed to me in his soft voice. Looked just like she did on her wedding day. He did up the buttons of the dress. Oh, you have a sister? I asked while admiring myself in the gorgeous, handcrafted gown. It was so flawlessly made that may have well as been a true Victorian-era vintage dress. The corset was laced and tightened to the extent I could hardly breathe. I did. The man sighed, placing the lace veil upon my head. Julius stood behind as he adjusted it, while I watched both our reflections in the mirror. Did? A sad smile on the dressmaker's face was visible. Yes, Julius spoke. But she's dead now. There was something about the sweetness dripped from the words that made my stomach twist. I'm sorry to hear. I turned my head to look him in the eyes while expressing my condolences. Don't be. Julius's voice grew softer and sickeningly sweet. She was a real bitch. To my horror, his sad smile warped into a demented grin, showing razor-sharp teeth that were inhuman. Excuse me? I attempted to back away but didn't get very far as I stumbled on the long gown. Clack, clack, clack. The sound Julius's boots made was deafening as he stepped forward, grabbing my wrist and digging. What I realized in terror were claws into my flesh. Julius's expression grew unsettlingly gentle again as he spoke. Just as I said, she was exactly like you. No worries though, my dear Casey. I'll turn you perfect just as I did for her. The words made it click why the mannequin which had modeled my dress resembled the man, the demon in front of me. That had been his sister. I yanked my arm out of his grip in disgust and fear, adrenaline helping me ignore the pain of his claws ripping through my skin. Julius just stood there, watching me with icy dead eyes and an unreadable expression as I backed up, clutching my injured arm to my chest. You fucking monster, I spat. Clack, clack, clack. I had made him angry, furious. He reached a claw hand out towards me again, but I managed to just escape it, making a mad dash towards the door. Clack, clack, clack. I tried the handle, but it was stuck. Locked. I was trapped. Clack, clack, clack. I felt my stomach drop as outside the glass, the world blurred and faded until it was nothing but black. It was surreal to witness, as if suddenly everything had been drowned in the darkest ink. There was truly nothing beyond the window panes of the shop. Clack, clack, clack. Unfortunately, heaven was never an option for you, Julius hummed. Clack, clack, clack. He was right behind me now. You're in hell, Casey. Let me go, I screamed, turning to face my capture. Julius didn't respond. He simply raised a hand and struck me across the face with enough force I fell to the ground. Something heavy hit my head. There was a searing pain, and then my own vision faded to black just as the world outside the shop had. I awoke strapped down to the surgery table in the most severe pain of my life. The stench of blood was mixed with the overpowering sweet scent of rotting roses. Looking down at my body, I realized to my horror, I was missing multiple patches of skin. Though I was still dressed in the gown, the fabric had simply been removed along with my flesh beneath. The amount of anguish my body was in prevented me from being able to tell if I was dreaming or not. I was still groggily coming back to reality when I heard the unmistakable sound. Clack, clack, clack. The clacking of the dressmaker's heels alerted me to his presence. My vision was blurry from pain, but I could make out he carried a large pair of old, rusting, and dulled but jagged scissors. The blood covering him confirmed that he indeed had skinned me. Clack, clack, clack. Julius leaned over me while threading a long needle. He almost was singing as he softly spoke. Pain is perfection, and you'll be perfect forever, here with me in hell. I wrongfully interpreted this as him possibly wanting company. A friend. I'll stay. Be your friend even. Just don't kill me like this, please, I begged. We can forget about all this and just chat and gossip and... Suddenly enraged, Julius cut me off with a smack across the face, snapping loudly. What in the damn world would make you think I want your friendship, you worthless slut? You'll be perfect company for me. once you're dead and cannot speak." Shocked and in even more pain, I didn't have a chance to respond, as he instantly switched back to a calm and relaxed demeanor. "Why are you doing this?" I finally managed to ask between tortured screams. "Oh, I'm simply making you your wedding dress, my dear." Julius's voice dripped with sickening sweetness. The gentle smile on his lips contrasted with the pure maliciousness in his cold, dead eyes was enough to make bile rise in my throat. I forced down a gag, choking out, "What? Skin is such a lovely fabric." Julius hummed the words with a content sigh, stepping next to the stepping shift surgery table I was tied to. The man stared at me silently for a good minute before slowly lifting his hand which held the scissors into the air. As if to put it on display, he used his index finger and thumb to hold up the large, worn scissors. He smiled for a brief moment before his expression changed into one of focus with pure evil intentions. Without waiting another second, the demon took the scissors to my skin, cutting in effortlessly. He seemed deaf screams of pain, like he'd tuned me out while going about his slow, torturous work. I thought I was going to pass out from the pain as the old, razor-sharp scissors unceremoniously tore into my flesh repeatedly. My vision blackened again and everything spun. For a brief moment, I thought I'd be spared from any further agony before my death. Then, just as my eyes drifted shut and everything faded, I heard his voice. "Oh, Casey, wakey, wakey," followed by a painful jab of a large needle into my arm. A sudden searing pain shot into my body, followed by an intense wave of energy and euphoria. I looked over, becoming even more disturbed upon realizing his actions. It was a large syringe that he'd stabbed into my arm, obviously to inject some sort of drug into me. "We can't let our bride fall asleep on her special day." Julius sneered in the most gut-wrenching, sugar-sweet voice. "The fuck is wrong with you, demon?" I spat, energized by whatever concoction he'd given me enough to ignore the pain a bit. "Nothing is wrong with me, my dear." Julius spoke softly in a tone that sounded like he genuinely believed the words. "The only problem here is you, in fact." He talked while continuing to cut into both my skin and dress. My throat was raw from screaming in agony. The pain had become so blinding, I was not sure whether I was beginning to fail to register it completely, or if it simply encapsulated my entire existence. "You see," Julius kept talking. When I didn't look at him, he smacked me across the face with a bloodied clawed hand. "Hey, you look at me when I speak, goddamn worthless bitch." The demon dug his claws into my cheeks, making me turn my head towards him. Shockingly, he appeared rather calm. "That's better." Julius patted my cheek, then returned to cutting my body. "As I was saying, to make sure your dress is actually perfect and it's flawlessly, I have a trick." "Well, let me guess. You sew it right on me?" I managed a sarcastic comment through my misery. My brain ran at warp speed, fueled by whatever amphetamines had been given to me. "That's exactly right." Julius responded, delighted. "No need for new hair, so we won't have to scalp you." He smiled. "That's always a very painful process. No one has lived through that. You've actually lived much, much longer than most. I must say I am impressed, Casey." "Fuck you," I spat. "Such rude language." He responded as if he hadn't been throwing around curses moments ago. And to think, in response to compliments, "A thank you, Julius," would be much more appropriate. He punctuated his words by cutting into my waistline. "Stop!" I screamed, thrashing about in the restraints. "Got to make your waist smaller if we want perfection, dear." He patted my cheek again with a blood-soaked hand. "No worries, though. We'll get you right stitched up. We will." A large needle pierced into my skin, and I could feel the thread tugging my body into the shape he desired. "For the love of God, please." I begged as tears streamed freely down my face. There is no God here, Casey. You're in hell. He repeated his earlier words as he finished stitching me. The other side of my waist was given the same treatment, though I could tell he purposely was taking his time. His expression gave way how much he enjoyed my suffering. Finally, once Julius was finished, he straightened upright. The noise of his boots could be heard as he backed away. Clack, clack, clack. Time to put your boots on you, Julius declared, moving to the foot of the table. Huh? With a grin, the man held up a hatchet for me to see before raising it into the air, preparing to deliver a strike. Don't, please. I never got a chance to finish my sentence. In one brutal but clean blow, the limb was severed. I didn't even realize I'd been screaming until I felt a hot iron press against the stump to cauterize it. The feeling was what caused me to screech so loud my vocal cords blew out. Julius spoke as he took his large needle and thread back up. Finally, you've shut up. Thank goodness. With quick yet small pristine stitches, he sewed a white boot over the injury to replace where my foot had been. I glared the best I could through the torture and my tears, ignoring excruciating misery I was in to give him the middle finger. Julius simply rolled his eyes and stretched his shoulders before giving my other foot the same treatment as the first. This time he seemed to work quicker, almost in a rush. I couldn't scream, but I didn't even want to anymore. Instead, I silently wept and accepted my fate. Clack, clack, clack. He backed away again, covered in blood. Julius wiped his face down with a cloth, then told me, Usually, I prefer to do all my work in one go, he told me as he stared, seemingly admiring what he'd done to me. However, I have a matter I must attend to briefly. I must have given him the most baffled expression because he grinned and patted my cheek. Oh, I'll be back, Casey. Don't you worry about that. Julius undid one of the cuffs which had restrained my wrist down. The man took my hand in his own, placing what I realized was my phone in it. Go ahead and amuse yourself while I'm gone. There is Wi-Fi in hell. And with that, he turned on his heel and walked away. Clack, clack, clack. Bang. Julius had left the room, slamming the heavy door behind himself in what seemed like a rage. This leads me to where I am now, typing this out, trying to finish in time before he returns. It's been well over an hour. Before I began writing this, I spent a brief bit of time searching up his name. After browsing various results, I discovered something that disturbed me deeply. His sister, Annabella O'Sullivan, she's my great-great-grandmother, and she killed him back in 1898. Behind his shop, she murdered Julius single bullet to the face, which I realize is right where his heart tattoo now sat. It was only a few weeks later Annabella disappeared under mysterious circumstances along with her husband, my great-great-grandfather. Their children had been left orphaned, which explains why I'm here today. What led her to kill remains a mystery to me. Maybe he'd hurt her, or maybe, just maybe, could she have done something that warranted her to meet the same ending which I soon will? These questions will never be something I'll find the answer to. I don't have much time left. Once Julius returns, it's inevitable my death will come swiftly. I'm already bleeding out. My vision is turning hazy and I'm beginning to no longer be able to think straight. I'm no longer afraid. Telling my story has come to set me at ease with my fate. The pain has faded to numbness. I'm already at peace, knowing this will all be over shortly. One final time, I must beg of you. Do not fall for this demon's tricks and trap. Don't fall for his disguise as harmless. He's anything but that. Should you be invited to a place by a tall man with a scarred neck, don't speak to him and run away as fast as you can. I figured out once you engage, these monsters can plant false memories. I never knew this shop, in fact. It never was here before I was invited. And if you fall for their tricks, then may the Lord have mercy on your soul. I met the dressmaker from hell. I hope you never do. Clack, clack, clack. Please tell my family, friends, and fiancé Logan that I love them all so very much. Clack, clack, clack. Sincerely, Casey O'Sullivan. Clack, clack, bang. There is a weird old man that lives down the road from me. He always wears this raggedy looking brown tweed jacket with a t-shirt underneath. Everyone makes fun of him. It doesn't help that he collects roadkill. His rusty old pickup truck is always full of all kinds of critters. Little foxes, badgers, or even cats. On the rare occasion when he comes across something bigger like a deer, he doesn't leave his property for days. Then reappears with a cooler in the back of his truck. I guess he butchers the animals and sells them. But the only person I ever seen him even talk to is Tom Hogan, the local entrepreneur. Which is a bit strange. Roadkill Rick, the town's poorest man, is best friends with the richest man in town. I suppose Tom is just a nice guy and feels sorry for him. He does a lot for the community. He saves so many businesses from falling when times were tough. People love him around here. I am not sure what he does with the smaller critters. Some people say he eats them. Others say he feeds them to his dog that he keeps locked up in a shed out his backyard. I have never seen him with any dog before. Alive, that is. But my dad knows the mailman, and he said he often heard him growling when he called. But no one has ever seen it. The shed is always locked up tight. I always felt bad for Rick and hated when the kids would tease him. One day I saw some kids throwing stones at him. I was pissed. I told him to screw off and chased them away. When I went back to see if he was okay, he lifted his bowler hat, bowed down to me, and gave a polite, "Thank you, sir," before walking off. Anytime I saw him after that, he would give me a quick nod and smile as he passed by. Yesterday morning he arrived at my house with a present for me. A lump of meat wrapped in old newspapers. Blood was dripping off it down my welcome mat. I was a bit surprised and didn't know what to say to him, so I just smiled and nodded. He did the same. Then he just walked away. At the edge of my driveway, he then turned around and charged back towards me at pace. When he got to the door, I jumped back. I thought he was going to knock me over, he was walking so fast. Then he stopped suddenly, leaned in, and put his finger into my face and whispered, 400 degrees for 90 minutes. And don't tell another soul about this, you hear? I replied, okay, thanks. He looked stressed at my confusion. He started waving his finger in my face again and said, 400 for 90 minutes. No more, no less. And don't tell no one about this, you got that? Then stood there staring at me impatiently waiting for my reply. I blurted out, okay, 400 for 90 minutes and I won't tell anyone. I got it, thanks. He just kept staring at me silently for about 30 seconds without even blinking. It was so strange. I didn't know what to do. Then he smiled, tipped his hat and started walking away whistling like nothing happened. I closed the door and went to the kitchen, put the meat in a container and left it in the fridge. I was now late because of him and had to rush out the door. As the day went on, I forgot all about it. Until after work when I was about to cook dinner. I planned on eating a pork chop that I had bought the day before, but it had gone bad. I never intended on eating the meat Rick left me, but when I opened it up, it looked really good. It was like any other beef roast. When I thought if it's good enough for Tom Hogan, it's good enough for me. I remembered what Rick said, and turned the oven to 400 degrees, and 90 minutes later, it was done. I have no idea what animal it was, but I didn't care. I was starving, and it smelled amazing. I cut off a big lump of it, put it on my plate, and went to the living room to watch TV. After tasting it, I thought Rick was right. 400 for 90 minutes was the perfect amount of time. It was so juicy and tender. It was the best meal I had in a long time. When I got about halfway through it, I hit something hard. I thought it was bone, but then I looked closer. I don't know how to say this, but it looked like some sort of animal fetus. I vomited all over the floor. I spent the next hour in the bathroom. I was never so sick before. When I got back to the living room, the whole experience came back to me again, and I nearly puked. I had no choice but to clean up, so I got the mop and started cleaning. Then I saw the plate out of the corner of my eye. I thought I could run to the bin and empty it as fast as I could without looking at it. But when I got to the kitchen, I got curious and decided to have one more look. I wasn't sure what I was looking at. It was round and kind of translucent with something inside, but I couldn't make out what it was. So I leaned in to get a closer look. It moved and frightened the shit out of me. I fell back on my ass. When I got up, I was in shock. I thought, what the hell was that? And how could it survive being cooked? Logically, I thought it was just nerves. I had seen videos of octopus moving after being cooked. I couldn't look at it anymore. It was too creepy, so I put it back in the container with the rest of it and left it down beside the fireplace. I was going to get it checked out by a vet or something the next day to find out what it was. I still felt like crap, so I went to bed. This morning after breakfast, I went to check on it. I'm not sure why. Maybe it was because I was a bit paranoid and wanted to make sure it was actually dead. When I opened the container, my jaw dropped. All the meat was gone, and the creature had grown 3 times its size. It started to have more of an oval shape too, and it was getting harder to see through it. The only thing I could make out was 2 eyes. They were blinking and seemed to follow me around the room. I was disgusted. I just closed the lid and fired it in the corner. Then I realized Rick must have known about that thing when he gave it to me. I thought, why would he do that to me? I was always nice to him. I went looking for him. I searched the whole town. I even went to his house, but he wasn't there. His shed was wide open, and he was nowhere to be seen. When I got home, I heard banging coming from the container. I was terrified and didn't know what to do. Then it came to me. It was probably hungry. So I got some sausages from the fridge, opened the lid, dropped them in, and closed it as fast as I could. That seemed to work because I have not heard anything from it for hours. I don't know what to do. It's growing really fast, and I don't know who to talk to about it, or if I even should, after Rick warned me not to. I'm going to lock it in a suitcase for tonight, and hopefully I can find Rick tomorrow and sort all of this out. A lot has happened since my last update. I live in a state of constant paranoia now, and I haven't slept properly in days. It all started the other night after I locked that thing in the suitcase. I shoved it under the bed in the spare room, which is next to mine, and went to bed, but I couldn't sleep. I was afraid it would get out and I'd wake up with it eating my face or something like that. So I must have got up 100 times to make sure it was still locked up. Before I went in, I put on 5 layers of clothes and a hockey mask for protection. It might be a bit extreme, but you can't be too careful. Luckily, nothing happened. I fell asleep at about 3 a.m. At 3:45, I was awakened by the sound of loud banging and scratching coming from the spare room. I jumped out of bed as fast as I could, then spent another 10 minutes putting on all my clothes. By the time I was done, I began to hear a weird screeching noise, which I never heard the likes of before. I grabbed my baseball bat, walked to my bedroom door, took a deep breath, then locked it and started to pray. I'm not usually scared of anything, but it was dark out. I was tired and my imagination was running wild. I thought, there's no way I'm going outside this door tonight. I would have ran out of there if I didn't have to pass by that room. After about an hour, it stopped. Eventually, I fell asleep with my back up against the door. I woke up drenched in sweat and checked the time. It was 10 o'clock. I was late for work, but I thought, screw it. I have bigger problems right now, and rang my boss. I told him I had a virus. That would give me enough time to find Rick and sort this out. I couldn't eat my breakfast. My stomach was in bits with all the stress. I was in a really bad mood. I channeled my anger and psyched myself up enough to go in and check on it. I got some chicken out of the freezer, grabbed my bat, ran up the stairs, and opened the door. The bed was pushed into the corner of the room. The suitcase was wide open in the middle of the floor, and the creature was gone. I thought it had escaped. I will admit, I was a little relieved. I thought at least I didn't have to worry about it anymore. But then I saw it in the corner behind the bed. It looked different. It had become dark green, lumpy, and was stuck to the wall. It reminded me of a caterpillar, chrysalis. I had no idea what was inside of it, but I was not going to wait around to find out. I thought to myself, if I don't find Rick soon, I'm going to call an exterminator or something. I don't care what he said. Then I remembered there was only one person I'd ever seen him talking to. Tom Hogan. I never actually met Tom, but I knew where to find him. He owned a lot of properties in town, but he spent most of his time hanging around a used car lot. I'm not sure why he liked that place so much. Maybe it was because it was his first business. I didn't waste any time. I got in my car and within minutes I was there. I could see him through his office window. Without thinking, I walked straight in the door, walked up to the reception desk, and demanded to see Mr. Tom Hogan. The girl looked surprised. I thought she was going to send me away, but then she asked my name. Stupidly, I gave my real name. She told me to take a seat as she picked up the phone. A few minutes later, she said he will be with you shortly. As I sat there patiently waiting, I realized I had no idea what to say to him. I thought, should I tell him everything? He is Rick's only friend. Besides, I have no idea what that thing is or what I am supposed to do with it. By the time Tom came out of his office, I decided that I was going to tell him what happened and hoped he would take the creature off my hands. Before he reached me, I stood up and said, "Have you seen Rick?" Very loud. He gave me a nervous smile, giggled, and looked around as if to see had anyone else heard. Then he asked me to follow him to his office. When I got there, he told me to sit down and make myself comfortable as he closed the door behind me. "Who exactly are we talking about, Rick?" he asked, pacing over and back behind his desk, staring down at the floor. I did not want to be rude and say roadkill Rick. They were friends, so I just said, "The guy with the rusty pickup truck. Have you seen him?" He stopped in his tracks and turned towards me, stared right into my eyes and said aggressively, "Who are you and how do you know Rick?" He started to freak me out. He looked like he wanted to hit me. I knew then I couldn't say anything to him about Rick or the creatures, so I lied. I made up this story about our cat getting run over and told him that Rick had taken him. I said I just wanted him back so I could bury him. I don't think he believed me. He looked disappointed by my answer. I got up and made my way to the door while he asked, "Can I get your name and address? I'd like to know where to send the remains of your cat. If I find him, that is." I muttered no thanks quietly so he couldn't hear me as I left the office. At the main entrance, I looked back. He was on the phone. When I got to the car, I could see him talking to a large man with a ponytail. He looked rough and very out of place. They were both staring at me. I panicked and took off so fast I could hear the tires screech. I'd planned to go to Rick's house in hopes of finding answers, but I was afraid. Tom Hogan would find me there. So I decided to get some timber and supplies and build some sort of cage. I thought, if I had to keep that thing at home, I needed to feel safe. So, when I got home, I started work straight away. The creature was already in the corner of the room stuck to the walls, so I decided to build around it to save time. I did not want to spend too much time in there with it, so I did most of the work downstairs. It was a very simple plan. I made a 3-inch frame, which I bolted to the floor and walls. Then I screwed on 2-inch hardwood planks. For the lid, I got the strongest hinge I could find and an array of bolts and locks. I am no carpenter, but I was very happy with the results. By the time I had finished, it was late, and I was exhausted, so I got something to eat and went to bed. I had a rough night and didn't get much sleep, but at least the creature was quiet all night. The first thing I did was go into the room to check on it. I got my flashlight and looked in through the air holes I made. It had gotten slightly bigger, but besides that, there wasn't no real change. I felt a bit more relaxed at home knowing that creature was locked up tight, so I thought I'd have a shower and do a few things around the house. After what happened with Tom Hogan the day before, I was in no rush to go to Rick's house anyway. When I finished, I just sat on the couch and watched TV for a while. It was evening when I decided to leave the house. I had planned on driving past Rick's house first to make sure it was safe, then park down the road and sneak in through a fence at the back of his house without being seen. I didn't get past my front porch because the guy with the ponytail that had been talking to Tom Hogan was parked across the road. I don't think he saw me. I ran in home before he got a chance to see me. I watched him out the window for a while. I think he was waiting for me to come out. After about an hour, the cops passed. I guess they must have frightened him because he drove off. I was so relieved, but that didn't last long. A short time later, I began to hear scratching coming from the spare room, which I ignored. But as the evening turned into night, the scratching returned and became more frequent. I knew it would only be a matter of time before it hatched, so I tried to prepare myself as best I could. Which I suppose means nothing since I had no idea what I was dealing with in the first place. To make it worse, that dickhead with the ponytail came back. This time I could see him wandering through the garden. I was sure he was going to break in, until I heard the neighbor that lives across the road shout something. I guess he asked what he was doing. I have no clue what they were talking about, but he left soon after. I was sure it would be a matter of time before he came back, so I got my bat, pulled up a chair, and sat down inside the front door waiting for him. As the night went on, the scratching turned into tearing. Then I heard a series of cracking noises. I was going to leave and sleep at a friend's house until I looked out the window and saw Ponytail parked down the street again. I didn't know what to do. I was trapped and terrified. It was the worst night of my life. The whole time my eyes were going between the window and the stairs. My neck was killing me. I had a splitting headache. I don't know how I fell asleep, but I did. I woke when I heard someone jiggling the handle of my door. I didn't think. I just reacted and jumped up, pulled the door open, then ran out swinging that bat like a madman. It was morning by then and the light was blinding me, so I couldn't see who I was swinging at until I heard him speak. It was my neighbor Chris from across the street. I was so embarrassed. He should have called the cops on me, but he was one of the nicest guys I know. I had enough and couldn't do it on my own anymore. I needed to tell someone, so I told him the whole story. Surprisingly, he was very understanding. I don't think he believed me though. I was in a state. He probably thought I was high, but he listened to me carefully and waited for me to finish before he said anything. I guess he was trying to choose his words carefully and didn't want to upset me. All he said was, "I will help you get through this. My brother suffers from a similar condition. There is always help. You just need to talk to someone," as he scratched his nose, no doubt to hide his smirk. I didn't argue with him. How could anyone believe a story like that without evidence? Lucky for me, I had some. I tried to convince him to come with me so I could show him. He was hesitant at first, but eventually he did, probably just to humor me. When I got to the top of the stairs, I tried to warn him about what he was about to see, and offered him a spare bat, but he refused. I opened the door little by little. The whole time I was waiting for something to jump out at me. When it was big enough to fit my head through, I looked in. If I was there for 1,000,000 years, I would have never guessed what was behind that door. I was expecting some sort of monstrous death worm or an acid-spitting alien, something freaky like that. But no, sitting out in the middle of the floor was a pig. It was there, staring up at me. I slammed the door shut. I was lost for words. Chris was staring at me and starting to get freaked out. I couldn't show him the pig. He would think I was mad, and I would get signed away. I didn't know what to do. I needed more time to figure things out, so I asked him to come back later. What else could I say? I rushed him out the door and begged him not to tell anyone about what I said. Before he left, he took a letter out of his back pocket and put it on the table beside the front door. He said it got delivered to his place by mistake a few days before. His wife was supposed to drop it over, but she forgot. I didn't care. I just wanted him out of there. I went up one more time to check on that thing. It was still a pig and just sitting there staring up at me. It looked kind of cute and in no way dangerous. When I came back down, I opened the letter. It was from Rick. All it said was, "Don't tell anyone. I mean anyone. Only feed it meat and do not throw out its shit. Burn it. Every last bit of it." I buried a jar under the shed behind my house. Everything you need to know is in there. Find it before it is too late. Good luck. Everything is so messed up and I don't know what to do. I can't leave the house because I'm being watched. If I stay here, either the pig will get me, or I will be taken away in a straitjacket. I am so screwed. I decided to go to Rick's house after all, but I was afraid someone would follow me, so I went out the back door instead. I climbed over my back wall, then snuck out through the side of my neighbor's house. Rick's place was just a half mile at the edge of town. I thought someone might be watching his house, so I took the long way through the forest. It took over an hour because I had to walk around the lake at the edge of the forest. I had planned on stalking the place out from a distance, but it was overgrown with weeds and I couldn't see anything, and before I knew it, I was at the back of his shed. I walked around the perimeter of the property, and when I didn't see anyone, I quickly made my way into the shed, closing the creaky doors behind me. My heart was racing. I had never done anything like that before, and I was sure someone had heard me. I watched through a crack in the door for a while to make sure I was not seen. When I felt confident and was about to search, I noticed a vile smell, so I got my phone out and turned on the light. The whole place was in a mess. There was broken glass and wood all over the floor. It looked like someone had already searched the place. I didn't know where to start, and I hadn't even brought a shovel. I saw a poker sticking out of a small stove in the corner and used that. I began to search for loose earth, but there were no signs that showed anything was buried there. There was a dog bowl with the name Shoggs on it, under what was left of a table. Beside it was a pile of bones. I guess that's where the smell was coming from. I was sure it had to be there, so I started digging, but the soil was rock hard, and I had to give it up a few minutes later. So I moved around bit by bit. I must have checked every inch of that shed, but the soil was too hard to dig up with that shitty little poker. I began to think Rick was making a fool of me again, and there was nothing buried in there, until I remembered what the note said about burning the shit, and I thought of the stove. I could see from where I was standing that there was a small bit of loose earth underneath. I disconnected the chimney pipe, then pushed the stove over and started to dig. It was not long before I found the jar. It was only about a foot deep. I was too afraid to open it there, so I put it in my backpack. Had a good look around before running as fast as I could nearly the whole way home. I tried to sneak back in home the same way as I got out, but my neighbor was sitting on his back porch when I got there. I never actually met him, so I wasn't sure how he would react, and I thought he was going to call the police, but luckily he recognized me. I told him I locked myself out, and he was actually very nice about it. As soon as I got in the door, I heard banging coming from upstairs. I had forgotten to feed the creature, and it sounded very hungry. I was sure it was going to break the door down. I'd forgotten to buy any meat and couldn't risk going through to my neighbor's again. So I checked the freezer, and all I could find was some chicken nuggets. I wasn't sure how he would react to processed food and didn't want to give it to it. But it was making so much noise I had to try something. The banging suddenly stopped as I made my way up the stairs. When I got to the top, I noticed there was a big crack going down the middle of the door. I remember thinking, I hope this works or he is going to break out. When I opened the door, it was sitting in the middle of the floor again. I was surprised how calm and relaxed it looked. I grabbed a handful of nuggets. They were still frozen together and threw them over near it. I was expecting it to tear into it like a wild animal, but it just looked at me, then at the nuggets, then back to me. It was like it was asking for permission. I just nodded. I'm not sure why. Then it walked over and sat down in front of the nuggets and stared at me again. I think it wanted privacy, and I wanted out of there, so I left. As soon as I closed the door, it started to eat. I could hear it devour what was there in seconds. It sounded like a feeding frenzy. When I got downstairs, I opened the jar straight away. The first thing I found was a letter. It said, "I'm sorry. I should never have left you with that, but bad people wanted to take that poor thing and turn it into a monster. You were the only one in that town that was ever nice to me. That's why I chose you. You don't realize the gift I just gave you yet, but you will. I call them watchers because that's all they do the first couple of months. Watch, learning all of your habits. So they don't take no training. They usually build a connection with the first thing they see, which was you. I hope kind of like a baby chick when it first hatches. I don't really know what they are. Like you, it was dropped off at my door 20 years ago, with a note and everything. So I do know what you're going through, and to be honest, it don't get any easier, I'm sorry to say. But those creatures there are special. They can do amazing things, which you are only beginning to see. So please do not let it fall into the wrong hands like I did. You are not the first person I trusted with one of these creatures. 10 years ago, my shogs laid an egg. For a time after it hatched, its mama was really loving and protective. But after a while, she got jealous, I guess. And they started to fight. So, I needed to find a master for it. The only one in town I thought would treat it right was a man I used to do odd jobs for. He was always nice to me and never judged me for the way I looked. I was sure I could trust him, but the Watcher was too old to connect with him and could sense the evil even when I couldn't. He kept it locked up and treated it like a monster, and that's what it turned into. It killed one of his goons one night, not long after the creature was gone, and he started buying up half the town. He has been waiting 10 years for this one. I couldn't let him do that to another poor innocent creature. And they are innocent. It's man that corrupts them. So I dropped that off to you, then packed up before I left. Let my baby go. It was the hardest thing I ever did, but I am too old and it's too dangerous to bring her with me. Here is where the shit comes into it. They can smell it for miles. She is a gentle creature, but she will attack if she thinks you have her baby. So burn it before she comes looking. There are a few more things I have to say to you. They are important, so don't forget. First of all, you probably know by now it has turned into the last thing you fed it before it cocooned. They don't stay that way unless you give them a good variety of meats. Finding roadkill is a cheap way of doing this. Be careful. It only takes a few days of eating the same thing before it starts to change. The bigger they get, the more food they eat, and they grow fast. You don't want a cow running around the place. Second of all, don't ever let it go hungry because they do get fierce, cranky real fast. And after a couple of days of being like that, they start to change into their true selves. And you don't want to be seeing that. It will give you nightmares. Thirdly, do not go around it when you're angry, or it gets hard to control. It seems to feel what you feel, but stronger. Also, it gets real protective, so if you feel threatened, it will try to defend you, and you don't want that. I got attacked by a pack of wild dogs once while out walking. After seeing what she did to them, I couldn't look at her for a month. The last and most important thing I have to ask you. I know you don't owe me anything, and you have every right to hate me, but please, move away from that dead-end town. It's not safe for you or your watcher. The contents of that jar there has taken a lifetime to save up. It's not much, but please use it to find somewhere safe for you both. Good luck. Rick. There were thousands wrapped in old newspaper in that jar. At first I thought that was a lot to take in, but then suddenly it came to me and I knew exactly what to do. I'm sorry, but Rick was wrong about me. I am not the nice guy he thought I was. I could not live my life in fear, always running and hiding, looking after some monster. I never asked for this anyways. I rang Tom Hogan and told him what I had, and he made me an offer I couldn't refuse. In a way, I was sad to say goodbye to that thing. I would have liked to know more, but money is money. When I went up to get him, the poor thing was still sitting there waiting for me. The place stank, so I picked up the shit and put it in a bag. Then I said, "Come on," to the pig. At first I wasn't sure what would happen, then it just followed me all the way to the car. When I opened the door, it climbed into the back seat. The whole way there, it stared at me. I think it trusted me. I started to feel bad for it, but it was too late. The deal was made. I parked down the road from Tom's car lot so that he couldn't see me and walked up. He was waiting at the door with a big smile on his face. I was not stupid enough to bring the creature with me, and he didn't seem to mind. I asked him for the money, and he just handed it to me without a second thought. He didn't care when I told him I would be back with the creature either. He seemed very trusting. I suppose he thought he knew where to find me and probably had someone watching me too. On the way back in, I went through the back of the car lot with that bag of shit and rubbed it on everything, starting with his brand new Mercedes. Ponytail was at the door when I returned. He didn't say anything to me. He just picked up the pig and brought him inside. For the next few days, I stayed in a hotel. I figured it was safer there in case Tom or Ponytail decided to change their minds about our deal. I heard a few days later they both went missing. The cops found all kinds of illegal stuff when they searched that car lot for him. Some people think he had a falling out with the mob. Others say he is living it up somewhere in South America. But I know better. Have you ever wanted to experience chaos in its purest form? To know firsthand what a truly lawless world with no rules is like? Who knows? Maybe you'd want to stay in such a world. Maybe you'll even thrive in it. Or maybe you're just one of those fear-fueled adrenaline junkies who just want the rush of seeing just how long it would take for you and your sanity to crumble and become just as chaotic as the world surrounding you. Whatever your reasons, I can help you get there, but I can't guarantee you'll make it back out. So, if you are one of these adrenaline junkies or agents of chaos, then keep reading. Now, fair warning, despite the name of this ritual may imply, this won't be any Alice down the rabbit hole type of adventure. Hell, even Tim Burton's take on the classic tale had more sunshine and rainbows in it. Quite frankly, the only people finding any real wonder from this place are masochists, sadists, and anarchists. If you are a relatively sane and moral human planning on entering, you'll either turn to a psychopath or, well, we'll get to that later. It was dubbed Wonderland strictly due to the extreme randomness and unruliness, along with a specific item needed to begin the ritual. However, since the naming, a few of the entities within this world have also been given some Lewis Carroll-inspired names. But trust me, they share very little in common with the goofy, wacky characters they've been named after. To get started, you'll have to grab a few things in order to begin. I shall list the items needed below. 1. A decent-sized blade. This is technically not needed, but it is very strongly recommended you bring some sort of protection. The weapon doesn't really matter, but light one-handed weapons like a kitchen knife or maybe hand axe. Don't worry about having to be Rambo or anything. The hostile creatures in there, for the most part, are glass cannons. Yeah, they will mess you up like the morning after tequila and midnight Taco Bell, but you land a good cut or stab anywhere on them, and they'll drop like, well, a night after tequila and midnight Taco Bell. 2. A broken pocket watch. It's been learned that this could work with a portable clock as long as it is both mechanical and busted. However, pocket watches seem to be the most effective. 3. 4 candles. 2 different colors between them. The colors of the candles don't really matter as long as the colors are equal. For example, 2 white candles, 2 blue. Unlike the pocket watch, using 2 specific colors doesn't seem to boost chances of the ritual working. 4. A small bottle or flask of liquor. It is smart to bring either whiskey or bourbon. Don't worry if you're not a drinker. It isn't going to be for you. 5. An item with great emotional value. This will be your key to making it back to the real world. The item can be literally anything as long as you hold a strong emotional tie to it. Something you'd have a hard time letting go of. 6. A large survival bag. For if you don't make it out. Once all of these items are together, you are ready to begin the ritual. Now this will have to be done during the day. However, you will have to go to sleep in order for you to enter. So for people who sleep soundly at night, it'd probably help to try and pull an all-nighter, at least until the sun has risen completely. Before taking your little nap, set the 4 candles around you, at least 3 feet away from where you'll be laying. And since these are flames just laying around, might do you some good to fireproof the place. Bring whatever items you are taking with you into the circle, then lay down with the watch in your hands. You don't have to sleep in some sort of super specific position. Just make sure you're able to keep it in your hands until you fall asleep. If everything is done right, you'll wake up to extreme nausea. Natural, since you will be on a spinning platform falling downwards until you reach the lobby. The lobby is a single large room, extremely large, either tiled or carpeted. It's never the same color for anyone. At the very end of this room will be a small wooden desk with a lanky, pale-suited man with slicked black hair and dead air filling his eyes reading a paper behind it. This man has been given the name of the Gatekeeper. Some believe he may be the one in control of this world. Others say he's some sort of demon. Approach the desk and you will see a small silver bell. You'll also be able to read a bit of his paper. Much like the floor, it's never the same for anyone. The papers seem to be just talking about what one specific person from anywhere in the world was doing at that moment in time. Ring his bell and he will quickly lower his paper to meet your eyes with a wide grin. He won't say anything, but simply hold out his hand. This is your signal to hand him one of 2 things. If you've decided maybe this isn't the smartest move, hand him your key item. If you wish to push forward, hand him the pocket watch. Once he's taken the watch, he'll clear his throat before standing up to reveal his overwhelming height. It is never the same, but he will always be much taller than you. Once he's fully standing, he'll flash that uncanny grin one more time, before dropping the watch to the ground and letting it break to pieces. This will open a portal of sorts of rapid flashing in colors and patterns. The Gatekeeper will clear his throat one more time before wishing you to enjoy your stay, before violently pulling you forwards and stuffing you down it and within. Seconds. You'll begin your walk through Wonderland, starting with those red bush road. Sounds pleasant, right? Well, don't get excited. These rose bushes are giant, sentient thorn vines with a few tiny flowers here and there, and they are very hostile. Now, if you brought something to protect you, this walk shouldn't be terrible. One hit to a vine and they'll back off from you. so it might be smart to go off on the offensive. Don't get it twisted though, you are gonna get hit. Most likely more than once. It will be essentially a half-mile stroll through a thorn hallway. Don't worry about dying or being harmed to the point of crippling. This world has semi-invincibility. See, you'll still be able to break some bones, sever a spinal cord, get your skull caved in, puncture a lung, you name it. You'll bounce back from it within a few minutes. Don't get mistaken though. You will still very much feel the pain, and it won't get any easier to handle. After your little walk of pain, you will reach a large yellow brick road-esque path leading to your city. It's given this name due to the fact that the city is made up of every place you have even the briefest memory of, its citizens, all faces you've seen before if even for a moment, all merging together aggressively. Many also call this section the glitch in the matrix, given how buildings and people will spaz around, lag, and even begin no-clipping into each other. The sky will flash like rainbow TV static. Some believe this has to be the gatekeeper overseeing it all. This city is made to absolutely mess with your head, especially in terms of the people you come across, whose faces and limbs will be constantly contorting and meshing together with another passerby, only speaking to you in robotic binary text, occasionally crashing, not to mention the fact that they all act as poorly programmed NPCs. The goal here is to find your house, apartment, wherever you call home. It will be noticeable due to the fact it will be completely intact and stable. If you are a bit of a hermit, well then it probably won't be such a bad time. However, if you're a bit of a social butterfly who loves adventure, well, you're probably screwed. By far the worst part of your time here is the fact that you are affected by this glitch, and you'll occasionally deform uncontrollably, and it will hurt very, very much. Once you're able to locate your home, step inside and you'll be met with a single room of your house, most likely the kitchen or living room, filled with the sounds of classic smooth jazz. It's here you will meet the Mad Hatter. Now, to be honest, the nicknames make very little sense other than the fact they both wear rather flashy top hats. This Mad Hatter is a well-mannered, civil African-American in a long tan dress coat, reading a book, often either the works of Clive Barker or Mark Twain. He'll often speak through quotes from philosophers such as Socrates and Sun Tzu. Don't worry about needing to memorize them, or read into them to solve some kind of riddle. He just enjoys thinking about such things. You'll feel an overwhelming sense of comfort from this man. This is mostly chalked up to the extreme lack of normalcy up to this point. You won't recognize him, but he'll feel like an old family friend you've known your whole life. He will look up from his book and give you a large smile, pointing out that you must have been through quite the ordeal, and asking if you'd like to rest for a moment. He will then snap his fingers to manifest a soft leather recliner. Next to it will be a small table with a deck of cards, and 2 extravagantly cut glasses. Feel free to relax and play a few card games. Note, he is more than willing to play any game, but he seems to have a keen fondness towards building card houses, and will always suggest building immaculate mansions and castles, which he'll help you build with great enthusiasm. Share a drink or two with him if you'd like. Just make sure you have at least a quarter of the bottle, flask, remaining after your time with him. If you wish to move on, and are able to resist the temptation of sitting there trading stories with this man who will be extremely interested and engaged with any experience you share with, tell him, "I thank you for your hospitality. Allow me to give you a gift." It doesn't need to be exactly those words, but try to stay a little proper and formal. Then offer him the liquor. He will accept and tell you how touched he is to have brought a gift, and will offer you one in return, and with another snap of his fingers, will open up yet another portal. Unlike the one you used to enter this work, the location it leads to is very clear. A long hallway. This hallway, much like many things here, is never the same for anyone, but rather a person's representation of classy. At the end of this hallway will be a large, checkered pattern door, which leads to either side the least or most painful section of the world. the mad chessboard. Once stepping through, you will be sent to an endless black void, with a large black and red wall, chessboard. The pieces will be giant, twisted humanoids, save for the rooks. Pawns resembling malnourished mental hospital patients, with what look like wires sticking out of their heads and entering their eyeballs. Knights resemble headless horsemen, ones that have been lost to time. Rooks resemble living flesh, like towers that travel by clawing around with large humanoid arms. The bishop resembles a large mummified man, dressed as a pope-like figure, wielding a large staff and book. There is no king, only the Red Queen, a large monstrous woman bandaged head to toe, waiting for someone to challenge her. You. In order to beat her, you must kill her. You must step onto the other end of her side, specifically in the spot of the pawn. Remember where you are, though. This won't be regular chess, rather a team deathmatch in which the pieces will begin to attempt and slaughter each other, including you. The queen won't move until you get closer, however, and you must reach her to land a blow. However, though, there are no rules here, so what's the best way to win against someone? Well, not to play the game, of course. That's as far as I'll go with that little hint. After all, I don't want to make it too easy for you now, do I? Once you get in range, the queen will begin to attack by wildly thrashing about, slamming her hands and head towards you with great speed. Unlike the other entities you've encountered here, she will take much more than one hit. Granted, not many more. Just don't expect a simple one in one fight. Once she falls, her body will quickly crumble and melt away to reveal a trapdoor on the ground, which will lead to your final destination, the cat's room. The cat is what many believe to be the god of chaos within this realm. Well, he can take any form he pleases. It seems after learning of the title this ritual has been given, he frequently decides to take on an appearance similar to that of the Cheshire Cat from the original story. This room, as you may expect, will be absolutely madness and chaos. The sky will flash through multiple different locations, colors, and patterns like a green screen. Large creatures and structures with unnatural features will randomly appear, and there will look to be no floor, as if walking on empty air. If you are able to make it through all this and reach the other end of the room, you will reach the cat, most likely laying down in midair, and most definitely chuckling like a madman on laughing gas. He will thank you for taking a tour through his little home and will offer you two things. A. Be sent back to where you started, or B. Become one of his agents of chaos. It's not exactly known what these agents of chaos do because, well, none of them come back. Choose A and he will open his mouth widely, and his tongue will roll out like a cartoon. Place your key item into his tongue and it will roll back up where he will swallow it. And then he will swallow you. You will awake at your starting point shortly after, with all 4 candles completely gone, and your key item in your hands where the watch once was. If you're wondering what your reward is for going through all of that, sorry to break it to you, but there is none. Just a long trip through chaos. So if any of you are a true anarchist, or think you can handle something so crazy, then why not give it in hand? Just keep it in mind you'll be doing nothing more than walking through madness, but hey, maybe that's your thing. Or maybe you have a hidden craving for it. When the body washed up, the same name was on everybody's mind. Loaded bill. It was hard not to think that with the state the corpse was in. We get bodies like that every now and then up at Lake Elpo. Usually because some kid or a drunk bonked their head real hard and drowned in the water. Not this time though. This time, it was clear what had killed her. Rachel, I think her name was. Didn't see much of her before that day. She seemed nice and sure sounded that way from how folks talked about her. Shame to see her gone so suddenly. Worse was how it had happened. We saw the wounds that they had pulled her out. 2 massive gashes running down her chest and giving way to giant holes where her lungs had been. Her ribs were broken off in jagged ends, and her skin and clothes had been torn up something fierce. It was obvious from that it was no accident. Something had ripped open poor Rachel and tore out her lungs. Just like in the stories. You see, there's this old tale around Lake Elpo, that of Bloated Bill. Every kid in Grand Falls got told about him, usually around a crackling campfire one dark summer night. The story goes that before we had drones or underwater cameras, people still wanted to know what was at the bottom of Lake Elpo, and one man set out to do just that. He grabbed an old diving suit, the kind with a fishbowl for a helmet, and set out into the murky depths. He was down there all day until about midnight when the crew he'd left to pump air to his suit got a signal. 2 tugs on the safety line. Bill needed more air. So they start pumping faster now. But no matter how hard they try, old Bill keeps tugging on that line. I need air. I need air. A few minutes later, the line goes still, and the crew starts rushing to pull old Bill out of the water. 7 minutes later, his bloated corpse broke the surface, naked and swollen on lake water. Problem wasn't just that there was no sign of his suit, but the line, the tube feeding back into the lake, something was still pulling on it. 2 tugs. I need air. Nowadays, people say Bill is still trapped down there needing air, something fierce. And if you find yourself lingering too close to the lakefront, he'll rise from the water and steal the breath right from your lungs. Didn't take a genius to make the connection. It was more gruesome than we'd imagined, but we figured Bill just had some trouble getting the air out, so we took the whole lungs instead. Authorities tried to calm us down, but good luck calming an entire town after someone washes up with their guts ripped out. Even those who weren't whispering about Bloated Bill were starting to panic. To make matters worse, poor Rachel wasn't alone. A week later, another body was found at the edge of the lake. Thomas Lorne was his name. He was 10. Same MO too. His lungs were ripped out, leaving 2 gaping holes in his tiny chest. That got folks real riled up. Rachel was one thing, but now another body, and a child to no less. That was unacceptable. People started demanding the police do something with much greater fervor. Someone even graffitied a cruiser. But the police couldn't do much. There were no fingerprints left on the bodies, no bloodstains, not their own. Not even a trace of the lungs. Only thing they had in common was where they were last seen. Lake Elpo. Of course, they're not going to find anything. I remember someone saying one night. We'd all gathered in the town pub to drink down our worries. Not that it worked, though. I don't know about everyone else, but I was feeling antsy sitting there with my thumb up my ass. You can't arrest a demon, that same person said. His voice was like gravel, but his words were exactly what I wanted to hear. And this be a demon, you'll know it. It's Bloated Bill out there, and he's come for us all. The fuck the cops think they can do? The hell you expect us to do about it? Someone else said, but no one was having it. I don't know about you, but I'm not waiting here like some baby for Bill to come to take someone else. This is our town, damn it. If he wants it, well, then he's gonna have to go through us. And you think we're gonna do more than the cops? Ain't nothing on God's green earth that can't survive my 12 gauge. Nothing, you hear? I don't care if it's a ghost, a demon, or some psychopath out there. I'll blow it clean back to hell. A flurry of yeahs rose up from the crowd, and I was right there with them. So I say we go down to the lake ourselves and wait for that son of a bitch to come crawling on out. Then we give it a taste of good old-fashioned Grand Falls justice. Ya hear? A roar surged through the room. Us all being liquored up like we were, there was nothing he could say that we'd object to. So we all stumbled on back to our homes, grabbed our pieces, and marched on Lake Elpo like a conquering army. In hindsight, it wasn't the brightest idea. Even without the talk of demons and such, you never want 24 drunk, armed assholes all in the same place. Something was gonna happen, and it wasn't gonna be pretty. But none of us could have predicted what came next. Our plan was the half-baked stepchild of booze and bloodlust. We just squatted down in some bushes by the lake and waited. Sure, we sent some poor boy out to sit right at the water's edge, but he wasn't so much bait as a lightweight readying to take a piss in the lake. Most of the night was quiet, which was something, given how much lead and liquor there was between us. Occasionally something stirred in the water, only to end up being a trout or mosquito. It wasn't until around midnight that something finally started to happen. I was half asleep when the guy squatting next to me shook me awake. What's happening? Did we get him? I asked only for my compatriot to raise a hand to his lips and then point to the lake. Peering between the bush branches, I saw something passing through the lake. It's hard to describe what with the beer goggles I had on, but the best I can call it is a shadow. A real weird one, though. You ever look at a white wall and notice one spot whiter than the rest? It was sort of like that. In the black water of the lake, it stood out for being darker than all the shadows. Your eyes couldn't quite focus on it either. The edges all blurred together as if they were trying to melt into the shadowy waters. But those dark depths were too bright for it. It drifted to the waterfront at a snail's pace. From that, I knew it wasn't no ghost. That thing had some weight keeping it chained to the lake floor. Didn't change the fact I still had no idea what I was seeing. None of us did. Even drunk as sailors like we were, no one thought to fire at the shadow. Curiosity, infusion, and a thimble of fear kept our eyes alone, aimed at the water. Eventually it drifted into the shallows and started rising from the water. First thing I saw was that fishbowl stuck to its head. The iron was rusted dark and covered in green gunk that I'd grown into its crevices. The window glass, however, was in remarkably fine shape. You couldn't find a single crack on any of them, and inside, you'd make out that dark water kept trapped inside the suit. As it rose, you could make out more and more of the suit, and while it was old as dirt, it was in real good shape, all things considered. Even the air tube was in perfect condition as it stretched back into the murky depths. The suit rising from the lake wasn't something any of us expected to see. Fear worked its way down to us, even in the depths of our stupor, and we were all frozen to our various spots. I, for one, wasn't entirely sure I wasn't hallucinating until I saw someone else's reaction. Even though I couldn't do much, when you see something impossible, everything you think of starts sounding stupid. I only knew that I didn't want that thing to notice me, and if that meant hiding in the bush like a baby, so be it. A mindset I'm pretty sure was shared, with only one exception. Ha! The boy we sent out as bait as the suit trudged towards him through the water. Now that there's funny. Where'd you guys even get a whatever suit? A laugh followed quickly after his words, but nothing motivated him to move. I wish I could say I wanted to scream at the boy to move. In actuality, I was glad the diver took a liking to the poor fool. Better him than me, was my thought. The diver stopped when it was standing right in front of the boy. He was still laughing his stupid little head off and gave no struggle against what happened next. The diver reached behind it and drew a strange-looking knife made from a strange metal I'd never seen before. It had been poorly carved, giving it jagged edges and vaguely curved back like the hook of a fang or canine. The face was black too, but leagues more so than obsidian and the sort. When you looked right at it, the blade's features vanished into its dark face. It almost didn't look like a blade, but rather a chunk of the night sky someone had cut out and shaped. Weird as that blade was, it didn't seem to knock the boy back to his senses. He just kept laughing and laughing, even as the diver raised the knife high over its head and drove it down into its heart. It wasn't quite what I imagined it would be. In movies, you see blood fly everywhere and someone making all these garbled sounds when they get stabbed. But not that boy. His whole body went rigid as the knife went in, but that was about it. A moment later, he slumped against the shoreline and just stopped moving. Nothing more. It was honestly chilling. The diver wasn't finished with him, though. It carved its way through the poor kid until it had cut open 2 massive holes in his chest and rib cage. It flung all the shards of bones over his shoulder and into the like scrap, not worth a second thought. It wasn't until it had a perfect view of the boy's lungs that it finally stopped. Reupholstering the blade, it slowly lifted them from the chest, handling them carefully like they were newborn babies. That alone would have been more than enough to scar my memory. But it was forgotten after what happened next. The diver reached up and began unscrewing its helmet. Water guzzled out of the edges and came exploding out when the diver removed the bowl. Not sure what I was expecting, but it was at least something human. Maybe a zombie. Like Bloated Bill, with pale, all cheeks puffed out, and eyes shriveled like raisins. Instead, I saw a true monster. I don't want to say it was like a fish. It had sickly scales, fins, and even those dead glassy eyes like one. But there was something wrong about it. And it wasn't just that it was wearing a diving suit. The face looked like an ill-fitting mask, as if it didn't sit right on the bones. I think it was too small or something. Yeah, that was it. The face was too small and gruesomely stretched over its skull. Any moment now, it would break and tear open, I swore. That wasn't what stopped it, though. Seconds after it took the helmet off, its gills started flaring and gasping for water. I heard what sounded like gasps come from it as its eyes bulged in desperation. Part of me hoped it would suffocate then and there, but it seemed ready for that. It raised the lungs over its head and opened its jaw wider than I thought was possible. Rows of needle-like teeth glistened in the moonlight for a second before flattening themselves against pale gums. It then dropped the lungs into its massive maw and swallowed them in one bite. I saw them bulge through the skin of its neck before disappearing into the suit. Even then, I could see something moving, rearranging in its chest as water within. The creature seemed to be struggling at first, looking like it got something caught in its throat before the churning within it stopped. Then the creature took a long, deep breath. Finally, came a mangled voice from somewhere in its gullet. Air. Not sure why that did it for me, and not seeing that thing rip out a man's lungs. Yes, a part of me thought that, despite everything, that thing couldn't stay up here for long. I even saw it choking on the air. I figured it'd have to go back to the depths and took comfort in that idea. Never would have guessed how wrong I was. I'm pretty sure I fired first. Can't be certain though, because the rain of bullets that came was pure chaos. The forest ignited as every last man opened fire with everything they had. Iron shredded the water's surface, and that thing was far tougher. Bullets simply bounced off its scales like they were Tic Tacs. I don't think it even knew we were shooting at it at one point because, for a split second, all it did was stand there staring. It was curious, I think, like a child with a new toy. Toy that breathed. If it wasn't for the lungs, I'm not sure what would have happened. Whatever that creature did, I don't think it had perfected such yet. It sucked in a few more breaths of air before it suddenly gagged. One wet breath followed another before blood began spewing from its mouth. The creature lurched forward as it violently hacked up the lungs. They splattered across the ground in a shredded mess, full of holes and torn ends. Seconds later, the creature started to gag once again. I smiled, but not for long. Even as it choked, the creature snatched up the shredded lungs and helmet before diving back into the lake. I watched its figure dissolve back into the great shadow before disappearing into the murky depths of Lake Elpo. We fired long after it was gone, and only stopped when our clips ran dry. The silence that followed was the worst I'd ever heard. All eyes were on that boy, or what was left of him. No one knew who he was. That was the worst part. We got him killed and didn't even know his name. Couldn't bear to drag him back like that. So we all just stayed there until the booze pulled us into sleep. Not me, though. I couldn't take my eyes off the lake. A hiker found us in the morning and ran screaming for the hills. I don't blame him. If I stumbled across a group of drunks surrounding a body with its lungs scooped out, I'd race like a bat from hell too. Cops came not long after that and detained the lot of us, though we were let go in the end. Not a lot of evidence we did the deed apart from us just being there. Our stories, though, kept us there for longer than we'd have liked. Many of the boys had been sober enough to remember the whole thing and blabbed about it all over the jail cells. Smart ones, me included, knew better than to talk about monsters to cops. Official story was that we went down to the lake to find Bloated Bill, only to pass out. The real killer then snuck up and butchered the poor boy while we were asleep. It didn't reflect the best on us, which was fair, all things considered. The killing stopped for a while. I tried to find some pride in that, but I know it wasn't because of us. Things stayed that way for some time until about a week ago. Her name was Josephine Peterson. She had kids. They begged to look at their mother, but we wouldn't let them. Seeing their mother like that, guts pulled out a slaughtered mule. It wouldn't have done nobody any good. That wasn't even the worst part. You see, Josephine was a smart woman, and she'd stopped going near the lake the second they found the first body. She'd instead taken to the bar to occupy herself. That's where they found her, some 10 miles from the lake. I don't know a lot right now. Can't say what that thing was, how it did what it did, or what it even wants. Nothing kills for air alone. Whatever reason it's doing all this for, I don't care to find out. I'll be moving out within the week. My sister has a place I should be able to hunker down in. It's right in the middle of Arizona, too. Miles and miles from any lakes, streams, or even puddles. Will it do any good? More so than if I stayed, waiting for that thing to come for me. I might not know much, but I do know this. There's no ghosts in Lake Elpo. Instead, there is something much, much worse. By the time I had finished middle school, my parents trusted me to be alone in the house by myself for long periods of time. We're talking days at a time. They did this so someone could care for our elderly dog who needed attention and supervision 24/7. With this, sometimes my parents would go out of state on a small vacation for the weekend, leaving me in the house by myself. Back to the present. It was a chilly fall evening. My parents had left early Friday morning and wouldn't be back until Sunday night. Everything had gone smoothly, and I was having a good time finally getting the house to myself. Until Saturday. When my parents left, I brought my gaming console out into the living room along with some pillows and a blanket. Figuring my dog slept in the living room, I'd sleep out there with her in case she needed me in the middle of the night. It was getting to be around dinner time. After I fed my dog, I texted my mom asking for a bit of money to order a pizza because I didn't feel like cooking that night. I ordered the pizza and sat on the couch playing a shooting game until the time had passed, and I heard the doorbell ring. I got up and quickly threw on my jacket and went to look through the peephole. There stood the pizza guy, a medium-height, middle-aged looking guy. He had dirty blonde hair and eye bags, seeming like he hadn't slept in a year. I could smell the dirty stench of cigarettes through my door. He had his eyes fixed on the camera doorbell, with a worried look on his face. I unlocked the door and opened it in the equivalent of my body width and greeted him with a smile. His eyes darted over to me. A small, creepy grin grew on his face. "Oh, I wasn't expecting a young girl like you," he said. Gross, I thought. Confused on how to answer, I replied in a quiet giggle. I held out my hands to take my food. "So, how old are you?" The man asked, still grinning. "Sorry, man. I don't answer questions like that," I said, even more creeped out than before. He huffed, seeming to get frustrated. I placed the pizza boxes down on the couch next to me and reached into my pocket to hand him the tip I had planned to give him. "Are your parents home?" he asked. Lying, I replied, "Yeah, they're in the other room." I hoped he would believe me and just go, seeing as my parents took my mom's car on vacation, leaving my dad's car in the driveway. He scoffed and said, "You know, I like that game too. Do you like shooters?" Referring to my pause game screen on the TV behind me. I became increasingly annoyed, but I didn't want to be rude and just slammed the door in his face. "Yeah, sure. Look, I'm sorry, but I have to go now," I said, trying everything I could to get this man to leave me the hell alone. The man scowled. He took the tip and crumpled it in his hand and started muttering profanities under his breath. But I only could make out one phrase before I shut the door. "You're gonna regret this." I locked the door and anxiously watched carefully from the window to make sure he got back in his car. I didn't stop watching until he sped off around the corner. I let out a sigh of relief and did a quick sweep around the house and made sure all the windows and doors were locked. A couple of hours had passed until I decided I was going to lay down and watch TV for the night, until I fell asleep. I made sure my dog was tended to and laid down. Before I noticed, I had drifted off, completely forgetting the interaction I had earlier in the day. When I woke up, it was still dark outside, 2 in the morning-ish. My dog was barking like crazy, and not a "I want to go outside" bark, an alarmed "I see a stranger" kind of bark. If you have a dog, you understand this, and you know what they're indicating to you. I propped myself up on my elbows and stretched for a second, looking around for a bit and didn't see anything. I was about to lay back down until I noticed in the corner of my eye a face. The window to my right, I saw the man from earlier, grinning again. He waved at me, still smiling, but looking more sinister by the second. I felt my blood run cold. Why is he here? How long had he been watching me sleep? I shot up, my fight or flight triggered instantly. I ran to my room and pulled the baseball bat out from underneath my bed and walked back to the living room where I had been sleeping, clutching it in my hand. When I went back, the man had moved from the window to the front door, knocking gently. "Let's hang out and have some fun," I heard him say from outside. "I'm gonna call the police if you don't get the hell away from my house," I yelled back. He banged on the door, violently aggressive this time. "The hell you will, you little brat," he screamed. The doorknob shook violently. My dog was going mad at this point, so I took her with me and locked myself into my room and dialed 911 on my phone. I was explaining what was happening when I heard a couple loud bangs. He was throwing himself at my front door to do his best to bust through it. I had texted my parents and they had already packed and started driving back. But all of that left my mind when I heard the front door burst open and fall onto the ground in my living room. I whispered into my phone to the 911 operator that the man had broken into my house, and the person on the other end of the line instructed me to stay quiet and sit tight, as the police were minutes away. Before I could think of anything, my phone died and I started panicking. I quickly went over and shut my bedroom lights off and hid in the closet with my dog, petting her as to make sure she wouldn't bark and reveal our hiding spot. I heard the man walking through my house, searching under tables, behind couches, and in hallway closets. He stopped walking for a moment. I could hear him directly outside my bedroom door. He shook the handle and huffed the same way before, indicating he was becoming frustrated. There was a couple bangs on the door before he was able to punch a hole through my door, but enough to fit his hand through to unlock it. I heard the lock. It gave a small click sound before the door creaked open. It was pitch black in my room. The man took a step in and stood there. Seconds felt like hours. I cupped my hand over my mouth to quiet my anxious breathing. I heard him rummaging through my belongings. He looked under the bed, under the desk, then the last place to hide. He had his hand on the closet door. I'm dead, I thought. I didn't know who he was or what he wanted, but I knew it wasn't going to be good. Before he had the chance to open the closet, my prayers were answered and I heard the sirens of police getting closer and closer. Damn it, the man whispered. He exited my bedroom and ran through my home. I heard the back door slide open and the crunching footsteps through the dead grass. The 911 operator must have told the police where I was, and I felt like I could finally breathe again when an officer opened the closet door and told me it was okay to come out. They led me outside with my dog and leash, and I sat on the edge of the seat in the police car. I waited there as the police searched my house in case the man had still been there. The police said there was no signs anything was stolen. He wasn't there for valuables. He was looking for me. The fact will disturb me till the day I die. There were many signs that it had been a break-in, so the case stayed open for a while but eventually closed. The guy was never found and it wasn't known where he was. His identity was found and this man had past warrants for home invasions and failure to appear in court. The fact that he was never caught and is still out there somewhere shakes me to my core. But I know for sure I'm never, ever opening the door for anybody ever again when I'm home alone. If you've been following the news lately, I'm sure you've heard by now that feed mills all across the United States have been exploding or catching fire recently. This phenomena is relatively uncommon. As a former feed mill worker, they explain all the risks when we are being trained in how to effectively prevent fires in the workplace. Considering the potential danger of large-scale explosions and fires that feed dust poses, one of the most recent reports of an explosion has been inaccurate. For my own safety and the sake of anonymity, I won't tell you which location it is, but I will tell you what happened at the feed mill I worked at until recently. As many people in the food industry will tell you, wherever there is any kind of food being processed or worked with, rats and mice are a commonplace issue. It's no different in feed mills, and we have to work tirelessly to combat infestations and root them out as quickly as possible. It doesn't necessarily always work. You could find rats almost anywhere you looked hard enough in the feed mill, scurrying along the ground trying to get inside of the walls, on top of light fixtures, in the ceiling, anywhere really. But while my coworkers had a mindset of killing the rats, I had a mindset of preservation and relocation. I don't enjoy taking life of any kind. It's ironic considering my love for eating meat, but something about taking the life myself, without actual cause for survival, it doesn't sit right with me. And rats are known to be intelligent, extremely so, more than you possibly know actually. So taking their lives felt like even more of a sin to me. So that's what I began to do. Instead of killing rats or letting them go, I began to catch any I could. Slippery little bastards didn't want to be caught, but I managed to catch at least 10 or so a week by being kind. I'd offer them a little food, lead them onto my hand, and gently cup them to prevent them from jumping out and possibly hurting themselves. Then all I had to do was take them outside and let them run off on their own. I know they were probably safer from predators in the feed mill, in that by putting them outside I exposed them to more risk. But they had a better chance of survival outside than in the mill, where we often had exterminators and fumigators come by. They started taking notice of my kindness though. It was kind of strange at first. I'd notice one or two rats staring at me curiously from afar, and they'd inch closer to me. I'd offer them some leftover feed to eat, considering that's all they really wanted, and usually they would just scurry off back to their hiding place. If they were small enough, I'd attempt to relocate them, and if they were too big, I would simply let them go. And they got to be enormous inside the mill. 3 or 4 feet long wasn't uncommon at all. I started to notice them hanging around me more and more since the machine I worked on required me to be in the same place for many hours a day. The rats would congregate on the light fixtures above my head and on the lips of the trusses of the ceiling. I didn't really think much of it until I began to notice a single, smaller rat frequently visiting my machine. Instead of the gray or dark coat that was common amongst the rats of the mill, this one had a jet black coat and a gray tail, with a single ring of gold coloring about midway up his tail. I tried to lure him over to me with the food trail I normally do, but it wasn't needed. This one ran straight to my hands and hopped on. For any of you who don't know, this is extremely strange behavior for a wild rat. Domesticated rats and mice might do this since they're used to their human wanting to give them their love and attention. Wild rats normally fear and avoid humans. Upon closer examination of the rat, I noticed that what should have been beady black orbs for eyes had a spot of yellow in the dark center. A mutation. Some sort of disease? I wasn't sure, but I figured this rat wouldn't make it outside for very long. So instead of taking him outside to what could be his death, I let him stay in my hands for a while. "Hello, my little friend." I cooed gently to the creature. He seemed to like the sound of my voice. He sat back on his haunches and sniffed at me with a gentle squeaking noise. I raised a thumb and gently rubbed his side and head, cautious not to nudge too hard. The other rats seemed to notice how much attention and care I treated this one with, since I heard gentle squeaking from the crowd of gathered rats above me, like the cooing of a mother approving of her son or daughter's choice of companion. The rat made a strange gesture that caught my attention, and he started to rear up and gently touch his forepaws to my hand. Do you want down, buddy?" I asked, like most humans do when talking to a pet, not expecting a response. Strangely, he nodded. I smiled at him, not really thinking that a rat had just understood me, and that it was sheer coincidence. I gently lowered my body to the floor and spread my fingers from the locked cup position, allowing the rat to hop safely off onto the ground. "Run along, little buddy. It's dangerous around this machine, and I don't want any of you getting hurt." The tiny rat ran off between the conveyor system and disappeared into the darkness. I looked up, noticing how quiet it had gotten, and saw that the rats that normally watched me, like vultures, from on high were gone. The next days went by relatively easy, and without much activity from the rats who normally visit me. Apparently, 1 or 2 of my coworkers took notice of my interactions with the rats and began to make fun of me for it. Call me names, tell me if I loved the rats so much just to join them in the basement, that kind of thing. Working in manual labor fields, you don't really put much stock in that kind of chiding and insulting behavior. Everyone does it, and you just have to get used to it and fire back. I did notice that the cat population had gone down recently, though. On top of the rats that had swarmed the mill, there was also a population of cats that called the mill home. Mostly feeding on the rats, I imagine. They kept mostly to themselves, and despite being former outdoor house cats, presumably, they were skittish, not wanting to be seen or interact with humans. Although, I guess I can understand since most of the people in the mill wanted to either kill them or capture them violently. One day after I began my shift, I was informed of a tragic turn of events. Almost all of the cats that had documented sightings in the mill had been viciously slaughtered. Not by human means either. According to the person who found the scene, it was like a slaughterhouse of cats. Bits of them everywhere with holes the size of bullets in them, but more jagged and fang-like. Poor things. bite marks the size of bullet hole entry wounds. Even stranger activity began when I went to the 4th floor one day to check the storage bin that fed my machine. I went into the stuffy room full of feed dust and mold inhibitor to check my bin. As first shift rarely, if ever, filled it for me, and I needed to see how much, if any, feed I had to make product with, but I saw 2 of the bigger rats inside the room where my bin was. I saw them with a smaller rat, apparently intimidating the rat towards the edge of the bin. What kind of transgression occurred? What would push these rats to force the other to its doom? I ran over quickly and shouted, "Hey, stop that!" I closed the distance between us and stood over the rats, concerned over the cowering rat between the 2 large ones and the lip of the bin. I bent over and scooped the cowering rat into my hands and backed out of the room. I could see the 2 larger ones looking at me with something that almost seemed to be satisfaction. If they had a human face, it felt like you could see that smirk of satisfaction on that face. They looked at one another and then began to bound away. I took the smaller rat to the 1st floor with me, a little unsettled by the interaction between the rats and their interaction with me. Had I imagined that feeling? Had I imagined the satisfied chirping between the 2? I didn't know at the time and simply decided to release the rat on the 1st floor, not wanting to expose this rat to more danger than it was apparently already in. "Go on, little buddy. Don't let them get you down." The rat squeaked at me and ran off. I began to feel more and more as I interacted with these creatures that, even if they didn't understand English, they understood my meaning well enough. A few weeks went by with nothing really out of the ordinary happening, except for the fact that I hadn't seen the little black rat with the gold ring tail. After our first interaction, he frequented my machine for a couple of weeks, and I'd gotten to know his likes and patterns, almost what he wanted to do or if he wanted food at a glance. I cared for that little rat, and the other rats seemed to do the same. But after the interaction with the rat on the 4th floor, I didn't see my little friend for a while. I started to notice the rats were getting larger. The ones who frequented my machine, well, I thought they were at their maximum size considering how humongous a 3 or 4 foot long rat is. That wasn't the case. As I noticed they were putting on more bulk and getting larger in both height and length, I thought surely they couldn't get much bigger than what they were already at this point. I was wrong. Shortly after resigning to not seeing my little friend again, I was called by management to perform a task for them in the basement, alone. A simple thing, just go down there and check the pipes and breakers down there. We're having a few malfunctions with water and electric surges today, and we don't know why. Maintenance is busy fixing the shorts caused by here up by the surges, and since there are only 2 of them and your machine is down, you'll go down there and check it for us. I hated the idea of going down into the basement. Despite my relationship with the rats, I still didn't exactly like the idea of having them in the shadows stalking me or being able to get on my body without my notice. Orders were orders though, and if I wanted to keep my job, I guess I just had to follow them. So I walked into the small man elevator and descended into the darkness. I was immediately assaulted with a miasma of stench when I walked through the door into the basement. Something like a mix of cat excrement, decaying flesh, blood, and rotting animal feed. I pulled my shirt up a little so that the lip of it covered my nose and pushed forward towards the area where the breakers were. They were down a long hallway with a few different diverging paths, but signage informed me of my path. I was forced to a halt on my path, though stopped by a horrifying sight. Rats, the largest I've ever seen in that facility, swarmed the ground, walls, and ceiling on the path to the breakers. They had to be almost man-sized in length, if not a little more. They were using their almost chef's knife-sized incisors to bite their way through piping and wires on the ceiling, and the ones on the ground were eating the remains of the rats who'd fallen victim to exterminator poison and fumigation, and the remains of some of the cats they'd dragged back down here. I gasped and dry heaved at both the sight and stench of it all. And the rats almost all collectively stopped and turned to look at me. Their beady eyes glinted in the low light, but they seemed to recognize me. One of the larger ones approached me and halted in front of me. I instinctively took a step back, but he walked forward, slowly, gently grabbing hold of my pant leg and sinking its claws in, like it was trying to communicate that it wanted me to stay. Instead of kicking the rat off and running, I bent down to him, and he reared up his haunches, and we were now face to face. He pointed one of his paws down a diverging hallway as if pointing me in a direction they wanted me to go. With an army of rats in front of me, and skittering claws clacking all around me, I didn't have much of a choice. I followed orders. As I approached the dead end of this hallway, I noticed a shape moving, a gargantuan shape. It was the height of a man, but animalistic in nature. It was getting up from a lying down position, and it turned its head towards me to open its eyes and see me. I saw the eyes of pure gold, with orange streaks staring at me intensely. I remembered a rat that had almost golden eyes. It was the tiny black rat, no longer tiny, now the apex, the king of rats. Little friend. I heard a voice like the rasping of the wind through the leaves of an autumn eve, combined with the rattling of clashing machinery, say to me. I had to lean against the wall as the massive creature stepped into the low light from its dark recess. I was terrified and dry heaving from fright and disgust. Unsure of what to do, I tried to gather myself and turned towards the king of the rats. "Hey, little buddy," I said with a shaking voice. "You've grown up, haven't you?" The king stood silently in front of me for a moment, and he nuzzled my body, almost knocking me to the ground. But I could tell from the force that he didn't intend to do that. He wanted to show affection. "Leave this place," he rasped at me. "Run as fast and far as you can. This will only be rubble and dust soon." It hit me. The reason the rats were chewing through the wires and pipes, it was to cause a spark, to cause a dust explosion. I gave the king a pat on the head. "What about you, little buddy? You want to cause an explosion and fire? You'll die." The king simply snorted and tilted his head back slightly, making a noise that was somewhat of a mockery of a laugh. "Go, little friend. Be gone." He shoved me with his head and made a rumbling, hissing noise. I followed orders. I ran. I ran as fast and hard as my legs could take me, pumping them to the limit before reaching the elevator. A horde of rats was inside the elevator shaft, chewing cables and clawing up towards the surface. I hit the up button and the elevator crawled upwards towards the first floor. I had plenty of time to watch them wait in the elevator shaft to chew through wires, carrying the sparking remnants upwards to the feed bins, the area with the most amount of feed dust. I sprinted out of the elevator as soon as it locked itself on the first floor, and I heard a loud snap and a distorted whirring noise, along with the elevator crashing downwards. They'd chewed through the cable, just moments after I made my escape. A swarm of rats poured from the elevator shaft behind me and surged forward into the mill proper. Some, the smaller and weaker, running to escape. Others swarmed to fire hazards and some of the workers there. I ran as fast as my legs could take me to the office and slammed my hand on the fire alarm, picking up the intercom phone right next to it. "Everyone drop what you're doing and evacuate the facility. There are multiple fires in the building in especially high-risk areas." I slammed the phone back on its hook and noticed multiple workers running to evacuate. If not from the fire and the announcement, then damn sure from the rats. Many of them had serious wounds from the horde of rats clawing and biting almost 2-inch holes in various parts of their bodies. Protocol be damned at this point. We all ran for our vehicles and tried to get as far away as possible, before the whole facility went up in flames. Or worse, exploded with the force of God knows how many tons of dynamite. The first one to break from the parking lot was the largest truck that anyone had. It tore through the guardhouse gate like a bat out of hell, and almost all of us followed suit through the destroyed gate. The fire broke out soon afterwards. I was a few miles away from the facility when it happened, as I think we all were. I learned from the police report that the upper floors were the first to go, lost in an explosion that shook the surrounding area like a small earthquake. But the facility only burned from there, luckily. An investigation was launched and the employees were questioned. All of us, even me, claimed to not know anything, because what police officer would be insane enough to believe what I witnessed? It was ruled an accident. No foul play was found, and I believe it's mostly because the basement had collapsed and they couldn't find the surviving rats, if any did, and the chewed cables. But I know that some did survive. I visited the burned down mill a few months later, feeling despondent not only over the loss of everyone's jobs, but over the potentially charred horde of rats that I once socialized with. The mill itself was a heap of blackened scrap and smoking ruin. The remains of machinery and abandoned vehicles were strewn about like a canvas of destruction. I noticed some rustling in the rubble and saw a tiny rat. I walked over to him, and he seemed to either not notice me or didn't care that I was there. I had on my old working gloves and leaned over, cupping my hands in front of me. I gave him a sad smile. "Hey, little friend, you new around here? Or are you one of the survivors?" I asked him dumbly, knowing I'd get no response. The tiny rat hopped into my hands and curled up as though he were comfortable enough with me to sleep in my hands like a bed. I heard that wheezing, wind-scratching voice again that I still remember from the basement. The one that prevails in my mind is a friend who lost his way and only wanted peace for his kind. "Little friend." The tiny rat resting on my hands poked his head up and scurried to a hole in the rubble. I was satisfied. There were survivors. And it may seem cruel to you that I was more satisfied with surviving rodents than the fact that human beings were injured, but I don't see it that way. Our cruelty was met with their cruelty, and in the end, they didn't take any of our lives. They only wanted a place to call home. I hated campfire stories growing up. My parents made me go to summer camps where people who couldn't stand their kids ditched them. Why bother having kids if you couldn't stand to be around them during the summer? My parents told me it was for enrichment, whatever that meant. Make friends, get to know people, have a good time. Well, nothing is good about being forced to choke on wood smoke while getting sucked dry by mosquitoes. All the while, some dickhead named Counselor Todd told a cheesy campfire story. Worst was when cool Counselor Chadley accompanied on his guitar. Anyway, as I said, I hated these stories growing up. I always had really vivid dreams, along with an overactive imagination. Those stories that blurred the lines between reality and fiction made both go haywire, and my mind became trapped in a spiral of what-if scenarios. Always watching the shadows of the cabin walls as the moonlight made the branches stretch like fingers. Feeling breath on my ear when it was just the AC. The groan of my bunkmate's bed springs was some horrible killer dragging his sickle along the floor. I think the worst story Todd ever told was about the deer woman. It is nothing like the Native American tales of shape-shifting women, where men are lured away to be stomped to death by their hooves, or stories of transformation. No. Todd's deer woman was something much more horrific. It was something like this woman was driving down a road close to the camp and hit a deer. Upon impact, she went through the windshield and collided with the deer's head, embedding the skull and antlers into her face. When the police and ambulance arrived, they found the deer's mangled body, the crushed car, and a set of bloody footprints leading off into the woods. They never found the woman. Legend says she still haunts the forest around the camp to this very day. Todd said to his terrified masses. The shadows playing over his face made him look demonic. After enduring 3 weeks of Todd's dramatics, I was over the spooky firelight trick. But the story freaked me out. I was already devastated at the idea of driving. The very thought of driving along some dark, winding road only to slam into a deer was terrifying. Then mix that in with having my crumpled, broken remains mashed with the deer corpse. F that. The other stuff about the woman walking away to haunt the forest was obviously BS though. My fear of anything curvine in nature wasn't so sure. Don't judge me. Deer are freaky looking. And have you ever heard of an elk bugle? Haunting. So the story itself was playing on my imagination a little. Anything vaguely horn-like had my skin crawling, which my fellow campers thought was super hilarious. Then the night only got worse. It was already late. Being in the middle of June, the sun was still lighting the sky around 9 p.m., so the scary stories hadn't commenced until about 10 o'clock. Now the horrible hour of midnight was slowly approaching, and tonight was supposed to be a camp-wide hide-and-seek spotlight tag event. The whole thing sounded horrible. Why allow campers armed with only a flashlight and wits to hide anywhere on the campgrounds? There were restrictions like no one was allowed to hide in the woods. Still, the situation sounded dubious at best. Nevertheless, campers who saw the flawed logic of such a game were not permitted to stay on the bench. So, I played against my will. At first, I tried to hide somewhere obvious, so I could be found and made to sit out early. That plan was foiled when Counselor Chad came up and looked at me with that expression you'd give to an obnoxious toddler. "Come on, dude," he said in his chattiest tone. "I know you don't like these games, but you gotta at least try, man. I'm gonna turn around and count again, and this time you better find a good place to hide. 'Kay? 1, 2... He was really going to make me do this. Fine. If I had to play, I'd play to win, and give them a scare for once. I ran from my spot under the picnic tables down the road towards the best hiding place I knew. About half a mile from the actual campground sat a collection of abandoned buildings that had been part of the camp at one point. All the buildings had fallen into disrepair. Some had boarded windows and doors. The areas were littered with broken glass. Many of them were stuffed with old furniture and hardware like ovens, fridges, and those serving tables you'd see at buffets. Plenty of broken bunk beds, mattresses, dressers. In other words, things to hide under. Was I afraid of the potential spider and tetanus hazard? Sure. But the drive to stick it to those annoying camp jockeys spurred me. Still not sure about what happened after that. After I found a place to hide, tucked away under a collection of discarded bunk beds, I watched the windows for signs of the flashlights. I felt pretty good of myself, not gonna lie. They would be searching for me for hours. Would I get in trouble for this? Probably. Would it get me sent home? God, I hope so. I remember being in that abandoned cabin for a long time, far longer than I thought I would be. I didn't have a watch or phone with me, so I couldn't tell what time it was. Boredom started to take its toll after a while. The longer time went without any of the counselors coming to find me, the more I considered crawling out from my hiding place and walking back to my cabin. A horrible stench reached my nose just as I decided that enough was enough. It was probably the worst thing I had ever smelled, and someone had exploded a can of fart spray in my high school woodshop class last year. So that was saying something. Whatever it was clear that something had died nearby. I hoped it wasn't anywhere close to my hiding place. You'd think I'd have noticed a dead thing sooner, but then I heard the sound of something walking. I say something, and not someone, because the rhythm was off. There was a kind of loping, dragging noise. There were too many legs for a person, but it wasn't enough for an animal. Step, 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 drag. Step, 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 drag. The hairs on the back of my neck and arms stood up. A knot formed in my gut, and a little voice of self-preservation screamed that something wasn't right. The sound drew closer, the scent of death growing more intense with each step. Then my ears caught the inhale and exhale of ragged breaths, as if whatever it was attempting to breathe through a wet towel. Something thick and liquidy fell in heavy drops onto the ground, like someone was carrying a bucket of water, and some of it was sloshing out. Then there was the buzzing of flies. As I stared out the window nearest my hiding place, I could see the black clouds swirling in the moonlight. Not long after, a shadowy figure stumbled into view. My mind whirled to place the jumble of shapes and forms into some kind of order. The thing appeared humanoid in the way it moved, but I saw a set of massive deer-like antlers and a slender animal face sitting atop a long, broken neck. S'more-flavored bile rose in my throat as my eyes picked out stripes of hanging flesh through the dirt-covered windows. As the thing lumbered to the cabin door, I forced myself to be still, forced my breathing to be silent, forced my bladder to not piss myself in terror. The creature pushed the door open. Its dreadful, dull creak filled the still air like the last dying groan of a wounded animal. Step, 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 drag. Step, 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 drag. It lurched and lumbered across the floor, carried by two broken humanoid legs with one deer leg trailing behind. The stench from earlier hit my nose with a force that nearly made my stomach revolt. Blood and bile dripped from the dislocated jaw onto the floor. Shadows enveloped the creature's face, but I knew it was looking for me. This couldn't be real. Monsters and things that searched for little kids in the woods didn't exist in real life. This had to be some kind of sick prank Todd and the others were playing. One of them had seen me run off to the abandoned camp area. They got all dressed up and covered themselves in whatever foul-smelling spray this was to scare me. They knew how overreactive my imagination was, and were messing with me. The thing drew closer. If this was a prank, it wasn't funny. I wanted to scream for whoever it was to cut it out, go back to the camp and tell the others that they found me. However, something in the back of my mind clamped down on my throat. A primal sense that screamed that this thing was not a person. Step, step, step. Drag. The creature stopped in front of my hiding place. My stomach rolled at the stench of decay. What little light that cut through the grimy windows illuminated pale, misshapen purple-blue legs. Bones cracked as it bent in half to peer into my den. Bloody and maggoty bile dripped from its broken deer jaw, and one of the empty eye sockets. Hot, putrid breath hit my face, and I could feel my mouth fill with saliva as nausea teetered on the edge of release. We stared at each other for a mind-numbing amount of time. Silence stretched on and weighed heavy and cold like the hand of death. Not knowing what else to do, I pointed one trembling finger down toward the door. With a voice filled with tears and terror, I said, The hospital. The hospital is that way. The dear woman continued her silent stare for a few minutes more. I thought my racing heart would kill me before she decided to, as I stared into her one dull black eye. Then, like a rubber toy, her body slumped in half before rolling back up. Each of her vertebrae popped and cracked as she stood. Finally, she turned and made her slow, shambling way out of the building, and away in the direction I pointed. Step, 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 drag. Step, 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 drag. I'm sure I passed out after she disappeared, or maybe I went into some kind of blacked out state of panic. I can't really remember. I know I had returned to the camp at some point with everyone in a frenzy looking for me. Even the police and ambulance had been called. Everyone was ready to give me a stern talking to, until one of the EMTs noticed the shock on my face. In a way, I got my wish because I was taken to the hospital, and later picked up by my parents to go home. And before you ask, no one believed me. Why would they? The story sounded impossible. I want to believe it was impossible because things like that aren't real. They only exist in stories told around dumb campfires to susceptible imaginations like mine. So now that you've heard my story, who wants to play hide and seek? Several months ago, my partner and I moved into our first apartment. It was small and simple, 2 bedrooms, a decent-sized bathroom with a clean shower, and a small living room that connected directly with an even smaller kitchen. We were in love with it from day one. Those first few weeks getting used to our new home were some of the best days of my life. Finally being out from under the noses of our parents and starting our lives together was something I'd been looking forward to for what felt like ages. For a while, everything seemed too good to be true, but then one night, I woke up with a painful need for the bathroom. I laid there for a bit, half asleep, trying to will my body to suck it up and wait just a few more hours. After several minutes of hopelessly tossing around in an attempt to get comfortable, it became clear that the floodgates would soon open past the point of no return. I grumpily forced my tired legs out of bed and headed to the bathroom. After I was done with my business, I groggily fell back into bed next to my partner and yawned in exhaustion. The tears that stung my eyes as a result distorted the room into a series of blurred colors and shadows. Annoyed by the slight inconvenience, I wiped the wet from my face. In doing so, my eyes came to rest on the bedroom doorway. All at once, I felt sleep release me from its temptation as I stared, puzzled at the doorframe. Something about it looked odd, but without my glasses, I couldn't quite make out what. I reached to my nightstand and searched blindly for my lenses, not taking my eyes off the entrance to our room. After a few seconds of struggling, I managed to grab hold of my glasses and put them on. I have never regretted anything more in my life. It took a moment for my eyes to adjust to the sudden shock of visibility, but as they did, a chill, like cold liquid, oozed down my back. I saw, peeking around the door frame, a shape. Just a thin section of the side of a large head poked out into the bedroom. Along with it, a pitch-black limb reached around the frame and held it intimately. Despite not being able to make out any clear features on the dark shape, I knew it was looking back at me. I gasped and immediately turned on the light to reveal what was obviously an intruder, only to be met with the abrupt emptiness of my bedroom entrance. Confused but still very much alarmed, I got back out of bed and grabbed the knife I kept in the bedside drawer. I walked cautiously over to the door, weapon at the ready in case I needed to defend myself. I waited, pressed against the wall, listening for any unusual sounds coming from the apartment. When I heard none, it gave me the courage to whip around into the doorway only to see nothing. The hallway was completely empty, and all the doors were shut tight. I slowly moved down the small hall until I reached the living room, where I was once again greeted by no other presence. I sighed in relief. I thought I had just imagined the dark shape. After double-checking the other room and the bathroom just to be safe, I found nothing out of the ordinary. I reasoned that my sleepy mind had just played a trick on me, so I returned to bed once more and looked back at the doorway. I didn't see the figure this time, and after not long, fell back to sleep. The next day, I decided not to share the previous night's excursion with my partner. There was no reason they needed to know about some weird hallucination after all. I went through the day like nothing happened. The mundane of my usual activities, scrubbing away the event until I'd nearly forgotten about it entirely. It wasn't until night fell when I was laying in bed next to my sleeping partner again that my memory came back to me. I bolted upright and stared at the entrance to my bedroom once again. This time, however, it was deserted. I could see only the beige, chipping paint peeling gently from the frame. Relieved and feeling a bit ridiculous, I chuckled silently to myself and looked down at my partner, whose slumbering form hadn't stirred even slightly. The peaceful image brought a tiredness to my eyes, and I opted to rest my head on the feather-ridden pillow beside them and share in that peace. Soon enough, I too was asleep. Sometime later, I awoke without warning. I realized I'd been so distracted before that I'd fallen asleep with my glasses still wrapped around my now indented and weary face. I sat up with a fatigued, quiet sigh of mild annoyance and reached to my face to remove the crooked rims. But as my hand grazed their edges, I opened my eyes a little just by chance and was greeted with a recognizable shape lingering just at the edge of my doorway. My stomach sank like a stone and my abdomen curled and twisted like a coiling serpent as anxiety flooded my veins. There was no mistaking it this time. Impregnating the entrance stood a dark figure, its horrible, misshapen form peeking through the edges of the door frame. I once again sat there in stunned silence, only able to return the thing's faceless peeping with my own horrified gaze. I've no idea how long our staring contest lasted, but after what I'd guess was several minutes, I noticed just a little more of what I thought to be the thing's face was revealed. I could now see what appeared to be half of an unusually inflated, bulbous, human-like head leering at me through the doorway. I then realized its entire crooked arm now reached past the frame, resting a sharp and jagged hand against the bedroom wall. I didn't take the time to observe any more of the thing's hideous form, and instead reached for my knife. I did so slowly, and with an unshifting gaze, the thought of making any sudden movements filling my heart with a paranoid dread. As soon as my hand grasped the handle of the tool, I flipped it open with a low click, and brought it in front of myself. Almost immediately, the pattern of horror that stared me down reacted, but not in the way I'd expected. Rather than rush past me with a fearsome howl or vicious anger, it quickly pulled its gnarled appendage and bulging head back through the doorway, leaving a confused emptiness where it had formerly stood. I almost yelped in surprise and found myself hastily jumping from my bed and storming to the door as if to chase the thing. But as I stepped through the doorway and down the hall, just like the previous night, I found not so much as a dust particle out of place. Unlike the last time, however, I was certain I wasn't imagining things and made little effort to be quiet with my search of the apartment. My stomping feet and slamming of doors unsurprisingly woke my partner, who asked me what was wrong with a tone more irritated than concerned. I can't say I blame them since my exasperated explanation was unable to describe properly what I'd seen. After double-checking the locks on both the front door and all the windows, as well as searching every room and closet in the apartment, my partner could only conclude that I had some sort of sleep paralysis episode. I tried to explain to them that I had reached for the knife while watching the shape and therefore couldn't have possibly been asleep, but I think their exhaustion clouded their better judgment. They shook off my concerns and told me to come back to bed with them. I begrudgingly did so, but only because we had basically ripped our home apart to ensure there was no hiding intruders. I didn't do too much throughout the following day, my focus remaining on the entity from the previous night. With my partner being gone to work and leaving me alone, my nerves refused to settle. I kept myself in the living room and close to the front door in case I needed to escape something that might materialize from the shadows that stretched and twisted perfidiously down the length of the dimly lit hallway. I found it nearly impossible to stop myself from regularly glancing down toward the bedroom, each time expecting to see that malignant shape peeking around its entrance. The place that had once brought me the comfort of a prominent life and a promising future now replaced the very marrow in my bones with a turbulent angst. As the daylight coming through the blind softened, my paranoia only increased. But the image of my partner finally arriving back through the front door brought me at least some amenity. Soon, however, the sun slipped over the mountains, The shadows formerly cast upon the walls began to meld with the increasing darkness of the apartment, and I slowly began to feel less reassured by the thought of my partner's return. They should have been home over an hour before. I shuddered at the possibility that this would be one of those rare evenings when work kept them late. Sadly, a disheartening phone call from my partner confirmed my fear, as they told me in no uncertain terms that they likely wouldn't be relieved until quite late into the night. I tried not to make the dread that overtook me known to them as we spoke. I attempted to hold them on the line longer than what their employer was probably happy with, but inevitably, the conversation had to end, and when it did, I found myself alone once more. Trepidation wrapped itself around my throat like a knotted rope as I stared down the hall to my bedroom. My home suddenly felt like a prison of drywall and cheap, shabby furniture. It was already getting late, and I wasn't sure what I feared more, being alone in the bedroom where that thing might watch me again, or not being alone in the hallway with it. My only hope was that the horror wouldn't show itself that night, but truthfully, I had little reason to believe that. After a day of constantly looking over my shoulder in a ceaseless paranoia, I found myself frustrated that I no longer felt welcome in my own home. I couldn't allow some delusion or nightmare or whatever this thing was to take away the sanctuary my partner and I waited so long to acquire. So it was with a flimsy resolve that I opted to go to sleep in my bed, in my bedroom. Although I decided it would be best to shut the door and lock it in the hopes of bringing myself a little more confidence. It must have been exhaustion from the day's obsessive stress that cradled me into slumber that night. Despite my incessant fear, I somehow managed a few hours of sleep. Late into the night, however, I was awoken to the sound of a light knocking at the bedroom door. I groggily checked the time and realized it must be my partner. Home from work at last. I sighed, a bit relieved, as I forced my body out of the comfort of bed to answer. As I rose, the knocking came again, a little more intensely this time. Slightly irritated, I sleepily announced to my caller to wait a moment as I was coming. I rubbed the tiredness from my eyes as I walked those few short steps to the door. All the while, the perpetual knocking tapped away at it. I again, more loudly this time, announced I was coming and wrapped my hand around the doorknob, preparing to twist its lock and open it. But as soon as my fingers grazed the brass, a heavy bang hit the door so hard the hinges rattled. I jumped back, fear abruptly sobering me, my gaze transfixed on the door like I was trying to see through it. I weakly called my partner's name. Whomever was on the other side responded with yet another slam against the hardboard. I let out a small yelp as the thin strand of resolve I've had earlier that night evaporated completely. Another slam pounded the door, and I watched as a screw flew off one of its hinges. I ran to the door and pressed myself into it with all my weight, hoping to soften the bludgeoning. It rattled again, the force of which nearly threw me off. I planted my feet as hard as was possible on the old carpet and kept pushing against my intruder on the other side. With another loud bang, more shrapnel shot out from the hinges as I desperately tried to keep the door in its frame. I heard the sound of splintering wood and loose, swinging hinges as the attacker continued to assault the barrier between us. I screamed in panic and primitive instinct as I felt the door weaken with each devastating blow. My eyes wildly scanned the small room for anything that could offer protection. I wasn't strong enough to move any of the heavy furniture, and even if I had been there, wasn't enough time to do so. Finally, my distressed gaze landed on my bedside knife. I knew it wouldn't offer much protection against whatever the hell was destroying the door, but as cracks began to form in the wood, I saw little other choice. After guarding against one last slam of the door, I tore myself away from it and ran to the far side of the bed where my small protective item rested. Grabbing it, I turned to face the door, which continued to pound against the now awkwardly misshapen hinges that barely held on. With one final crash, The door flew open and smashed against the wall with a heavy crack, driving the knob clean through it. I expected to see the full form of some kind of behemoth standing murderously in the entrance, but instead there was just that, a doorway, completely desolate of either person or monstrosity. In spite of this, my nerves did not settle. The sight of the empty doorway only brought concern for my sanity as my mind grasped frantically for any kind of explanation to the damn door practically flying off its hinges. I had little time to consider the possibilities, however, for only seconds later the answer revealed itself to me. An absurdly large, swollen black head slowly pushed its way into the room and twisted in a nearly human-like manner until the front of its horrible form rested an eyeless gaze upon me. A deep dread slithered its way up my spine as I glared in horror at the void that I assumed was a face. Through all the terror that choked my psyche, my arm somehow found the will to lift my hand and point the blade of my small knife toward the intruder. Its immense pitch-black appendage shifted downward and tilted slightly, as if pondering the significance of my weapon. There, with a sudden, bone-snapping jerk, it lifted its featureless visage to meet my tear-stained face once more. The egregious thing seemed to examine me with amusement as its mangled arm kneaded softly at the wall of the room. My legs shook and my heart pounded so intensely, I thought I'd burst from my chest cavity. Although I held the knife in front of my shivering self, I had not the strength to otherwise move. The corner of the room became my entire world, my very life relying solely on the space that existed between myself and the anathema. My eyes peeled further wide as the entity-engorged skull began to shape and contort. I watched in agonizing terror as the face's center stretched and tore disgustingly into a hole, like a lipless jaw trying to scream. The flaps of gore-ridden, inky skin separated just enough for red gums and yellowed teeth to faintly show through the tears. A guttural moan exhaled from the fissures in a tangle of high and low pitches, stealing the last ounce of my resolve. My quivering hands dropped the knife, and I fell with it to the floor with a painful thud. I let out a small sob as snot and other fluid dripped down from my face. The realization that I was going to die ripped my wrenching throat as a horrifying series of voices echoed through the many mouths of the abomination. It was like the thing was trying to form speech, but hadn't done so in centuries. Its form struggled and convulsed as grotesque belches and groans clawed their way violently out of its many orifices. Finally, after a torturous effort, the thing managed to weave the words, gnarled and disgusting from its awful face. Don't shut the door. It screeched in rage-filled, overlapping tones. Never again. Understand? My eyes focused on the monster with both increased horror and confusion, and I found myself nodding in acknowledgement. It kept that horrible form in an eyeless stare as if considering my response. Then, after a moment or so, it slowly slipped back beyond the door frame and out of sight. I sat there dumbfounded, the horror not yet entirely dissolved. Only a minute later I heard the front door open, soon followed by a shocked gasp. My partner ran into the room to see me, soaked in snot and tears, kneeling in the corner. The knife lay a foot or so in front of me, and they picked it up gingerly. They lowered themselves to my eye level and grabbed my shoulders, half hugging, half shaking me while imploring what had happened. A vacancy plastered my wet face as I simply told them. Burglary. I don't really know why I lied to them. I guess I just knew they wouldn't believe me. I suppose I don't really expect anyone to. Needless to say, after the incident, I convinced my partner to move out of that place. After seeing the sight of the smashed-in bedroom door, it didn't take much to convince them. We spent the week rapidly moving everything out during the day and sleeping at my parents' house at night. They didn't mind us staying with them after hearing about what had happened. A few weeks later, we managed to find another apartment, though it wasn't as nice as our previous one. I was hoping to be able to let go of what happened in the old place. I just wanted to move on and forget about it. I honestly thought I had until last night. I got to bed shortly after my partner had fallen asleep. I looked at the empty entrance to our new bedroom, studying it for a moment. This had become routine in the weeks since everything happened. Thankfully, I didn't see anything out of the ordinary. I rested my head on the soft pillow and began to doze off when a strange sensation came over me. Not wanting to acknowledge it, I tried to swallow it down and force myself to sleep. In time, however, my curiosity and concern got the better of me, and I opened my eyes just enough to peek between the lids, focusing on the doorway. There, peeking back at me from just around the frame, was a bulbous, dark head. If you DoorDash, do not deliver to 166 Lower Creek Road. If you get that address, please cancel immediately. Ignore the high tip. It's not worth it. I haven't been DoorDashing long. I think it's been 2 months since I started, and now I'm writing this submission from the trunk of my car. Why am I writing this instead of calling the cops? Well, because I've already called 911, and the dispatcher laughed and hung up. According to her, 166 Lower Creek Road doesn't exist, and they get a prank call about that address every other night. Hell, she even said that Lower Creek Road has been closed for years. So I'm writing my story on here because you all will believe me. I was in the last 10 minutes of a 4-hour shift with DoorDash. When I saw that it was 10:50 p.m., I decided to call it a night and head home. I then attempted to end my dash, but a new order popped up. Go to McDonald's. The pay showed $50. The pay is usually 10 at the highest. I couldn't say no. I was already close to McDonald's and didn't take long to get there. Once inside, the cashier informed me that there wasn't a DoorDash order with the order number I had. I looked at the items ordered, and it was just an ice water and nothing else. $50 pay for an ice water. Whatever, I'll take it. The cashier laughed at the order and handed over a large styrofoam cup of water. She informed me they get an order like this every other night. As I walked back to my car, I felt very weird about this order. My gut told me to cancel, but I had already left the store with the item. The delivery address was only 3.5 miles out, and I reminded myself of the high payout. Money that I really needed. So, I pulled out onto the highway and made my way to Lower Creek Road. In no time, the GPS had me on a heavily wooded dirt road. It was very curvy and hard to navigate in the dark. The paranoia had me seeing things out of the corner of my eyes. I pressed on. After what felt like an eternity, the GPS said aloud, "Turn left onto Lower Creek Road in a 1/4 mile." Once at the road, there wasn't any road sign, but I made the left anyway. "Your destination will be on your right in 1 mile, the GPS said. Off the bat, I noticed none of the mailbox numbers started with a 1. They all started with a 6. And if the road was like any other, then the actual address of my destination was 666 Lower Creek Road. Now, I'm not religious or superstitious, but the idea that the address was actually 666 made me feel even more worried. All the homes on the road looked very run down and deserted. I was now only about 400 feet from my turn, and I could see an old rusty mailbox at the head of the driveway. Sure enough, the numbers on the mailbox read 666. The GPS sang out that I was at my destination, and the DoorDash app read off the delivery instructions. "Leave at my feet. Do not disturb." These words chilled me. Usually the directions were a simple "leave at door" or "hand to customer." I slowly pulled down the driveway, which was fully surrounded by thick undergrowth and large trees. The little dirt road finally gave way to an opening. There was no house in the clearing. Setting right in the middle of the opening were what seemed to be 3 men. They were sitting on lawn chairs in a semicircle. They were illuminated by a blue light that was being emitted from the ground by what looked like a projector. They all had their hands up in the air and were looking directly into the blue light. The scene made me so nervous I began to feel nauseous. I got out of my car and slowly walked towards them. I have never walked so slowly and quietly in my life. I didn't want them to notice me at all. Once I reached them, I could tell they were all completely naked. The man in the middle had a small box in his lap and smoke was coming from the box like something was smoldering inside it. There is a strong smell of burning hair around them. The only noise was the hum of the projector. I approached the man closest to the road and carefully tried to set the cup of ice water at his feet. My hands were shaking too badly, and I dropped the cup, spilling the water all over his feet. None of them had any reaction. I promptly stood up and walked back to the car as fast as I could. My heart was beating out of my chest. When I got within about 5 feet of my car, I looked back towards the men. Only one of them remained in his seat. The other 2 were gone. For a moment, everything felt still, and then the man's head snapped in my direction. He stood immediately and started sprinting towards me. I turned quickly to get in my car, but what I saw stopped me completely. The other 2 men were sitting in the driver and passenger seats, both of them staring forward. I heard the man's footsteps closing in from behind me, and before I could react, he tackled me head first into my car. The impact was violent, and I immediately felt blood running down my face. As I pleaded, the man dragged me back to the lawn chairs. He threw me down in the middle chair and dumped whatever was burning in the small box over my head. The embers burned my scalp. I began to scream as the man grabbed my face and forced me to stare into the light. My eyes began to get very heavy, and I couldn't keep them from closing. When they opened, I was no longer in the middle of the woods at night. It was now daylight. I was now high in the mountain and seated in front of a massive opening in the side of a mountain. Carvings were all around the outside of the opening. The carvings depicted faces with their mouths agape. The men were seated beside me. All 3 hummed in unison. The opening gave way to a large pit that seemed to be forever deep. A large gust of wind pushed out from within the mountain before the air was sucked back into the opening forcefully. It was like the mountain was breathing. Each exhale pushed me away. Each inhale pulled me closer and closer to the pit. My eyes widened as I realized it wasn't the mountain breathing, but that something very large down inside the mountain was the source of the air. Something very massive. Something very alive. Just the thought of the unidentified being made me want to scream out in madness. My fixation on the abyss was broken by a buzzing and vibration in my pocket. My phone was ringing. This broke my trance, and I realized I was back in the woods in the middle of the night. I looked around me and realized that the 3 men were still in a meditative state as they looked into the blue light. I jumped from the chair and started a dash for my car. I crashed into the driver's side door and dug for my keys. Nothing. They were gone. I looked towards the men and noticed they were now walking towards me. I noticed my trunk was open and hopped inside before slamming it down. That's how I ended up in the trunk. I'm laying here with no hope. I just want you to know to never deliver to 666 Lower Creek Road. Also, there is something in that mountain. It's alive and it wants us all. I want to preface my story with a warning to anyone who goes fishing regularly near the Huron Swamp in Michigan. When your instincts tell you that something is off during your fishing trip, no matter how unjustified they might seem, believe them. As you read on, I'm sure you'll agree that there were plenty of signs of impending danger during my trip before disaster struck, all of which I dismissed. Don't make my mistake. That nagging feeling that something is wrong is older than mankind and often a lot wiser. To those of you who've ever gone river fishing, have you ever set out one day and had the conviction that you were going to bag something massive? The kind of fish you have to wrestle with to get it on dry land? I had never experienced that conviction before now. A lifetime of fishing in the swamp had taught me to temper my expectations, to anticipate little action and accept that some days are barren for no good reason. I went on every trip with all of this in mind until 2 days ago. I prepared my gear according to my certainty that I'd land a monster that day, broke out my sturdiest composite fishing rod, my Daiwa spinning reel, and a double-hooked shrimp lure. In combination, is the kind of gear that I think can reel in anything short of a whale. Overkill. I don't know how I got it into my head that I'd be fishing out something large. Maybe it was the cover of gray clouds that promised rain. Rainfall churns the water and the silt in rivers, and large fish become more active when they have drifting sediment and a choppy surface to conceal themselves. I guess I felt it was perfect weather for it. Makes the rest of the day feel preordained somewhat. I set out on foot in the afternoon with my rod, a length of plastic rope, and a portable fridge with 4 bottles of Heineken. There was a section of water that I thought held promise, a secluded stretch concealed by surrounding red oak, deep enough that I could see the bottom from the riverbank, but with gently sloping sides that would allow me to wade a good distance into the water without losing my footing. Big fish often force you to do that. You have to go in and drag them out. The rope I brought with me was meant to make the task of pulling my hypothetical giant out of the water easier. The first half hour of casting and reeling and casting again was completely uneventful. More than that, it felt like a single moment stretched in time. There seemed to be no current in the river, not a single ripple on the surface, just a flat mirror to the gray sky above, like a slab of veined marble among the trees. I leaned back against the trunk and listened for the gentle rustling of leaves above me. I think there's a specific name for that sound. Begins with a P, but the leaves were as still and mute as the water. So I focused instead on the smell, the scent of damp earth. There's a name for that too, one that also starts with a P. I remembered this one. Petrichor. I've always found it soothing. Then the rod curved. It did so gradually, steadily, and I felt a growing strain against my right hand as the rod formed a gentle arc. Not a good sign. You know when you've hooked something alive when the tip of the rod quivers and trembles. This didn't look like that at all. In fact, it gave every sign that the lure had lodged itself under a sunken branch or boulder. I decided to quickly reel the line in to confirm my suspicion. As soon as I started spinning the reel, however, I found that I could bring the nylon back without too much trouble, and the rod wasn't bending any further. Whatever was on the end of my line was heavy, but it was yielding to my effort. It was coming up. The first hint of it was a dark oval, resolving itself below the sky's reflection, becoming more and more distinguishable as it rose about 12 yards away from me. I've always felt that one of the most thrilling parts of fishing is seeing your line zag to and fro as you watch something dashing in and out of sight underwater like a submerged comet. None of that here. Just the slow, upward movement of something that seemed to grow in size as it neared the surface. It appeared over the water like a submarine, exposing its full length to the open air for me to estimate from afar. 70 goddamned inches long. I was sure I had just pulled a gator until I noticed the dorsal fin on its brown back, and the thin curved barbels on its side. A flathead catfish. Never in my life had I seen one this huge. It was easily the largest river fish I'd ever encountered, dwarfing every muskie and gar that I had successfully caught over the years. I would have been over the moon about it, if it weren't for how lifeless the thing looked. Again, no to and fro, no thrashing, not the least bit of resistance. I began to reel it towards me, and it came without a fight, cutting the water in a straight line like a canoe. Maybe the hooks had snagged its bloated carcass by the mouth or the gills, I tentatively supposed. Or else it was a sickly adult that had managed to clamp down on the lure with what little effort it could muster. The thought that it was dead or dying hampered my enthusiasm, though it didn't completely kill it. The rain chose that moment to start, sudden as the opening of a faucet. The leaves cackled in unison with the river, and the petrichor became intense in my nostrils. Heavy rainfall crashed against the fish's hide, coating it in countless tiny splashes as it came towards me. It was within 7 yards from my position when it showed the first sign of life. It came so unexpectedly that I ducked in reflex. There was nothing sudden or violent about its movement, however. Its tail had simply swished to its left in a wide arc, almost touching the barbells on the face, slowly, deliberately. Then it repeated the motion towards its right, left, right again, pushing the whole body backwards, slow and powerful like the strokes of an oar. So powerful, in fact, that I had soon found that I was making very little progress in drawing it forward. My grip on the rod was failing to the point where I had to release the reel's rotary handle and grab the pole with both hands. By the time it was 6 yards away, I knew it wasn't coming any closer. I could see the fish's eyes at this distance, beady black pearls with the challenge in them. I was going to have to wade in and pull it out. I think it was around this time that I became slightly unnerved. The fish had gone from inert passivity to purposeful movement without apparent cause. Most of my excitement for catching it had waned by then. For the most part, I was just puzzled. Maybe that's what kept me going. The intrigue of my prey's behavior, the sheer weirdness of it. I wedged the rod in a narrow fork between two branches, took my rope with a quivering hand, and made my way towards the fish. I reached the water's edge and continued slowly, foot deep, knee deep. By the time I was waist deep, I had left the cover of the overhanging tree. Rain pelted my head and boiled the water. My eyes were fixed on the animal's head. I can't say whether I was trying to preempt a sudden lunge. I don't know if the things I remember seeing beyond this point are imagined. My brain's way of chastising me after the threat has been more than confirmed for not heeding obvious signs of peril. Could be that I'm imagining having noticed the fish's slick skin gliding over itself, or the black eyes drooping below where their sockets should be, or the too open mouth. I don't remember reaching for the mouth. I definitely don't think I shoved my left arm down the thing's gullet. The shock of warmth on my skin came a split second before the pain. After that, it was agony, synapses screaming along my trapped limb, an impossible pressure forcing its way through skin and muscle, prying me open. I think I yelled. I couldn't even tell what I was doing. Beating the thing with my free fist, maybe. Kicking, splashing. There was definitely splashing. The fish was moving with me. Thrashing, finally, or throbbing, convulsing. The exact moment when I freed myself is completely gone from my memory. I might as well have blacked out. The next thing I can recall was collapsing against the nearest tree trunk. My arm was sleeved in red. I must have been in shock because for a mad instant, I thought about cracking open one of the Heinekens, celebrating my survival. Then I pictured the catfish slithering out of the water, hunting me. I turned. I could see it in the water through sheets of rain. Different now. Flatter. I could see the greenish depths under the agitated surface through its body. Skin. The animal skin all in one piece. Floated away from the river's edge. A hollow ghost among the form. I ran home. I abandoned my equipment. Bushes whipped scars into my shins. The rain was beating a percussion into the foliage around me. Petrichor clogged my throat. I threw the door to my house open, burst into my bathroom, and ran the shower over my bloodied arm, almost throwing up from the stench of metal. Once I had washed most of the blood away, I was able to examine my wound. 3 ragged holes in a line along the underside of my forearm, each smaller than a quarter. I couldn't help a sob. The pain had been so severe that I was sure I would be staring at my bones through a wide gash. This was nothing next to what I expected. Far more bizarre, but not horrible. For a while I remained there, slumped over my arm. I drove myself to a hospital after I regained my composure. Got an antibiotic shot, a tetanus shot, a rabies shot. I told the people treating me that it had been a dog. I wasn't about to tell them a catfish bit me. Catfish can't bite. They have minuscule, rasping teeth that do little more than keep prey inside the mouth once it's caught. They don't hurt. They don't even leave a mark on you, let alone bleeding holes. After a half-hour waiting period with no negative reactions from the shots, I went back home with my left forearm wrapped in a bandage. That night was largely sleepless. I spent much of it sat up in my bed, just contemplating the arm, pressing on it lightly to test the pain. It had subsided steadily over time, leaving a dull itch in its wake. My lack of sleep combined with my fractured recollection had me questioning whether I had really felt such agony when I was grabbed. I still have doubts, even now. The itch has mostly receded by now. Now and then, I get a prickling sensation that runs up and down my arm on tiny barbed feet. I felt it right before I began writing this, actually. It reached my shoulder. Not sure what to make of it. I might ask the doctors about it when I get my next rabies shot. I'm still having trouble sleeping. My anxiety keeping me awake up in the middle of the night. Or at least I think I'm waking up. Hard to tell when you're sleep deprived. Last night I found myself slouched over the wash basin in the bathroom facing the white glare of the lamp above the mirror. My guess is I had woken up after sleepwalking my way over there, because I felt the cold of the basin's rim against my hands pretty clearly. But some of it must have been a half-dream. My bandage has gone. I could see my exposed forearm in the mirror. I looked at the scarred copper circles in my reflection, and thought I could see the skin around them sliding and rippling like mercury. Can't remember anything between that and waking up in the morning with the bandage still wrapped around my arm. I've been debating with myself how I should end this post for a while now. I still have to go back to the river, get my gear back. Not the rope I lost in the water, that can go to hell. Hate the thought of going near that place again, but I might call a friend of mine over, and we can bring it back together tomorrow morning. I might post an update to let you know how it went, or to tell you how my wound has developed, or to reassure anyone who wants to know how I'm holding up. That sounds like a good idea, but I want to reiterate my advice before I stop, my warning or whatever. If you live anywhere around the swamp like me, if you go there with some frequency, be cautious. If something doesn't feel right, get out of there. Trust your gut. It knows best. And don't let your curiosity get the better of you. It smells like petrichor in here again. For about 7 years, I worked as a psychiatrist as well as a therapist for Side Hill Mental Institution for the Criminally Insane. Despite what you may think, most patients weren't violent or evil towards us, simply people who were unfortunately incapable of processing the world and lacked the treatment. Or people needed to help. Plenty were able to better themselves through the right medication and teaching. I even remember 2 patients were named fit to re-enter society during my time there. Don't get me wrong, though. They were very much so violent and even a bit twisted, some of which I'm fairly certain were sane people who managed to get the insanity plea. Others gave the signs of quite competent serial killers, where they have stable mind. There was one patient that I believe, without question, was a spawn of hell. It was about lunchtime when one of the nurses came into my office looking rather uncomfortable, even more so when she made eye contact with me, before clearing her throat and fixing her composure. Dr. Keegan, you are wanted in the patient questioning office," she said a little frantically. I raised an eyebrow and just stared at her for a moment. You see, this questioning office was essentially an interrogation room for patients who committed crime within the walls, or suspects who were obviously not in a right state of mind, be that mental issues or extreme drug use. As you can imagine, these cases were handled by either the police or staff better equipped for handling these such cases than myself. This patient would be far different, however. "Yeah, sure," I said with a hint of confusion as I got up from my desk and began making my way down to the office. This confusion only grew as I met the head of psychology, along with 2 police officers. I greeted them and asked a question that sent a small chill down my spine. An even greater wave following it as Dr. Swan asked me a question. "Steve, you got any siblings?" I felt the earth stand still as my nerves locked up. "Yeah, a little sister." "This isn't her in there, is it?" I asked frantically. "No, she's not here, but you may still want to see this," he replied bluntly. I looked at him in confusion, which turned to fear as the sound of laughter filled the hall. Now, it wasn't a deranged howling or anything like that. A completely normal laugh coming from within the interrogation room. The soundproof interrogation room. I quickly rushed over to the room window to see a man sitting at the table, rapidly rocking side to side in his chair, an occasional and severe twitch in his neck, so violent you'd think it'd snap. He also seemed to be holding a meeting, as he began talking around the empty table and waving his arms around. What was strange was the fact we couldn't hear any of his one-way conversations. Just his laughs. He's been doing that for about 2 hours, but he won't talk to us. As soon as one of us steps in the room, he stops all motion, like he went catatonic. One of the officers said with a sigh as he finished out a pack of smokes. "Okay, so why do..." I began before taking a closer look, and I noticed something that made my blood run cold. Now, you don't often see the back of your own head, but it's still noticeable. Even more so when you have a very specifically X-shaped birthmark on your neck. "Looks like you caught on, huh?" Dr. Swan said as he handed me 2 sheets of paper, one labeled Steve Keegan, the other John Doe. On these sheets were a set of fingerprints. A set of identical fingerprints. We've gone through your medical files to compare DNA tests, X-rays, CAT scans, whatever we had available. We've checked height, weight, we ran a full facial scan. Damn near everything. All of them were identical. He continued with a deep sigh. "And what is he here for?" I asked in a cautious fear. The 2 officers looked at one another for a while, before the older one spoke. Came into the station covered in blood and holding a butcher knife, babbling about how he did the job. The snakes have lost their heads, or some nonsense like that. After some tests, we figured out most of the blood was from a pig, some his own, and some from a young couple who went missing a few years back. After that, he refused to speak to anyone, only demanding to see the mirror. While my mind was trying to process everything I had just been told, the other officer asked something that took all my attention. "Can you try talking to him?" he asked somewhat nervously. I looked at the 2 as if they were the crazy ones, expecting me to go in there with a killer who looked just like me. As dangerous as he might have been, I needed to know more about this evil clone. So with a deep breath in, and one more glare towards the officers, I entered the room and made my way down over to the table. Just as they said, he was frozen in place when I entered the room, but once he saw who it was he'd be speaking to, his blank face turned into a wide, sinister smile. I, on the other hand, could only choke on confused fear and worry as I looked at my twisted reflection. It was like standing in a mirror that projects a reflection of yourself, one that has gone completely mad. His hair was disheveled and unkempt. Cuts and bruises covered his arms and face. His hands, still caked with dry blood, looked to have been burnt from the wrist down. Crosses sloppily carved into the backs of his hands. What was most disturbing above all that, however, were his eyes. They were what can only be described as completely deranged. They were far too wide open, rarely ever blinking, and bloodshot to the point it looked to have red spiderwebs forming out from his irises. He quickly began rocking again as he looked at me, then the table, then me again, seemingly signaling me to sit down, and after a few minutes of weighing my options, I did just that. I cleared my throat as I looked at him before starting my line of questions, trying to sound as calm and collected as possible when doing so. Well, this is certainly interesting. So, do you have a name you'd like me to call you by? I tried to be as polite as possible. He tapped the counter softly as he looked at me. They've all been calling me John, so you can call me John. Good old Johnny boy. He began. Much like his appearance, his voice was no different than mine, save for the twisted excitement in it. Think Mark Hamill's Joker, as if he had been holding in laughter with every word. Okay, John, do you mind telling me where you are? I asked. He looked at me for a while, his neck occasionally cracking before answering. Side Hill. Yep, that's it. Side Hill Hospital. Hey, that was alliteration. Or was it a simile? Whatever, it sounds funny. He said with a soft giggle, silently clapping to himself. Finally, I asked a question that turned our conversation from unsettling to disturbing. And would you mind telling me why you're here, John? I asked, a hint of caution in my voice, and when he answered, it felt for a moment even the darkest pits of hell had more light in it than the man sitting before me. Oh, because I killed him. Yeah, I killed him real good. Slowly, too. Opened them both from gut to chin, he said with great pride, no longer able to hold in his chuckles any longer as he told me of his actions, causing him to burst out in the most twisted and sinister laughter I've ever heard. As he began clapping slightly louder, now I've dealt with the more violent patients on multiple occasions, even some of the killers, but none of them were this happy and forward about the terrible things they've done. It didn't help that the overjoyed psychopath shared the same face as my own. I felt a chill run down my spine so bad it should have given me frostbite. As I tried to swallow my fear as I pushed forward. And who are they? I asked through shaking breaths. As soon as those words hit his ears, that sinister grin painted across his face somehow grew even wider. The ones who stabbed us in the back, Steve, he said, cackling as he did so. I could feel myself freeze up in fear, as if I had been caught in Medusa's stone gaze, forced to stay planted as I watched my doppelganger howl like a laughing hyena, as he violently began nodding his head, as well as pointing back and forth between the two of us. As he did so, I noticed something extremely alarming. He had somehow slipped off his handcuffs. I looked towards the two-way mirror in an attempt to signal somebody that I may be in danger, only to be met with more laughter. Oh yeah, don't worry about them. They're not there anymore. Or I guess it would be more accurate to say, we aren't there anymore, he said with a confident smile. I felt a cold sweat spread through my body as everything he began to tell me battled in my head to decide what would be questioned first until I finally landed on one. John, who did you kill? I asked slowly, trying to prepare myself for his answer. That answer horrified me deeply. Oh, nobody special. Just that sweet little flower of ours. And of course that slimy two-faced snake in the garden, he said. his normally dementedly joyful tone turning to one of bitter malice on those last words, before quickly breaking out into another wave of cackles. Suddenly it all made sense. He was talking about my ex Daisy. My ex Daisy who left me for my best friend before running off together. I could feel my body begin to shake as the dark images flashed through my head. And the pig's blood? I asked weakly as the passing thought of the officer's words came by. Well, I needed to give them a demonstration, didn't I? He asked, almost sarcastically. I could feel a wave of vomit slowly crawl its way up from my stomach at his words. Sure, I despised both of them with a fair amount of passion. A murder fantasy was never something I actually thought about, especially not one in the matter he described. After a few minutes of mentally breaking down and hyperventilating, I asked the question I should have asked at the very start. Who are you? What are you? It seemed that was also the question he'd been waiting to answer. As the moment he heard it, his grin stretched wider than ever before. Then, with a literal blink of an eye, he was standing on the table in a crouched position to meet me face to face. I nearly fell back in my seat the moment he moved, teleported more like, as he slowly raised his arm up before softly tapping my temple with his index finger, then bringing it to his own head to do the same to himself before quickly sending his hand towards my face and shoving me to the ground, his twisted laughter quickly following. The back of my head collided with the tile flooring, putting me in a heavy daze. By the time I regathered my bearings, I had felt someone rapidly shaking my shoulders. I shot up and began sliding away from whoever had been standing over me, only to look up and see Dr. Swan and the two officers, all having faces of great worry and confusion. They quickly began explaining that not long after I had entered the room, there was a power outage within it. They tried to get in, but the door wouldn't budge, and by the time the lights came back and they were able to get in, all they saw was me flat on my back screaming bloody murder. All files of John Doe had been completely wiped. Much like him, they just vanished into thin air. I resigned soon after that. Eventually, the FBI found their way to our hospital, leaving me to be the one being questioned. Their responses were unnerving to say the least, not to mention highly confidential. Most of it has been kept under wraps and away from the public due to the strange and unexplainable nature of the situation. Hell, Daisy's death was only a passing mention in our local news, both identities of the victims remaining anonymous. After all, they went off the grid years ago, no more than a shadow to the people in town. I've moved far away, states away out of sheer paranoia. I'm absolutely terrified of myself, what I can become, or maybe what I already am. I've tried to forget the horrible experience, but it always creeps back into my mind, fueling me with fear at the thought of what I'm possibly capable of, especially when I hear the sound of deranged cackles coming from outside my bedroom window. My first memory was in the backseat of my parents' Honda Odyssey, staring out at the rows of vibrant green trees, clashing with the grayish blue sky as they zipped past. I think we were coming back from church based on how everyone was dressed. My parents spoke in hushed tones in the front seat, anger in my dad's, sadness in my mom's. They would occasionally look back at me with soft smiles. My mom would reach back and hold my hand in hers. Even back then, I knew something wasn't quite right. For the next several years, I would sleep in between my parents. By the time I was 10 or 11, I felt like I was too big for their bed and wanted my own room. The most I could get was a separate bed, adjacent to my parents'. It was only when I turned 15 when I was finally allowed to sleep in my own room. It was such a good feeling to finally have the office room in my house converted into a bedroom. Finally, 2 doors between myself and my dad's elephant-like snoring. I got all my clothes, makeup, magazines, and books from the loft and began to decorate my own room. In the corner of the room, I saw a newly installed black video camera with the blinking red light. I sprinted to the living room to ask what it was for. He pressed the button on the remote, and the football game was replaced by a black screen. Grace, don't worry about it. They are just to keep you safe. Safe from what, Dad? I asked, forehead furrowed. We live in a good neighborhood. You already have a ton of cameras around the house. Why my room too? He sat up on the brown leather sofa and his eyes met mine with a kind but stern gaze. Trust me, I pray every day that you'll never have to find out. I stopped questioning him after that. A few weeks later, I met what Dad was protecting me from. I went to bed just like any other night, brushed my teeth, took off my makeup, and had a good night chat with my new boyfriend. After waking up to a particularly scary dream, I opened my eyes to see scattered shadows painting my room. I could see the time was 2:57 a.m. Wiping the sweat off of my head, I began to turn over to go to bed. Before I could complete the motion, I saw something near my doorway. A shadow. I froze, hoping it hadn't noticed I could see it. The shape was obviously female, but it was far too short to be either of my parents. I was too scared to say or do anything, so I waited. I laid there with my eyes squinted, doing my best impression to someone fast asleep. I almost screamed for my parents, but having just gotten my new room, I decided against it. Eventually, I fell asleep. Several months passed again with no incident. I chalked it up to a bad dream and quickly forgot about it. In that time, I began to lose a lot of weight for some reason. It got to the point where many of my clothes stopped fitting. My mom finally stopped me one day after school. Hey Grace, you look very tired these days. Have you been eating enough? Is everything okay at school? Yeah, Mom, I've been eating. Everything's good. She paused for a second after that, looking at me with a sad expression. You know we can talk about anything, right? I paused as well, thinking about my frightening experience with the shadow in my room. I decided it was not worth bothering them about it. Yeah, I know, Mom. I'll let you know if I need to talk. I said quickly as I grabbed a snack from the fridge and went up to my room. As I got upstairs and started eating my yogurt and peanut butter crackers, I noticed something in the wood floor by my doorway. 2 sets of 3 deep scratches. Propelled by a mixture of fear and curiosity, I immediately jumped from my desk and went to go check them out. They looked to be spaced apart as if some type of mountain lion had stood there on its hind legs. The only difference, the claw marks were deeper than any animal I had ever seen. Each mark had to be as deep as the first segment of my index finger. Hey Mom, could you come look at this? I called. I looked up as my mom arrived, but by the time we both looked back down, they weren't there. The only marks we saw were some tiny scratches, not uncommon for how old the wood floors are in my house. My mom still looked concerned. Grace, are you sure you're okay? I think we should move you back to our room. You can keep your room just how it is and come here whenever you want. After spending far too much time pleading with both my mom and, when he got home, my dad, they finally agreed to let me keep my room for the time being. Though I was relieved to keep my freedom, I still couldn't shake how real and terrifying those claw marks looked. 2 nights after that, I found out who the shadow had belonged to. I had an uneasy feeling in my stomach that night. I found it extremely difficult to get to bed with thoughts of those claw marks and what they might have belonged to swirling around in my head. After at least 3 hours of attempting to fall asleep, I had finally begun to doze off. Just before I could, she appeared in front of my eyes. This time, much closer. She looked down at me with a blank expression on her youthful face. The face looked like a human's, except far too perfect. A perfectly symmetrical face, porcelain skin with not one blemish on it, long black hair draped on either side of her head. Her eyes glowed a shade of beautiful. Cyrilline. I was locked in her gaze for what felt like hours, again too terrified to move. This time there was no hiding the fact that I was awake and could see her watching me. Looking down her frame, draped in a white nightgown, I saw what made the claw marks from earlier. Her feet resembled human feet except for only having 3 toes. Sticking from each toe were massive claws. The same claws protruded from each finger on her hands as well. Her stance resembled a goat, heels in the air, and all of her weight balanced on the toes. Her perfect face broke into a grin, or what was an approximation of one. The smile was just as pristine as the rest of her, producing an uncanny doll-like visage. She slowly reached a pale hand up towards me and lightly stroked my face with just enough force that I could feel how sharp the claws were. The sensation broke me out of my frozen stupor. I screamed as loud as I could, practically tearing my vocal cords in the process. Just a second after, my dad burst in the room in just his underwear, his disheveled hair scattered in all directions. He turned on the light with one hand and held a large white cross in the other. The entity slowly turned to face him, tearing up the floor panels in the process. "Get away from my daughter," he screamed in a booming voice as he held the cross and walked towards her. I imagined how terrified my dad must have been as she began to walk towards him as well. I saw her arm reach towards him, but before she could make contact, he pressed the cross against her and began to pray. "Finally, be strong in the Lord, in the strength of his might. Put on the whole armor of God, that you may be able to stand against the schemes of the devil," he began to shout. My mom had arrived by that point and was placing her hands on him in support. The creature screamed as steam erupted from her head. "For we do not wrestle against flesh and blood, but against the rulers, against the authorities, against the cosmic powers over this present darkness, against the spiritual forces of evil." In a flash of steam and light, she vanished, leaving behind a putrid smell of rot. "Sharon, get the sage." My dad yelled frantically as he ran over to me to make sure I was okay. "I'm fine, Dad," I managed to muster. "She only touched my face." Color drained from his face after that. "Come on, Grace, let's get up." After that incident, I had no objections over staying in my parents' room for the rest of my life. "Guys, get your shoes. Let's go on a drive to clear our heads," my dad said quickly as he grabbed several things from his closet. Holy water, crosses, more sage, a few Bibles. We got out of the house as fast as we could and jumped into the car. I shivered violently, looking at the bright square in my bedroom window as the car peeled out of the driveway. We were on the freeway before anyone said anything. "Guys, what was that?" I asked in a quiet, defeated voice. My mom was the first to speak. After seeing a quick nod from my dad, she said, "Grace, I think it's time we told you. We were told you were cursed when you were a baby. The moment we first brought you to church, the pastor would not even allow you to be baptized. He said that something malevolent is haunting you and will eventually take you away." She began to cry and held my hand. "We tried to protect you for a long time. That's why we kept you as close as possible. We didn't want to give it a chance to take you. The only advice the pastor gave us was to guard you at all times. She can only get you if you are alone." I began to cry too. I had noticed my hands in her grasp were even more frail than before. My face in the rearview mirror was bony and my eyes sunken. My dad continued, "We're going to protect you, okay? We'll stick together so she can never attack you again. If you ever feel scared, I will teach you the same prayer I used to get rid of her this time." His voice seemed less confident than his words. I nodded, blinking away my tears. Despite the fact that the incident had nothing to do with our house, we decided a change of scenery would help calm everyone's nerves. My parents took time off work so we could go on a small family vacation. It was difficult to get our minds off of the demon, but eventually we were able to. In fact, it was almost fun. We got a hotel near a beach in a nearby city, just like old times. We shared a king-size bed. I slept between them. Instead of feeling smothered like I used to, I now felt protected. I constantly reminded myself that she couldn't get me if they kept guard. That changed last night. It was a few nights into our vacation, and we had gotten ready for bed. It was just 15 minutes or so after my parents had slept. I was beginning to fall asleep as well. I blinked as my eyes grew heavy. I felt an intense sensation of falling and jolted awake to see her. Right above me on the ceiling, the claws on her hands and feet were firmly planted in the ceiling, but she still faced me with her head tilted in the most unnatural angle. Her long hair fell over her head, but I could still see that perfect, doll-like face peering at me with unblinking eyes. This time, I wasn't able to move an inch. I tried with all my effort to shake my body awake, but there was no chance. I was completely locked in this staring contest with the demon. I felt for the ability to move my face muscles to scream for help and found I could just barely move my lips. I was not able to scream or even talk, but I found all my strength to move my lips in a whisper. Be strong in the Lord and in the strength of his might. Put on the whole armor of God that you may be able to stand. I stopped my prayer in horror as I noticed the glee on her face. Her mouth was moving to mimic the exact words coming out of my mouth, to the letter. By this time, both my parents had woken up and realized something was wrong. My dad had already pulled both his holy water and cross out and had begun to recite the same prayer as his wide eyes were locked on the demon. My mother grabbed me and we fled to the other corner of the room, clutching some of the holy water as well. Finally, be strong in the Lord and in the strength of his might. Put on the whole armor of God, that you may be able to stand against the schemes of the devil. As he held up the cross and said the prayers, she leaped off the ceiling, about 4 feet away from my dad. Her head was cocked to the side in what almost seemed like amusement. As she heard the last word of the prayer, she responded, "That won't work on me anymore. I'm too powerful now." She walked towards my dad as he held the cross out again. She laughed again as she pressed her own forehead to it. Nothing happened. "That won't work either," she said with a sinister smile as my dad splashed all of the holy water on her. She let out a horrible witch-like cackle, and then before my dad could react, lurched forward and grabbed his throat, pressing him against the wall. "Grace, Sharon, run!" he gasped as her grip tightened. "I almost have all of her soul now. If you let me finish the job now, I'll let you live. She won't survive either way. I'll never let you take her," he spat. My dad fought until the end. He groaned and tried to punch and claw back. I'll never forget his last cries as my mom and I crawled out the window and ran as fast as we could to the car. We're currently on the road as I type this. It's been nearly 2 days of non-stop driving. We have been frantically searching for clues as to what this thing is and how to stop it. Does anyone know what this creature might be? I need to find out before it's too late. Even as I look into my car's mirror right now, I can see my face slowly change. My cheekbones are getting more and more prominent. I am slowly losing strength even as I write this. I don't have much time left. "What can I get for you, sir?" I believe those were the first words I said to him. He was a frail and skinny man, the kind of person that could be picked up by a strong wind and sent into the upper atmosphere. He hastily scanned the menu, eyes almost popping out of their sockets. They stopped over the big breakfast. He slid a bony finger over the printed text to indicate his choice. He didn't blink once. "The big breakfast. Excellent," I chimed. It was really quite the opposite. The cooks were going to hate receiving this order. It was the biggest item on the menu, and we had only just started doing all-day breakfast. I doubted he'd get through it all. In a hope to get him to reconsider, I stated what was included. 3 waffles, 2 cheese kranskis, a scoop of vanilla ice cream with a mega side of bacon and scrambled eggs. He didn't say anything. In fact, he was yet to say something. He simply nodded and remained pointing at the item. Strange, you always get at least 1 loose unit per shift. There was a collective groan amongst the 2 cooks as I slid the docket up. Usually Tuesday nights are quiet, and we like to keep it that way as much as possible. We can be lazy workers sometimes. Then again, the bullshit of hospitality really isn't worth the effort. That'll give you something to do over the last 4 hours. Jimmy was always an enthusiastic manager. Sometimes overbearingly so. It did at least make the shifts go quicker, and on this particular evening, we needed it. We were open until midnight. I don't know why the head office had us serving that late, especially since we hardly ever had customers beyond dinner. However, the pay was significantly better the later it got, making it that little bit more tolerable. Jimmy peered out of the kitchen and observed our single customer. He turned to me. Did our friend here want any drinks? No, just the food. Wasn't really much of a talker, I explained. Jimmy and myself looked back at the man. He sat rigidly, staring straight ahead as if in a trance. No clanging of metal from the kitchen would stir him to observe his surroundings. Gosh, these hours always bring out the weird creatures. I chuckled at Jimmy's remark. He turned around to the kitchen staff and raised his voice for all to hear. They also bring up the wages. I think I'm going to have to start sending some people home. There were 4 of us working that night. Myself, Jimmy, and 2 cooks. I knew I was safe from being sent home early as I had been employed fairly recently. My wage was cheap as chips in comparison to some of the other higher ranked employees. One of the cooks nominated himself to leave. I think he'd recently become a father or something and wanted to get home to his kin. He punched out and disappeared into the night. Then there were 3. 15 minutes later, a bell chimed. Food was up. I put down the wine glasses I had been polishing and whisked the meal over to our strange customer. As I placed the meal in front of him, I realized I hadn't provided cutlery. Before I could apologize, the man lunged into the food, grabbing and tearing at pieces with his hands. I had to stifle a laugh, which formed out of pure shock. He continued shoving the food into his mouth like a wild animal. I composed myself. Sir, would you like me to get you a knife and fork? He ignored me and continued devouring a sausage. I scanned the table for a hidden camera or a phone pointed my way. I assumed my reaction could be getting filmed as some prank for the internet. That was the only logical explanation I could think of for this uncanny behavior. Much to my confusion, there was nothing. I returned to the kitchen, still slightly aghast, still silently processing. I told Jimmy and the remaining cook what had just occurred. They peered over to catch a glimpse, but he was already done. The show was over. Disappointed he'd missed out on the very little entertainment this job provides, Jimmy sent me back over to clear the plates. I was a little nervous walking back to his table. The stranger seemed to not be all there mentally, and I didn't really want to interact with him anymore. I mean, he hadn't said anything, but I still had this feeling churning inside of me, like I sensed something unnatural. How was everything? I asked. Once again, he gave me nothing. I noticed his plate had been licked clean. I reached over to begin clearing it. He jolted forward and snatched my wrist. I didn't even have time to react. We locked eyes. His hand was freezing. Raising an index finger, he pointed towards the menu. It landed on the big breakfast once more. Words nervously escaped my mouth. Would you like another one? He nodded slowly and released his grip. An unwelcoming smile climbed up his face. Its lines disappeared into deep dimples. His eyes flicked back to their blank stare, no longer recognizing my presence. I paced back to the kitchen and flung the docket up above the hot plate. I wanted to find Jimmy and tell him about the unwanted grabbing of the weird customer, but he seemed to be missing. Probably in his office sorting out that week's wages. I braced myself for an annoyed remark from the remaining cook. He looked at it for a beat before opening his mouth. Gosh, this fella is hungry. George was the cook's name. He had been working at the joint since the early days and had his methods down to a T. He immediately began squeezing the scrambled egg mixture into a sizzling pan. I knew it wasn't my fault, but I felt the urge to apologize for the stranger's additional order. Sorry, George. He doesn't look it, but this customer has an appetite of a hippo. Nah, don't stress it, bud. More than happy to be earning that late night coin. Oh, are you an expensive hire? The most expensive. George laughed. I've been here so long that I've worked my way up to top of the pay ranks. Got myself a pretty good deal from the old management. I know the new owners hate it. They'd fire me if they could, but they don't have enough trained staff in the kitchen. Plus, George skillfully threw 3 waffles onto the hot plate as he talked. Contract says I can't be fired for being good at my job. Within a matter of minutes, the second big breakfast was served up. I made sure to bring cutlery over to the table this time, but it made no difference. The stranger chowed down the meal ferociously with his bare hands, just like before. He violently gnashed the mushed egg beneath his teeth, which crunched alongside the crisp bits of waffle. The wet smacking of his lips was unbearable. I immediately retreated back to the kitchen and stayed there. When the time came for me to collect his plate, a feeling of dread rose in my chest. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. Once again, the plate had been licked clean, but this time the man was already pointing at the same spot on the menu. I sighed. Another one? He nodded. Over the remaining hours of the shift, I must have served him over 10 plates of the big breakfast. I felt incredibly bad for George, who, despite his skill level, was struggling to meet the customer's consistent demands. It was insane. We only had one customer, but it felt like a busy Sunday morning at the rate he was eating. Each time I approached the customer, his appearance became more and more revolting. His hands glistened under the downlights, malaised in grease and maple syrup. Sauce dribbled down his chin and pooled into a puddle on the table. I will never understand how a man of that size could consume so much. At 12 a.m., Jimmy finally made an appearance from his office. It was closing time and George and myself were more than ready to put this shift behind us. The customer still sat at his table, drenched in his mess. We explained what had happened in great detail, but Jimmy seemed unconcerned. In fact, he seemed slightly content with the news. Well, the profit targets are going to look amazing, he joked. Neither George or I could relate to his optimism. Jimmy must have read the look on our faces. He turned to me and changed his tone. Alright, mate, you can go home. Thanks for tonight. What about me? Chimed George. Jimmy pointed towards me. He's working early tomorrow, George. I just need you to quickly close up the kitchen. George wasn't satisfied with this answer. I'm working tomorrow morning too. I've got to open. Just a quick cleanup, George. Come on. You're earning a lottery by the hour. Jimmy's response was quick and stern. I'd never seen that side of him before. George banged a pan against the stove with frustration. Ignoring his outburst, Jimmy turned back to me. You can go now, mate. Cheers. As I threw on my coat and walked down the restaurant aisle, I passed the customer. He was still there. The man chuckled to himself while holding his blank stare. I should have kept walking, but the shock of the shift had me fired up. We've closed now, sir. We're going to have to ask you to pay and leave. I almost spat the words and immediately regretted it. The man snapped his head towards me and uttered his first and only words. The entree is done. Now time for the main. He giggled and returned to his vacant expression. I didn't really know what he meant by the main, but I wasn't going to find out. I drove a little faster on the way home that evening. When I sluggishly strolled into the kitchen the following morning, I noticed there was no sign of George. Instead, Jimmy stood over the hot plate. lathering it with oil in preparation for the morning rush. He looked towards me and beamed. "Morning, mate. Sleep well?" "Where's George?" I blurted. Jimmy's eyebrows dropped. "He wasn't too happy about last night, mate, and well, he quit." "He quit?" "Yeah, I know. Shame to see him go. Extremely unprofessional to just walk out like that." Jimmy scraped the surface of the metal plate with a spatula. "Not to worry though, mate. He was really expensive. We're gonna get you into the kitchen now. How's that for fun?" My mind was struggling to keep up with everything. Nothing sounded right. George didn't seem like the guy to do that. Not after all the years he'd been at the restaurant. "What about the customer?" I asked. "The customer last night? Did he pay?" The spatula scratched the plate with an awful screech. "Oh yeah. He said the meal was awesome and your service was excellent." My brain was hurting with confusion. I could feel the blood thumping in my skull. "He actually said that?" "You bet. Funny you should mention him. I didn't want to make you nervous last night, but he's actually from upper management. Technically my boss. Came in for a little inspection and made sure business was good." Adrenaline shot up my legs. My heart beat like a drum. An eyelid twitched. My mind raced back to George, stating he was an expensive employee. The most expensive employee. The result of an old contract from the restaurant's initial owners. A contract that the current management did not like. I thought back to the previous night's customer, now revealed to be a member of upper management. I thought back to him mentioning that it was time for the main as I exited the store. If Jimmy works for him, that means... I don't think George quit. Jimmy chuckled before continuing. "And let me tell you, mate, business is fucking good." I bought an EMF reader and a blacklight. They should be delivered on Monday. Dane texted in our chat group with me and my husband. Hell yeah. I bought a few things for the trip too. LED lights and tarp poles so we can put the tarp up in case it rains. I reply. "What time will you get off work Tuesday? I feel like it'll be around 5 for me. Hopefully still enough time to get there before it gets dark." "I only work a few hours that day. I plan on packing the rest of my stuff when I get back home." Dane sent. "I think I can get off work early too. We need to pack the cooler." Zach sent. "Sweet. I'm excited. The campgrounds look cool as shit." I text back. A few weeks ago, my best friend Dane sent me a link to a supposedly haunted campground that was only a couple hours from our house. We hadn't been camping with Dan in a long while, and I knew how much he wanted to go again. I reserved the campsite only a week after he sent it, and solidified plans at work for all of us to be off at the same time. It's difficult for us all to be off work at the same time due to us all working at the same hotel. Dane and I really bonded over our love for horror a couple of years ago. We watch horror movies and play horror-based games on a regular basis. We dragged my husband to a haunted cemetery in 2020. My husband isn't the biggest fan of horror, but he loves camping, so he was on board for the trip to the campground. I don't actually believe in ghosts, but I love the adrenaline rush of being in a spooky area. My husband, Zach, 100% believes in ghosts. His mom used to take him to haunted places when he was young. He swears he's seen ghosts on multiple occasions. We didn't see anything in the cemetery, and I didn't think we'd see anything this time either. The campground is on the coast of Washington, about 2 hours away from Seattle. It's an old fort used back in the early 20th century located in a state park. Our plan was to leave right after I got off work and head up with our dog, Shiloh, to a 2-day camping trip. I got off work later than I expected due to how busy the hotel was, so it was almost dark when we arrived at the campsite. We got the tent up in the minimal light and in record time. While I was airing up our mattresses, Zach started on making a fire. Dane surprised us by saying he brought magic fire packets. When we all settled by the fire, he whipped out a packet and threw it on the fire. The flames turned from yellow and orange to purple and blue. We drank our beers and watched the fire, throwing more packets on when the flames went back to their normal colors. We drank and laughed until after midnight. We were drunk by the time we headed to the tent to sleep. Zach and I were on the air mattress with Shiloh, and Dane was on his own. We were still goofing off in the tent when we heard a commotion outside. Zach was almost asleep, but Dane and I got really quiet. Shiloh started growling. We had left a tarp on the table, and it sounded like something was moving it. We heard crunching and movement on the tarp. Shiloh's growls turned into low barks. I found out that drunk me was the stupid one in the movies that just charges out in dangerous situations. I unzipped the tent and ran towards the table. I couldn't see anything. The LED lights I had brought didn't illuminate much. I walked over to the table and saw chips everywhere. "Oh my god, Zach, you left your chips out. It looks like raccoons got into them. The bag is even gone." I started laughing. I took my phone out and took pictures of the mess the raccoons had made to show Zach and Dane in the morning. I went back to the tent and zipped it back up. I could still hear crunching as I fell asleep. The next morning, we all got up around 10 a.m. I looked at where the chips were, and there was zero evidence the chip massacre had even happened. Not even a single crumb was left. "That was a very skilled raccoon. It left absolutely nothing behind," I said. "If it wasn't for my picture, you wouldn't even know anything had happened." "It's like they were waiting behind the trees for us to go to sleep." Zach laughed. "Sneaky bastards." Dane and I went to the store that was a few miles away to get food for us, while Zach stayed with Shiloh. We got more beer, stuff to make lunch and breakfast for the next day, and things for our hike to the fort. We were drinking again by 11 a.m. with our lunch. After we finished our sandwiches, we started packing a backpack with things we need for the hike. Dane put in his EMF reader and blacklight. We packed a few beers and some water for us and Shiloh. I threw in her small bowl also. Dane had been studying the map of the park during the drive and knew it well enough that he could point us in the correct direction with ease. The fort was about a mile from our site, mostly uphill at first. We took turns on holding the backpack, hid our beers from other hikers, and threw our empties in the bag. We got to the fort about a half hour into the walk. Dane ran forward ahead of us and disappeared up some steps. Zach had Shiloh and stopped for her to pee. I walked to the spot where Dane went and couldn't find him. It was a stone platform with walls. There was one disconnected short wall, about waist height, a few feet long. I yelled for Dane, but he didn't respond. I moved forward to see if he was maybe hiding behind the wall to scare me. When I went around the wall, I found stairs down. It was very dark, so I couldn't see anything past the last few steps. I hear chuckling and Dane comes up around the corner at the bottom of the steps. "I got you," he yelled. I roll my eyes and follow him back down the stairs to a long, dark hallway. "This is so cool," I say. I got my phone out and started recording. He must have taken the EMF reader out of the bag earlier because he pulls it from his pocket and turns it on. We move forward and see there are doors on the right side of the hallway. The doors are metal and very rusted. "Hopefully we've all had a tetanus shot recently," I say. Dane goes into the first room, carefully avoiding the door, and I follow with my phone video recording. "Kurt was here" is written in black graffiti on the wall to our right. The rest of the walls are covered in dirt and grime. Dane says loudly, "Are there any ghosts in here with us?" while waving the EMF reader around. We didn't hear any response. We moved towards the next room, which is a tighter squeeze through the door. "You first," I say. He doesn't move, so I say, "Okay, I'll go first." And I go through the narrow doors to find more graffiti and dirt. We hear Shiloh's nails on the ground down the hallway. Zach, we're over here. We both go back through the door and see Zach at the entrance with Shiloh. This is creepy, Zach yells back. I see he pulls the backpack around and pulls out the black light. The illumination from the light is powerful. We follow Zach back into the first room and see more graffiti that the black light picks up. We move back down the hallway with Dane randomly saying, "Are there any ghosts in here?" with no result from the EMF reader. We all go up the stairs at the other side of the hallway and end up back on another stone platform that is identical to the other. We move around to the next entrance and find another hallway just like the first. There are more rusted doors, more graffiti, and more dirt. This goes on for about an hour as we go down a few more hallways that are mostly the same. Dane has run out of beer, and I'm on my second to last. We're outside again looking at another building when Zach starts going down narrow hallway about 2 feet wide. None of the other buildings have this hallway, and so far they've been very similar in structure. I hesitate at first but follow after Zach. He has the black light and I follow with Shiloh and Dane behind me. We go about 10 feet and there is a sharp left turn. Shiloh refuses to move forward. I try to coax her forward but she won't budge. I look up and see Zach has disappeared around another turn. Dane says, "Dude, what is this hallway?" behind me. Shiloh still refuses to go, so I pick her up and start down the hallway. Dane sounds like he's really enjoying himself and repeats, "Are there any ghosts in here?" multiple times. I don't see the black light anymore. My stomach starts to ache with anxiety, and Shiloh is shaking a little in my arms. I walk a few more steps forward and twist my ankle on a dip on the side of the hallway. I cry out in pain and fall down slightly with Shiloh still in my arms. I stand back up and see a very thin figure in front of me. It's standing at the end of the hallway looking right at me. It has extremely long arms that goes down to its knees. It looks emaciated. I've never been so scared in my life. I couldn't even scream. I blink, and it's gone. My breathing gets heavier and Shiloh starts to growl. I turn around to see if Dane had seen it too to find out that no one was behind me. I hold Shiloh closer to my chest. "Dane? Zach? Where are you guys?" I scream and it echoes around me. I could hear the fear in my voice. I start to violently shake and head back towards the entrance. I turn the corner to find more darkness. The entrance was right there. Right there, I think. I can feel tears prickle my eyes. I turn around again to see if maybe I can find Zach back down the other way. "Zach? Dane?" I scream again. A tear falls down my cheek. I move towards the hallway I had seen the creature due to not knowing what could be down the other way. The hallway that shouldn't exist, I think to myself. I whisper Zach's name this time. I move closer and closer to the corner. My phone has a tiny bit of charge left on it due to me filming most of the last hour. I pull my phone from my pocket, trying to juggle it and holding my shaking dog. My hand is vibrating with fear, but I manage to turn the flashlight app on. I peek around the corner and again see nothing but the same hallway. I move my way down the hallway and hear a screech from behind me. I scream and turn around to see what looks like Dane, but he's wrong. His eyes are 2 different sizes. His legs are too long. His torso is too short. One arm is longer than the other. His clothes are covered in dark patches and are ripped in places. "Dane?" I whisper. He looks up at me and his mouth opens wide. Too wide. His jaw drops down to his chest and his mouth somehow stays intact. His scream's so loud I feel vibrations. He starts to charge towards me, so I run the other way. I can feel tears pouring from my eyes and I run around several corners while holding a whimpering Shiloh. I look over my shoulder to see he's gone. I slow down but run around a few more corners. I slump to the floor and hug Shiloh, trying to calm myself. I'm breathing heavy from fear and exhaustion. I hear a soft moaning from the hallway ahead of me, the hallway I haven't been down yet. The moaning gets louder, like the thing that is making the noise is coming closer. I get up and move back down the hallway away from the noise while holding my flashlight towards it. In the light, I see small movement towards the top. While still moving back, I see what looks to be Zach's face up here. His face is long, like 2 feet long, and narrow. His eyes are like saucers. His head is nearly touching the ceiling. I scream loud and run in the other direction. I don't feel like my heart can take much more of this terror. I run down several hallways, around several sharp turns, and see sunlight. The entrance. I think with tears still streaming down my face. I fall out of the hallway and onto the open stone of the platform floor. It must have been raining a while because the ground is wet. I stand up and put Shiloh on the ground. I still hear an echoing moaning from inside the hallway, so I run. I run until I see 2 hikers and yell at them to call the police. They try, but they don't have cell reception. My phone is dead. The couple escorted me back to my campsite and called the police as soon as they got service. The police didn't believe my story. Of course they didn't. They said I'd been drunk and hallucinated the whole thing. They filed a missing person report for both Zach and Dane. It's been 2 months since that trip. I've lost my 2 best friends. I've tried to cope with all of this, but it's hard. I see a therapist once a week. I've been struggling at work, but thankfully the company has given me leniency due to my loss. I don't know how much longer they'll allow this, though. I never want to go camping again. I never want to go into national parks again. I never want to go anywhere remotely haunted again. It was about mid-afternoon when I decided to take an impulsive walk through the foothills of the Appalachian Mountains. The smell of the pine in the air was refreshing as I pushed through the brush and stepped over rocks heading down the trail. The sounds of birds singing in the late summer afternoon and the crickets buzzing was a serene, safe feeling for me. It created a type of bubble I got trapped in, daydreaming about who knows what. I was so deep in the thoughts of my mind I hadn't even realized I had gone off of the trail. It was about 30 minutes before I had even realized I couldn't feel the soft sand of the riverbank beneath my feet. I didn't remember which direction I had exactly come from, so I stood silently for a minute listening to the birds chirp. I decided to follow the sound of the river, which sounded closer than it actually was. As I was walking, the sun had already begun to set. As I was walking back to the river, the smell began to linger in the air. It was like a thick copper smell, almost electrical. The more I walked, the stronger the smell got. At this point, it almost smelled like rotting meat with a side of gasoline. I had to cover my mouth with my shirt at times because it was so putrid. I decided to ignore the smell and keep walking. After about an hour of walking, I finally was back on the trail, and the sun was almost completely down. Just the tint of orange in the sky was the only light I had to see clearly around me. I was about 5 minutes from the mouth of the trail when I realized the forest around me was silent. The birds had stopped singing their sweet songs. The crickets along with cicadas had stopped buzzing, which isn't a very normal thing to happen, especially in the evening. The silence was so deafening I couldn't even process my own thoughts. Then the smell came back almost 6 times stronger than it had before. It was so strong this time I actually began to make me retch. All of a sudden, the strongest feeling of dread I have ever had crept up my spine, sending chills all along my body. I stopped to listen, just to maybe see if I could hear anything in the silence. Just as soon as I was about to keep going and ignore everything that happened, something or someone spoke. Hey you. The thing called out in an almost perfect voice of my own. I couldn't move. All I could do was stand there like a deer in headlights. I spun around to see where the voice came from. I was just about to begin running when I saw it. At the top of the hill to my left, there was a deer peeking around from behind a large oak tree. The deer caught my gaze, almost like it was intentionally trying to get me to look at it. I stared at the deer, and he stared right back. Right off the bat, I noticed something was extremely off with the deer. At first I hadn't realized, but its head was too far above the ground to be even remotely normal. The head was almost 8 feet off the ground. The eyes weren't even that of a deer. They were human-like and dark. As far as I could tell, they were black. What happened next will haunt me for the rest of my life. The deer spoke to me. The same voice I had heard only moments ago was now coming from the deer. I wanted to throw up right where I stood, only I couldn't move. I was frozen there, eyes locked with what I thought only minutes ago was a normal deer. All of a sudden the deer stepped out from behind the tree. The only thing that even looked like a deer was its head. From the neck down, the thing was very pale and lanky. Its skin was wrapped tightly around the slim frame of the creature. I stood there petrified as the beast took a step towards me. That was enough to send me into action. I turned and ran faster than I ever have in my life. I ran even faster when the thing let out the most horrific scream I had ever heard and began to pursue me. I ran as fast as my legs could take me until I saw the parking lot of the trail and my car. I got in my car, slamming my key into the ignition. As my car roared to life, I threw it into drive and sped away from that place, not once looking back. Needless to say, I will never be walking in the woods alone again. I was sitting on a crowded train when I felt the stare of a person across from me. Feeling uncomfortable, I slipped my hand into my pocket to retrieve my phone. Feeling nothing but fabric, I began to slightly panic. I leaned forward to check my back pockets. Nothing. My purse. Nothing. I must have dropped it somewhere. Feeling optimistic that it was on the floor of the train, I looked up to ask someone to borrow their phone. The stranger across from me was gone. I turned to the man next to me and asked if I could borrow his phone. I felt grateful as he agreed, and hurriedly dialed my number. Thankfully, I heard it ringing nearby. With the man's phone still in my ear, I looked around on the floor. I couldn't tell which direction the ringing was coming from, but I knew it must be nearby. Then, something strange happened. Someone answered. "Hello?" I said. There was a pause. "Hello?" I repeated. "I need you to listen to me. What I'm going to say will be hard for you to hear." I was dumbstruck. I easily recognized the voice. It was my voice. "You are shocked. I understand the feeling, but you must do what everything I'm about to say." I laughed. This is a very good prank, and I'm got, so whoever is doing this, we are going to die. I stopped laughing. "Okay, I'll bite. What do you want me to do?" "Get off at the next stop and run as fast as you can." "Where?" "Somewhere only we know about. A place you've never shown anyone." "Oh," I said. "Like, don't say it. Just go." The call ends. Still in a haze, I hand the phone back to its owner and sit down. As I do, I feel the train stop. I do as I said and get off. As soon as my feet touch the pavement, I sprint to the place only I know of. There's an old sequoia tree that grows by a river. It's a mile run from the edge of the city. Luckily, that's exactly where the train stopped. I'm halfway there and my legs are on fire. At this point, I want to stop. This was ridiculous, but ultimately, I decided to trust myself. As I finally arrive, I slump to my knees by the riverside and scoop handfuls of water into my mouth. Still on the ground, I hear a man laughing behind me. I turned to see him standing within point-blank range, holding a handgun. I freeze. The man laughs harder. This always gets me. He pretends to wipe a tear from the corner of his eye. You sure are a creature of habit, aren't you? I shuffle backward and land partially in the water. He sobers up a bit. Do you know that you pick the same place every time? I mean, it makes my job easier, but really? Some variated thinking might just save your life next time. He pauses. Oh well. Till then. He pulls the trigger. I don't feel pain, only pressure and the feel of the cold wind going through me. All at once, it's black. I gasp awake. I'm on the train. I think I may have been dreaming. Straightening in my seat, I try to recall my dream in its entirety. It's all too fuzzy and I give up. I look up to see a man across from me still staring. Feeling uncomfortable, I reach into my pocket and pull out my phone. As I do, I receive a call from a number I don't recognize. Typically I would ignore it, but I felt compelled to answer. Hello? The person on the other line says. I was shocked. Despite everything becoming clear, I easily recognized the voice. I started a job at a canned vegetable company last month. It has been an easy, boring job, at least up until yesterday, that is. On day one, I was shown around the factory. My supervisor gave me a walkthrough of the entire factory. I saw each department and was given a brief description of what they do there. At the end of the day, I was told to come back the next day at 8 a.m. I was going to start in the boxing department, the last step in the factory. All I had to do was pull each case of canned goods off the conveyor belt, ensure it was sealed, and place it on a pallet. Sounded easy enough. What about that room over there? I asked, pointing to a room with fogged windows. I could see conveyor belts going into it and nothing coming out of it. But, unlike the rest of the facility, it was closed off. All the windows were fogged, so you couldn't see inside. My boss sighed and gave me a look that told me he was tired of people asking about that room. That room is off limits. Only restricted personnel are allowed in there. The next morning, I started my shift. About an hour into my shift, I was bored out of my mind. A box came down the conveyor belt and I sealed it and stacked it on a pallet. Another box, sealed it, pallet, and did a break. I waved at my supervisor and told him I needed a bathroom break. He checked his watch and shook his head. Already? He asked in a frustrated tone. I'm sorry, nature calls, I replied. He stepped over to my conveyor belt. I'll cover you until you get back. Just try to be quick, he snapped. I walked to the bathroom and turned to make sure I was out of his line of sight. I was. I didn't have to use the bathroom and stood in front of the bathroom for a second. That's when I heard the noises. I heard horrible retching noises like someone was throwing up. But the noises weren't coming from the restroom. They were coming from the room with the fogged windows. I began to creep closer. The noises were becoming louder. When I reached the door, I cupped my hands over the glass to try to look inside. Something had to have seen me and the door opened. I almost fell over backward, but I was able to recover. A middle-aged man wearing the same uniform I had been given stood there staring at me. You must be Brett, the new guy. You were supposed to be in here an hour ago, he said. The wrenching sound was even louder now with the door open. I could hear the other people talking inside the room. I wasn't Brent, but I needed to see what was going on inside. I knew that when my supervisor noticed I didn't come back, I would be fired. Or worse. If Brett showed up and they figured out I was lying, I could be in serious trouble. It was worth it. I hated this job anyways. The man brought me into the room. He pointed to a conveyor belt that led into a machine. The cans will come in this side. The machine will seal them, and they will come out the other side sealed and with a label. Your job is to make sure they are sealed. If you see any leaking, pull them and place them in this barrel, okay? I nodded. It was simple. I wanted to look around to see what was causing the noise, but the cans began flowing in. Cans of peas were moving into the machine and coming out sealed. I watched them for several minutes and didn't see any that had failed to seal, but I did notice that all of them were dented. I decided to turn and ask the man what to do with the dented cans. It would be the perfect excuse to look around the room. As I turned the corner around a large piece of equipment, I saw it. A huge green insect was standing there. It was easily 6 feet tall and resembled a praying mantis. The creature was chained to the floor and vomited violently into a 55-gallon barrel. 2 men were scooping the vomit and pouring small amounts into each can of peas as they passed by. I screamed in disgust. The man who had led me into the room turned to me. He ran over and began to yell at me. "You need to get back to your station. If one of those cans get through unsealed, it can ruin everything. Within hours of it being exposed to air, these eggs can hatch." He screamed at me. "Eggs? What is that thing?" I demanded. "Fuck. Tom didn't brief you before he sent you down here?" he asked. I said nothing. I just stared in horror at the giant insect. "Yeah, eggs. That thing is an alien. We have an arrangement with their species. It stays here, lays eggs, and we spread them through the food chain. We estimate about 1 in 100 eggs that are consumed by a human will hatch, consuming the human from within," he explained. "Why would you do this?" I asked. I wanted to puke. The huge insect was staring at me while it continued to vomit. "Brett, you were supposed to have been up to speed already. We don't have a choice. They supply us with tech, and we have to offer hosts to incubate their offspring. The cans are dented so we can track how many we put into circulation. And at least the only people that will be lost are poor people and cheap people looking for a bargain," he told me. That was it. I couldn't hold back anymore. I ran to the trash can and vomited. The man patted me on the shoulder. "Brett, I need you to get back to your station. Besides, it's not half as bad as what they're doing with the corn." Whenever I'm sitting in a park with nothing better to do, or on a subway ride that's 1 or 2 stops too long, I end up taking out my sketchbook and drawing people. It's always people that catch my attention. A big coat, headphones, interesting facial features, anything that I feel might be fun to put on paper. It's mainly for practice, but the people I draw sometimes notice, which can be a bit embarrassing if they ask me to stop. All the same, it's a good way to practice my art. Though something happened to me recently, and now I feel like I should stop. I was on a subway, a long, boring ride. You know, the kind where the doors only open every 5 minutes. I was traveling to visit my family, but they live a bit on the far side. So I did what I always did, and removed the pencil and sketchbook from my bag. The book isn't very large, but it's clear what I'm doing whenever I do use it. With the proper tools in hand, I scanned the crowd for someone distinctive. I found this distinctive someone in the form of an old, shriveled-up lady, hunched over and reading a book. I liked her as a subject not only for the interesting features in the form of wrinkled flesh and sun-damaged skin spots, but the book she was reading looked ominous in a way I can't quite describe. Its indigo hardback with no distinctive features other than a golden eye decal was something that struck me. So I began letting my pencil dance down the page, with light, messy lines. I wasn't going for anything too detailed after all. After about 10 minutes of this, I was mostly engrossed in my drawing, though when I looked back at her for reference, I saw she'd abandoned her book and was staring right at me, her eyes bored into mine, instantly sending chills up my spine, unblinking, unmoving. I let out a nervous laugh. "Sorry, ma'am. I just thought you were pretty, so I wanted to draw you. I smiled politely, sheepishly, but she gave no reply. She simply held that gaze of hers. Even as I broke eye contact, I could still feel her looking at me. I can stop if you want. I tried, but to no avail. She was clearly upset, so I placed my supplies back into my bag. She didn't stop looking at me, but luckily my stop was the next one. When the doors opened, I said to her, "Have a good day." Before hurrying out of the door with unease filling my stomach, I could feel her cold eyes on me, even as the subway doors shut. It was strange, I thought, but decided not to let one odd encounter ruin my day. When I finally reached my family and got settled, I told them about this encounter. Old folks do that sometimes. Maybe she was hard of hearing or something. My sister assured me with a light-hearted pat on my back. "Well, can I see your sketch of her?" I took out the book and handed it to her, allowing her to do the honors of looking for the page. "Wow, you got a lot done in 10 minutes. But I thought you said she was looking away from you." I did. Maybe she had the wrong page open? I peered over her shoulder and my stomach dropped. This wasn't my drawing. Instead of the messy, unfinished pencil sketch, it was a much more detailed drawing of her, with much darker strokes, what appeared to be charcoal. It was still the same old lady, but she was looking right at the viewer, and smiling a wide, unnerving grin. Without a warning to my sister, I tore the page out and threw it away in my bewildered panic. Have I made a mistake? I didn't mean to do anything wrong. I think I need help. If you're reading this, please take me seriously. It was supposed to be a joke. It was a joke. Until it wasn't. Jesse invited me over to his house. Nothing big. We've been best friends since diapers. Of course I said yes. Who wouldn't? It was a Friday night. I blurred through the rest of my classes, excited for that night. Soon enough, it was after school and I was just finishing up baseball practice. I barged through the door with dirt-caked cleats flying to the shoe rack. I ran up to my room, grabbed a pair of what I hoped were clean clothes, and hopped in the shower. I whistled a tune to help the time go faster and wash up cleanly. Soon after the shower was done, I heard the racket of my dad coming home. It was the same every time. Engine chuffing into the driveway, my dad's heavy work boots stomping up the porch, and finally, my dad plopping down into his age-old recliner complaining about work. "Hey, Dad," I said, passing through the living room. He turned his head half-heartedly. "Oh, Jack, how was school?" "Same old." I grabbed a Coke out of the fridge and popped off the cap, taking a swig. "Have any plans for the weekend?" he asked, getting up the rummage through one of the cupboards. I took another swig and put the cap back on. "Yeah, I'm going to Jesse's soon. Might stay the night there." Dad side-eyed me with a smirk. I knew that look, too. His eyebrows raised, one side of his lips curled, and eyes trained on me. "Dad, gross. Jesse and I aren't like that and never will be. Plus, I think other kids will be there." Dad shook his head and turned back towards the cupboard. "I didn't even say a thing." "You implied it." "I put condoms in your bag. Use them." I gagged and pushed Dad's shoulder. He doesn't get that me and Jesse don't think of each other that way. "Yeah, Dad, wouldn't want to make the same mistake you and Mom did." I yelled, racing out the door and hopping onto my bike. I skidded to a stop at the familiar bluish house. I dumped my old-ass bike on the grass and didn't bother to knock. I took my shoes off at the front and walked into the living room. "Hey, Jess," I said when I noticed her. "There's Jackie boy. What took you so long?" Jesse asked. I shrugged. "My dad?" She nodded. "I'm going to get a drink. You guys want anything?" That's when I noticed 3 other kids around the room. Ryan, Amelia, Jace. Yeah, surprised me, I called. I took a seat next to Amelia and got out my phone. I scrolled aimlessly for a few minutes until Jess came back with drinks in hand. I took mine and had a swig. Definitely alcohol. The night was pretty chill. We talked, drank, and made fools of ourselves. Until Jessie revealed the true reason she brought us here. We were going to play with the Ouija board. Child's play. Who even believes in that anyway? Sure, the movies are freaky, but it's not real. No, I didn't know I could be more wrong. What are we, in middle school? Ryan mocked, laughing. The rest of us followed. Yeah, Jess, you can do better than that. Amelia snorted, her words slurred. Jessie's lips fringed, but she tilted her head and smiled. Scared? What? Of course not. Sounds to me like you're scared. Jess knew how to get under people's skin. And, sad to say, it always worked. Amelia scoffed. I am not scared. This is all fake. Everyone knows that. She looked around for our approval. Some gave it to her. Jessie threw the box down in front of Amelia. Prove it then. Amelia narrowed her eyes at Jess and slammed the rest of her drink. Fine, if it gets you to shut up faster. God damn Jessie. She should have just let it go. She could have just given up. She knew we didn't want to play. 5 minutes. Nothing. We sat with our fingers on the board and nothing. We were asking all types of questions only for it to do nothing. 10 minutes. Nothing. We got maybe a slight shift. I could see Amelia getting smug knowing that her point was being proven. And I hate to say it, but we all were sided with Amelia. 15 minutes later, and we all quit. We took our hands off and put it away. Amelia proved her point and we just moved on. It was late when we were all tired. Jace had crashed hard soon after the game was cleaned up. Ryan and Amelia were dozing off on one another, and Jess and I had stayed up to drink some more. I wouldn't say I was a good drinker at all, but I could definitely stomach more than what it looked like I could. You really thought the game would have worked? I asked. I don't know. I found it in the attic, so I thought it would be a good game to play. I finished off my can and stood up. I get that. I should go, though. Jessie stretched her arms out. You can stay here, you know. I nodded. I know, but it looks like you've got your hands full already. I pointed towards the 3 sleeping bodies. Fair. I'll see you later, then. Yeah, see you. I was riding my bike home when I felt it. The air. It was electric. It tingled the hair on my neck, and I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. It sounds stupid, but I was scared. All of those crime shows had really gotten to my head, hadn't they? If it really only was paranoia. I sped up to make the 10-minute ride go a bit faster. Only the sound of my pedaling and my uneven breathing was going through the wind. Until it started. At first, I didn't know what I was hearing. It was just a cacophony of noise, but then I realized it was the same tune I was whistling in the shower just a few hours prior. Do-da, do-dee-dee-da. What the fuck? I screamed just as my tire hit a rock and I flipped forwards. I poked my hands out and skidded across the pavement. My flesh ripped and my head hit the ground, sending me into a daze. I sat up quickly and shot my head in all different directions. Nothing or no one was there. The sound had stopped too. I noticed a gash along the palm of my hand and winced when I touched it. A bitter laugh escaped my lips. I'm going crazy. I rubbed my head and felt a scrape on my forehead. I'm such an idiot. I stood up to get back on my bike when a rustling noise started. It was close, then far away, then close again. My heart started to thud on my bones of my ribs. You know that feeling a buzz gives you? Like you're invincible? Well, all of that was put to the max. Okay, you can come out now. I'm done playing your stupid games, I yelled. There's no way it wasn't someone messing with me. I stopped. I smirked to myself. Yeah, that's right. Whoever you are, you can just go back home. I started to pedal again, feeling accomplished. I assumed it was Jesse or someone else from school deciding to mess with me. I was an easy target at this hour after all. I was wrong. I was very wrong. It's been 2 days and no one has seen Jessie. Not since I left her house that night. She just vanished. But no, she couldn't have because the blood. God, the blood. I was at her house to see her Sunday, okay? I walked in and the trail of stale, coppery smelling blood was everywhere. I screamed and ran out of the house. I felt sick. My stomach churned and before I knew it, my breakfast was coming up in chunks. I did the only thing I knew I could do. Call the police. They did nothing. There was nothing they could do. No body, no struggle, no break-in point. Just blood. I went home and sank myself into the shower. The water had long turned cold and was now hitting me in freezing spurts. The first time I cried since my mom's death was a few hours ago. Maybe if I had stayed, things would be different. Maybe my best friend would still be alive. I knew it wasn't true, though. We messed with something we shouldn't have. I stepped out of the shower and nearly dropped dead. It would have been a better fate. Along the mirror, in hot, sticky crimson was, "You didn't say goodbye." The color drained from my face. We didn't. Fuck, we never said goodbye. That's rule number 1. The golden rule. Always say goodbye. We were no better than those shitty clearance aisle movies. I ran to my room and slammed the door shut. My dad wouldn't be home for another 6 hours. Anything could happen then. Tears were streaking my face as jagged breaths tore apart my lungs. I was barricaded in the corner of my room when that fucking whistle started again. That tune my mom used to sing to me. It's coming from all over the room, getting louder and more violent. It's like my mother's voice was raspy and devoid of anything, was screaming it right into my ears. My time is running out. I'll end up just like Jesse did. So please believe me when I say, none of this is a joke. It never was. So please do one thing and always say goodbye. My wife, my neighbors, and I are all huddled up in our little trailer, terrified to look or go outside. It may sound crazy, but we all think we saw a police officer get abducted by something not of this world. Saturday, around 7 p.m., the sun had just started getting low in the sky. A distant storm created a picturesque Appalachian sunset as the sunlight bounced off clouds, spreading pinks, purples, and oranges throughout the sky. Our little trailer is one of the few that are nestled right on the edge of heavy woods. We and our neighbors are all really close, and on many evenings, you can find us enjoying a cookout together, or just sitting and chatting around a fire. For my wife and I, the Saturday evening was everything we always hoped for. Beers and burgers on the grill were the opening act to a night of watching horror movies and cuddling on our little couch. Little did we know, we would soon be starring in our own little horror story. Suds and conversation quickly turned the evening to night as the trees were now silhouettes against the darkening sky. Time ticked on as we looked up at the starry night sky while Phil Collins hammered out his drum solo from In the Air Tonight. I attempted to impress my wife with my small knowledge of the constellations. They are the only part I remember from astronomy in college before it all became about math. "What's that star?" she asked while pointing towards the eastern sky. Her directions had me looking at a low, hanging bright light that hung right above the tree line. The light had a greenish hue to it, and it was definitely nothing we covered in astronomy class. I told her in my most confident mansplaining voice that it must be the planet Venus. She bought it with It was now well past 10 and we retired to the trailer. We got 1.5 movies into the Child's Play series before our cuddling became kissing. We were working our clothes off before we heard a loud banging from the back door. A look at the clock showed it was midnight. Strange. I slowly opened the door to find our 2 elderly neighbors, Janet and Pam, standing close together with very concerned looks on their faces. This weekend it was just us 4 in our small trailer park. "I'm so sorry to bother you, Jimmy," Janet said in her sweet voice, "but we are really scared. For the last hour, we have heard the strangest sound outside our bedroom window. It doesn't really sound like an animal or anything. It almost sounds like a person making a weird noise with their mouth. We were hoping you could come check it out." I gave my wife a "what the hell" glance and agreed to take a look. My wife and our neighbors stayed at our trailer, so I made my way down to their place. The spaces between our lots are wide open, but have high grass and foliage. Once I made it to Janet and Pam's place, I decided I would sit on their back porch and listen for the noise. The sound of frogs and crickets filled the night. As the creepiness of the situation slowly wore off, I began to doze off. Then I heard it. Shush, shush, shush. It sounded like someone was trying to imitate the sound of air rushing from a tube. Shush, shush, shush. I heard it 3 more times. It was close to the trailer on my right. The hairs on the back of my neck stood. Shush, shush, shush. It had gotten closer. I pulled my phone from my pocket and used the flashlight to illuminate the area I had heard the sound from. Shush, shush, shush. Nothing was there, but the noise was sure as hell there. I gathered my composure and reassured myself there was an explanation. Taking a deep breath, I got up and made my way down the porch steps. Shush, shush, shush. At the bottom, I stood for a moment and gathered my courage. I started walking towards the noise as the light from my phone led the way. Shush, shush, shush. I could tell I was getting closer. I paused and looked as hard as I could to find the source. Then the tall grass rustled as if something was moving around. Something I still couldn't see. The rustling moved away from me through the grass like the thing was running. I swear to you I could hear the footsteps and sound of sticks and twigs breaking as it fled. The movement stopped about 10 feet from me. Then, shush, shush, shush. The sound was further away. I was flabbergasted. My brain couldn't comprehend what was happening. I kept my light shone in the thing's direction. Heard it again. Then suddenly the movement in the grass rushed back towards me, and when it got within 2 feet of me, it cut towards the trailer. I heard banging up the side of the building. Then from above me on the roof of Janet and Pam's home, I heard it again. That was enough for me. I sprinted back to our trailer. As I got closer to home, I looked out above the top of our trailer, and the greenish star still hung in the eastern sky, but now the star's light pulsed. Once inside, I was bombarded with a million questions, and I replied that I thought we needed to call law enforcement. "Oh God, really?" asked Janet. I then told them what happened. They were all mortified and in disbelief, but they could tell by the tears of fear in my eyes that I was telling them the truth. My wife called 911, who said they would have a deputy out shortly. We turned off anything in the trailer that was making noise so we could listen for the thing outside. It didn't take long for the thing to begin to let its presence be known. Shush, shush, shush. The sound came from the back side of the trailer. My wife grabbed my arm and buried her face into me. Hearing the noise for the first time made things real for her. We all sat on the couch, huddled together as we all followed the thing's movement by the sound it was making. Shush, shush, shush. It was outside the living room window. It moved around the front of the trailer. Footsteps up the back porch steps sounded out. It stood at our back door. We all stared at the door. Silence. Then the door began to shake violently, as if it was trying to get inside. Janet and Pam screamed in horror. Mine and my wife's embrace got tighter as we waited for the door to jerk free from its hinges. Then the shaking stopped. Lights shone through the kitchen window. The deputy pulled into our driveway. The deputy seemed skeptical of our story, but said he would do a search of the property. The girls remained on the couch as I stood on the back porch. I watched the deputy's flashlight move through the high grass as he slowly searched around. The light's movement stopped on a spot. "Hey, who's there?" the deputy yelled out. I could hear the deputy jog forward a bit as he gave chase, but to no avail. He then came back in my direction. He informed me that he had heard it and saw its movements too, but he was also at a loss on what it was. He seemed shaken, but he also seemed pretty amused, as if we had discovered something harmless, like a new species of animal. To be fair, the being didn't seem as aggressive towards the deputy as it had been to me. I reiterated to the deputy the part about the thing charging at me and shaking our door, but he didn't show much concern. He informed me he was going to get some of his fellow officers up here to witness the spectacle. As we waited, the deputy, who I learned was named Jake, sat with me a while we listened to the thing move through the high grass, breaking sticks and branches. Every so often, it would wander close to us and let out its noise. My wife and neighbors wouldn't dare come outside, but I began to feel at ease. Our conversation veered towards the strange green light in the sky, which still hung there, pulsing. The deputy said that his office and other local branches had been receiving calls all evening about the light. He even mentioned that for the past few days, the area seemed to have an uptick in missing person cases. He leaned in and told me the details of one case in particular. About 30 miles out from our trailer park in the neighboring county, the search for a missing elderly man turned up something unsettling. At the base of a large tree in the middle of the local national park, they found the missing person's clothes, and about 30 feet up in the tree, searchers recovered a human eyeball impaled on a branch. Nothing else was found. Shush, shush, shush. The sound was now closer to the edge of the forest. Snapped us out of the conversation. The deputy shone his light in the direction of the noise. His flashlight revealed movement at the base of one of the trees. He looked at his watch and voiced aggravation about how long it was taking his buddies to show. He then told me he was going to go down and take a closer look. I let him know quickly that I thought it was a terrible idea, but he waved me off. I watched as he made his way down the hill towards the forest edge. My whole body felt tense. Chush, chush, chush. The sound was getting higher off the ground. The deputy was now at the base of one of the trees, shining his light up through branches. High up, I could see some of the branches bouncing and swaying. The movement got lower and lower, as if the thing was dropping down towards the deputy. "Whoa, I think I can feel it touching me," he called out. "Holy shit, it's tugging on my shirt." Then all hell broke loose. The deputy let out a horrific, inhuman scream as he shot upwards into the tree. His momentum was immense. I could hear snapping and breaking as his body banged upwards through the tree branches. At the top, the flashlight continued on up into the night sky for what seemed like 100 feet before falling back to the ground. Suddenly, all the lights in the neighborhood shined extremely bright, like power was surging through the lines. Our radio snapped back on, and the Foo Fighters rocked through their song, "The Sky is a Neighborhood." I busted out through our door and barricaded it shut. My wife called 911 frantically and let them know what had happened. That was hours ago. Law enforcement had been combing through the woods. Our trailer park is now a crime scene. I know they will never find the deputy or a suspect. My family is fairly normal, I'd say. Happy and with enough money to get by life easily enough. We live just about 30 miles from the closest town, and I find myself wondering how anyone chose to settle around here in the first place. I should probably explain my situation so that people can understand this. Like I said, my family lives a fair distance from town, and along with this solitude and peace from factors such as light pollution came a rule. The rule was simple enough. Don't look outside at night. I asked my mother why such a rule existed a few years back, and according to her, it became a rule because of what happened to my father. According to her, there were noises outside at night, and so my father went outside to check them out, after they wouldn't stop after a few nights because they were losing sleep over them. After a few minutes, he just came back inside, didn't say a word, and went straight to bed. My mother said he was gone the next morning. The noises happened every night from then on. The story led me to where I am now. Over the years, I wondered more and more what it was that happened to my father, and tonight is the night I made up my mind. I stayed up late enough for the noises to start, and to make sure the rest of my family would be asleep. Tonight was the night I would look outside, just to see what it was that my father saw. I decided I would see it too, even if it killed me or I disappeared like my father. I went to the window in my room, opened the curtains, and stared out. What I saw was the woods surrounding our home, but there was an obvious intrusion in the back scenery. There were two orbs of yellow piercing through the tree line. My eyes immediately locked onto the unfamiliar sight as I tried to figure out what they were. Then two more appeared, slowly fading into my vision. Then two more, coming in from the side of my vision, slowly increasing until at least 40 orbs of yellow were in the trees. Then I saw them, the slits of black in these orbs slowly dilating as I realized that all the eyes were looking directly at me. I closed the curtains as quickly as I could after that. I rushed to my computer to at least get something typed down. That was when I heard it, louder than ever before. The noises outside, the soft bumps upon the ground approaching closer towards the window. I jumped up to make sure the window was locked, hearing nearly the same noise move away from the window before circling the building. Then the breathing again, a heavy breath outside the window, then another. The thumps then came down the hallway of my house. My door was already locked to make sure no one else would interrupt me in seeing what my father saw, yet I still felt a sense of dread as the noise approached it. Then a second pair of lungs began to breathe just as heavily, just outside the door to my room. That was when it sank into me that I wouldn't be leaving my room alive tonight, or at least wouldn't be leaving of my own volition. I saw the eyes at about 12:30. It has reached 2 a.m. as I write this. My eyes are growing heavy. I recognize that the moment my guard has lowered and my eyes have closed, I will suffer the same fate as my father, and I see that it may be an even worse fate than I had imagined. I will be going to sleep soon after typing this. My only hope is that my mother and younger brother don't make the same mistake I have. I will suffer the consequences for breaking my family's one rule. Don't look outside at night. It was the summer of 22. Me and Alice always had a summer ritual, if you will. Diving in the rabbit hole. For us locals, it wasn't anything steeped in logic. It was just something that happened dead of night on one hot summer day. 600 meters of crystal clear water that had claimed dozens of lives within a month. You could try to close the hole as much as you could, but come daybreak, it would open once more as if by an unseen force beneath the depths. It was dangerous, or so we've been told since we were kids. I was always the cautious one, never diving further than where the hole disappeared from view. Alice, though, was the adventurous type, going deeper and deeper than I could ever imagine. We were professional divers, but Rabbit's Hole had always been an enigma. I'd always be the first one waiting at the top, anxiously scanning the surface for any sign of her sandy blonde hair. She'd always come up eventually, always joking about the strange light that flickered in the deep blue, a light that seemed to taunt her, beckoning her to catch it. It was just play for her. I tried to warn Alice, afraid that it was some unseen creature waiting to consume her, but like always, she'd always wave my fears away, saying it was probably just a small fish. But that day in the summer of 2022 at the sunset in the horizon, I wasn't so sure. 5 minutes passed, then 10, and the silence continued. I was terrified, wondering what monster lurked in the depths, luring Alice over for its feast. She was my friend, and I had to believe she was still alive, so I slipped on my diving gear and dove back down. Luckily, I hadn't dove down too far, so there was a chance I could make it deep enough to see her. At that point, I wasn't thinking straight, too afraid for my friend's life to think about the monster that could have taken her. Down I went, not even caring, as darkness consumed me. The only light I had coming from my own flashlight, and yet there was no sign of her. By that point, I only had enough air to dive back up, and so I resigned myself to her fate. But as I stepped wearily on the sandy shore of the beach, I found a familiar GoPro waiting for me. It had been Alice's. I would have shivered if I hadn't already been worn down from desperately looking in the depths. And then I took a look through the footage, and I could feel my whole body shake from fear. I could see my friend swimming blindly in the dark, following a faint light that seemed to be glowing in the distance. And in that footage, I could hear a voice rasping in the distance. "Come," it had said. Alice seemed to almost be moving in a trance-like state, blindly following the strange voice. Deeper and deeper she went, to a point where no human could go. It was unimaginable. I strained against the darkness, struggling to spot the creature responsible. But there was none, only a voice that sounded almost sugary sweet. And finally, there echoed the horrible thud of her body hitting the bottom of the hole. Alice said nothing, not even giving a final gasp for air. It was like this silence that has haunted me to this day. This is a story that's been around in my hometown since I was a kid. It was kind of a big thing at the time. The children tried to piece it together, what they knew about this girl from here, and the adults repeated what they heard from the mom or neighbors while it was happening. It basically became our local legend. I thought you guys might appreciate it. The way it goes, there was this girl named Sadie. She would have been older than me, but by my brother swears he knew her. One day she's out playing in her backyard and everything is normal until her mom goes in to get some lemonade. By the time the mom got back, Sadie is gone. No trace of her at all. It was a fenced-in yard, so it didn't make any sense that she would just disappear like that. Certainly not in such a small amount of time. The mom freaked out and called everyone she could. Everyone pretty much knows each other here, so over the next few weeks, half the town was out looking for Sadie. They took time off work. They checked all through the woods, and when that didn't work, they went door to door in neighboring towns. After a while, people start saying her description out of habit to whoever they meet. 10 years old, blonde hair, whatever. We're close to a kind of famous UFO town, so it didn't take long for the rumors to start. The girl must have been abducted. A neighbor swore he saw something appear over Sadie's house only for a second, around the time she disappeared. Other people started saying they were seeing things at night, lights in the sky and stuff like that. Everybody had a story, but none had anything they could prove. Then one day when the mom is about to give up all hope, Sadie just walks in through the back door. She's in the same clothes as the day she disappeared. Doesn't look any different when she was playing in the backyard, and doesn't seem to realize anything was wrong at all. Supposedly, she asked why her mom hadn't come back out with the lemonade. The mom couldn't believe it. She told everyone it's a miracle, and for a while, people were willing to accept that. Everything seemed fine until the week at church when some of the congregation wanted to check in on her. Somebody asked if she really didn't remember anything, and Sadie just out of the blue starts talking about how she remembers walking inside to get some lemonade, freaking out when she came back outside, calling everyone she could think of. People figure she's confused. A few of them think she's been hiding in the house the whole time and it was all a prank until she says, "Oh, and I remember walking out of the blue house and seeing something show up over my house." The guy who claimed he saw something lived in the only blue house on the road. As far as anyone knew, Sadie never heard his part of the story. After that, people didn't think Sadie was confused anymore. They were starting to believe her, and the more time passed, the more she remembered. At first, it was just the night she disappeared. She'd be able to tell someone what they were watching on TV that night, as if she'd been in the same room as them. Before long, Sadie was telling a classmate how it felt when his dad hit him, or telling an old woman what it was like watching her husband die. People said whenever she remembered something, it was like she was in some kind of trance, but she never got it wrong. Nobody understood how she did it, and they didn't want to be around for it. The town started avoiding her. They'd cross the street whenever they saw her. Kids pretended to be sick to avoid sitting next to her in class, and the teacher just let them get away with it. The whole town was afraid of a 10-year-old girl. Eventually, she stopped showing up at school or at church. Nobody even made an effort to contact the mom. It's like she was the town curse. Weeks went by, and as far as people could tell, Sadie and her mom weren't even leaving their house. Most folks liked it better that way. Everything stayed quiet until one day a neighbor hears a gunshot come from the house. He called the cops. The cops show up a few minutes later and run in the house to find Sadie's mom bleeding out of the floor. They look up and see Sadie, gun at her feet, standing across from them. She'd somehow figured out the mom's lock and shot her through the back with her own gun. When one of the cops asked what happened, Sadie looked him right in the eyes and said, "I remembered what she did." That's all they got from her. No explanation, no context, just, "I remembered what she did." The story goes the cops didn't even make it back to the station with Sadie. She'd been in the back of one of the cars, but something caught the cop's eye. And when he looked back up to check on her, she was just gone. This time she didn't turn back up. That night is the last time anybody ever saw her. To this day, parents in my town are wary about letting their kids play outside. It's one of those things. Everybody here remembers what happened to Sadie, even the people who weren't there for it. About a year ago, I went on an expedition with my school. There were about 20 of us at the campsite, and we were split into groups of 5 or so people. We had to meet a requirement of walking for 6 hours a day. Our group consisted of 2 asthmatics and me, who had a chronic fainting disorder. Needless to say, the 6-hour walk took us far longer than expected, and because it was October, the sun had already set by the time we were approaching our camp. In a thick section of forest about 2 miles from our campsite, I was waiting for my friends to hop over the stile when I noticed something poking through the underbrush. I walked over to it and brushed away some of the leaves and mud and realized what it was. A typewriter. It was old and rusted, and was now home to a small population of snails. At the time, I had an obsession with typewriters, and I had always wanted one, so I decided I would take it home and see if I could clean it up a little. It was compacted with what was likely years of dirt, and weighed about 8 kilograms, but I was determined that I would lug it all the way back to camp. When we got back, I displayed it outside our group's tent with pride. I tried some of the buttons, but the mud, rust, and moss rendered them useless. Whenever I tried to push one down, It either wouldn't budge, or the metal was too brittle and it snapped immediately. The type bars were all bent and red with rust, and I was beginning to lose hope that it was fixable. Disappointed, I decided to leave it outside of our tent for the night and throw it away the next morning. We all went to sleep and I had pretty much forgotten about the typewriter. I woke up in the middle of the night. I didn't have a watch and I wasn't allowed my phone, so I have no idea what time it was, but the whole campsite had fallen silent and it was pitch black. Rain was slashing down on the roof of the tent. Initially, I thought the sound of the rain was what had woken me up, so I laid back down and tried my best to drown it out. But there was another sound coming through the pattering of the rain. The distinctive clicking of typewriter keys. Thinking one of my friends was outside of the tent messing with me, I shone my head torch through the wall of the tent. There was no shadow. No one was out there. Even if someone was outside the tent, these sounds would be impossible. The keys were far too stiff to move, let alone make any kind of noise. The typing went on for the next few minutes as I sat there, frozen with my hand on the zip of the tent door. I wanted to see what was out there, if anything, but I was paralyzed. And then, the most chilling sound of all, the margin bell dinged loudly and clearly. There is no possible way this could have happened. This was followed by dead silence underneath the white noise of the rain. I recoiled into my sleeping bag in the fetal position, desperately trying to persuade myself it was just my imagination. It seems like I barely got a few seconds of sleep before the sun rose and we were all ushered out of our tents to begin the next day of the expedition. I groggily stepped out of the tent and looked over to the typewriter. 4 of the type bars were raised. They were definitely not the night before. I scraped away the dirt that was caked on them. The 4 letters were E, H, L, and P.